Gonna be a boring stream unless someone calls in. Be just a review of my last debate yesterday. See if I could have done better. That kind of stuff. I'm hoping someone comes in so they can help me critique. Besides that, buy SoFi. They're doing good. I would recommend them. And Chevron. I'm gonna start watching the debate in 5 minutes. Looks like Brandon's about to be on. Maybe Nick. Boo-doo-doo-doo.
Introducing Sealy Drink.
Introducing.
Is
We don't want to listen to. What up, Brandon?
What up?
Not shit, brother. Just fucking about to do some prep, see where I fucked up or not. And then after this, my next topic I go balls deep into is tariffs. I think that's what we're gonna be debating next. So.
Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, dude, that's a pretty big one for sure. I think that
Dude, it's huge because I'm gonna guess like EK said yesterday. He's like, it's just gonna be a negotiation tactic. But then I'm always gonna stress like, why are we bullying our fucking allies? You know,
like friends are good, man. Friends are fucking good. Like,
yeah, you should have allies. I mean, really, this is. Thing is, like, if they can't trust you long term, then like you always have to be afraid of them backstabbing you and doing all that dumb shit. You know, like I'd rather live in a world where I don't have to worry about Canada fucking sneak attacking us or fucking jacking the prices of our shit up like 300% or whatever, you know, to fucking fuck with us or you know, just shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
They supposed to be our friend.
Yeah, like the better we can cooperate, the more shit we can get done. You know, like. Fuck. If we could fucking get rid of the cartels in Mexico, you know, like as a partnership, that'd be fucking great, you know, and then fucking
it's better to work
Mexico
together.
would be better off.
So like that's where the Trump people like EK is right. Like in a sense, it's nice. It's better to have Mexico and Canada working with us on like the border issue. Like that is true. Like that should probably happen. It should be a coalition of people, not just one country doing it.
Yeah, dude. There's so many. Yeah, dude. It's also fucking dumb.
What comes down to, like I said, people got to stop.
I was arguing a little bit of politics earlier.
Were you?
Pretty scared? Yeah, dude. Mutual cynicism, man. Cynicism's a fucking. It's a devil. It's the devil, man.
Cynicism.
Fucking fear of others. That
is that what cynicism means per se? Like I know the word. I've heard the word, but I don't know.
It's the belief that essentially, others are kind of.
Oh yeah, like sinister. Okay, yeah. You think
no, cynical. Like to be cynical about others, you know.
Cynical.
You know, yeah.
Like, were you talking like jokes? Like, be a cynic?
No, it's hard to explain. Just
I'm about to look it up. Believing that people are motivated purely for self-interest. Okay.
What? No, not necessarily. It's
that's what
complicated.
I get that.
I just use the word cynicism for it.
It says either to believe people that are motivated by self, or it could be concerned with only one's self-interest and typically disregarding accepted or appropriate standards in order to achieve them. Is that the version you're talking about?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, but it's I use it as a to believe others have bad intentions or that others have ill will toward you in a sense.
I don't think that without evidence. I guess I usually give most people, like, if I were to meet random dude on the street, dude, I'm gonna think they're probably good unless I have like some kind of evidence to say they're not. You
So I
know,
think cynicism is mutually reinforcing through the actions that we take under cynicism. And it applies basically everywhere. Like
and
most
cynicism's like sinister, right?
no.
Cynicism.
Yeah, cynicism like CYNIC.
Oh, you're still talking about cynical. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I keep thinking that you keep saying cynicism and cynical, like different, but okay.
Yeah.
You're seeing the same
No.
word. That's why I get getting confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like I said, there's obviously people I know that are fucking cynical, like you're saying, being self-interest. But like, I wouldn't assume it without seeing some kind of evidence or like.
So to be cynical is to believe people are
Hmm.
motivated by self-interest and wouldn't like so people can be self-interested in a way that doesn't conflict with our interests. Like
Correct.
but
That's why I stress
but
like you.
not take into account others' interests, yeah.
Well, that's why I was stressed. Like, I don't mean like I'm for people getting rich. Get rich all you want. Just that once you get rich, you should be forced to pay a little bit more in taxes in order to give back some. Like I said, if you make $50 million, well, I'm guessing you could probably live off the 26.7 million. We could take 23 of it, for taxes, and you'd be fine with 26. Or the kind of thing.
I'm not okay with materialism as a guiding ethos because we don't need it.
No, not necessarily, but it is a great motivator. I mean, it has been forever. That's a sad thing. Humans.
Disagree.
You don't think so?
Disagree. It's our
What?
value system. It's our value system.
What?
It's our value
Dude,
system.
we've been fucking loving gold
It
and dumb shit for fucking ever. As
Yeah, but it's
humans.
our value system. It's because people don't have because like okay, so people get a piece of gold, suddenly that person's fucking cool. Like
Evidently,
exactly.
yeah.
Like
I mean, I
it's
personally don't. I
lacking
don't see it, but
it's lacking like personal like a sense of worth in one's community that leads toward materialism. It's lacking that interconnectedness
well, yeah,
and
I get. I
passion.
mean, I get that, but I'm just saying, but like it's hard to change. Humans have done this for, like I said, like I said, if I go back in time,
It
I want to
takes
see the first person
it
to
takes
grab gold and say
reflection.
they're.
It takes people being pissed off at being deprived of community goods, which is what fucking money is. Like money is a community good.
You
The
are
rich people
correct.
only get wealthy. The rich people only get wealthy based upon the productive capacities of the people they employ.
True.
And the only way they can get rich is to skim off the top, to exploit them, because those
Hmm.
people rely on that job, that wage, to fucking
Live. Yeah.
survive. Yeah.
Correct.
So like, yeah.
I mean, you're right in a
I don't
sense,
think I
but
think so. Look at me. I'm broke as shit. I'm not doing this for fucking money. I find it I find it intrinsically motivating
yes, I
to
get that.
think and be creative. And
Hmm.
like everybody else has that capacity as well. Like it's not just for money. I don't know.
No, but tech,
That's my view.
I
Like I
understand,
think
but
I'm right. I think I'm very right.
you can be.
And
I'm
I think
saying that money is a big motivator, though. You can't undeny that it's
of course,
one of the
but
biggest
it's
motivators.
originally okay, but there's that neurotic impulse to impress people with one's like property. And
Yeah,
then there's the survival element of it. So money has different meanings to people
true.
depending on one's situation.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
I always say money just represents the time that it took you to work to get certain things. Like that's all it does. Money is time. Like
money money fills the void that love isn't in. Like it
mm,
fills the void that love doesn't fill.
I
It
suppose
fills if it
it can. Yeah, for certain people, yes. But like you basically have to barter and trade things with other people. So we trade our time slash money for the goods that we want. I suppose.
well, yeah, I'm fine with money. I'm just not fine with like extreme wealth because I I
But I
I
mean,
just
I
think
would.
it's just people that are fucking
What's the
losers and
number?
feel like
What is
losers
the
till they get
magical
rich.
number though? What's the magical number? What is extreme wealth? Like, what is the
That's
number?
difficult.
That's the problem. It's
And
what's.
when you start depriving other people, like so, when you start owning like multiple houses, when we got fucking homeless people, and so on and so forth, like that, like
I mean, I
so.
get that to an
Here's the
extent.
problem. Here's the problem: is we need therapy to fucking like an actual like engagement with the self, the interior, one's traumas, so on, and insecurities, so on and so forth, in order to fucking undo this fucking systemic wealth obsession, like this materialism that we are afflicted with. Like it's materialism only fucking fills the void where love should be More like love and passion.
Well, I would say like the extreme amount of money. Yeah. See, like to me,
Like
you're
shiny things are cool, but
no,
it's
no, I know,
like, you
but
know,
you go different routes. So you're saying that people get money for love and whatever, which is I kind of do understand. I see it as people want the money and like the extreme money for power and dominance.
well, why do they want power? That neuroticism.
Yeah, but it has
It's a
nothing to do with
neurosis.
love. I'm saying, or maybe it does. Maybe because I had a lack of love as a kid. Maybe some of it is truly like that. But I'm just saying, like I said, in general, that's why like true socialism can never work because there's always going to be somebody who wants power because that's how we are. There's always going to be that 1 to 100 people, whatever the fuck it is, to
Well,
be like,
generational trauma being fixed is what fucking fixes that. Like, and then like our capacity for empathy as a society and culture getting better, and like
yes, we
including
can get better.
people and
Yes,
showing them love and stop being greedy with attention and shit. You know, like that's how people are. They're fucking greedy with attention.
yeah. I mean, I can get
So
that,
other people get
but
deprived.
it's an evolution thing, like you're saying though. Like even if you can always get better. I'm just saying, I don't think you're ever gonna 100%, but you can
I
get
don't think
better.
we'll never have a perfect
Yes, that's
society,
what I'm saying.
but
Like
it
you'll never get
will.
100%,
But
but you can get better.
not
Yeah.
100% perfect. We will. It's a target point. It's a, like so like I feel like anybody. So like people call it like utopia or whatever. It's just an ideal. Like
Hmm.
I don't believe that there is no perfect society, but we move toward it. We are ever moving creatures. We're not static. There will be no static perfect society that we ever arrive
I
at
don't think we'll
unless
ever arrive to it, but I think there's a chance that it could happen. Like mathematically, I bet you there's one in small chance that we could have a perfect society. It's just we
there's a
don't ever
chance,
have.
but we have to move there. And
Yeah,
I think AI will help. And as so like, how do you motivate a? As I was trying to talk to Patrick about, like, how do you motivate a rich asshole to contend with their own insecurities and shit, other than to take their fucking money?
well, I mean, in the
I
end,
don't
there's still
know.
people because I mean, like, think about
Yeah,
like Elon Musk, dude. He works so much and shit, probably to cover up the fact that he doesn't hang out with his kids and doesn't actually like is not a good father or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
guy doesn't know how to feel or give love. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's where these people are fucked up. They don't know how to receive and give love, like because. Well, look at his dad. He was a fucking rich asshole. So that's
Mm-hmm.
generational trauma. He had fucking problems with love, and
Same as
then
Trump.
probably his parents before that. And yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's all psychological. It all can be explained by natural mechanisms. It's all like science can fucking piece this shit together.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So go back to the math thing. It's undecidable. Like I think you can. I think we know it's true, but you can never prove it.
Well, this isn't formal mathematics though.
Oh, I know it's not, but I'm saying this thought, whatever the real word is, not mathematical, but I'm saying that thought process of being like, we know there's probably a perfect way to run world. I just don't think humans will ever get there because we're so complex with so many different people that we will never agree, even if we could fucking see the real one, like the
So
perfect one.
we
But
have we have the same functions that can like our capacity to love things, the
mm-hmm.
capacity to do this or that, you know,
Yep.
believe or desire. How many other I have to like actually list out these innate functions which can be about things, but the aboutness differs. That like in that partially is due to experience. Like it's like what resonates with us is perhaps through experience, or like original choices or something. I don't know. So we have individual aspects and then we have universal aspects to humanity, basically. And we can harmonize based upon these shared desires and like our shared uh want to pursue our desires. So like that's how you find harmony is, like you got the golden rule, you got like be the change you want to see, you got all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So like those are basically, I would say, in a sense, absolute moral rule. Well, see, that gets difficult. It's complicated. There's a system of objective guidelines that are pragmatic that help us all not get in each other's way or allow or uplift each other. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
it's all complicated, but not that complicated. But it's hard to fucking say quickly and like succinctly all this shit. Yeah, like psychology and therapy, I think is huge for society as a whole for progressing. And so, I mean, what it's probably gonna take is something of a revolt, like fucking people gathering up, fucking, storming Elon Musk instead of Area 51, fucking taking everything he owns. I don't know, man. Like, that's the only fucking way I can see it happening, unless that motherfucker gets so crazy and fucking kills himself. Like that's
He
it.
never will.
I fucking wish.
I get it. He'll live forever, bro. We all know this. He's gonna be one of those people that lived like 92. Dude, Trump's like 80 years old, dude. He's not dying anytime soon, sadly.
Dude, he's gonna be around until he's gonna be like.
I wonder what year Daddy Trump did. Trump's dad.
Oh yeah, dude.
Fred Trump. When did you die? Yeah, he lived at fucking 94 years old. So yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So these Trumps never die.
What's your friend's name here?
Which one?
Strawberry Short.
Oh, Steph.
Oh, Steph. Okay. Hi, Steph. I didn't say hi to you before because you weren't talking. I was just waiting for you to interject.
I call her Strawberry Short Bus.
Short bus.
Because she rides a short bus. That's her job.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah, dude.
She does a job that all of us would hate to do because I'd be hitting kids and cussing them out.
Oh, I wanted to today.
I bet you did.
We were naughty today.
Yeah, they're little fuckers sometimes like that.
Little assholes.
Like,
Yes.
I'm not sitting down. I'm like, shut the fuck up and sit down.
Right? Doesn't help I had a sub driver either.
Yeah, probably not. Ugh. What's his name? Daddy Bear is very sad at you that you weren't there on Monday.
Well, I didn't even work my security job Monday.
What? No, Daddy.
No,
Now Papa Bear's gonna be more mad.
Bus company.
What was
I was in bed at.
Well, I'm still gonna tell Papa Bear that you just ditched us, and he's gonna be very upset.
Well, you can do that. I'm okay with that.
All of a sudden, he's like, "Where's Steph? We got like 2 minutes." I'm like, "I don't know. Normally she shows up."
Well, if I was feeling better, I would have.
I know. How dare you feel bad?
Yeah.
How dare you?
I got told I looked like death worn over.
Death ran over.
Death worn over.
Oh.
I looked like I was dead on Monday. That's what people told me.
Well, how about today? Are you feeling better?
I'm feeling a lot better today.
See? Ta-da!
Yep. I just needed sleep.
You know, that is important, right?
Most of the time.
All of the time, Steph. All of the time.
Yeah, well, I'm like you and I don't sleep much.
I know, Steph, but like there's days where I crash out too. I get home on like Sundays and usually I just pass the fuck out. I'll tell Brandon, I'm like, I think I'm gonna stream. Then I get home, like, no, I'm not streaming. I'm just going to bed. Like, I'm passing the fuck out. I'm tired of shit. It happens. But once a week or so, I crash the fuck out for like 8 hours. Like, oh my God, I slept a whole 8 hours. So weird.
Yeah, I slept Monday night. I slept from 5 p.m. to 3 a.m.
I slept off and on till about 3 o'clock today. It was wonderful.
Well, that's good.
I mean, it was never really good sleep. That was a problem always, because I always like half sleep. Like, hear things.
Yeah.
I call it high school class sleep, when you can hear the teacher. So when they go, "You sleep in my class?" I'm like, "No, Miss Vaughn."
I'm just resting my eyes.
Yeah, I'm just my head's really heavy. All right, Brandon, you ready to listen and talk shit?
Yep. Listen to the yep.
All right, let's roll.
Any other political climate? Anybody want to start it off?
All right, thank you.
I would start off that I would say I don't think it would happen unless we're in the political climate that we're in right now, because with Trump's administration, I feel like, and the right wing, like the far extreme right wing in general, it's really fucking become ran by a lot of conspiracy theorists like Marjorie Taylor Greene and people like that. And a lot of people are floating around a lot of anti-science. So, I mean, for him to come in right now as like the champion of kind of a lot of anti-science, I think right now, it makes sense that he got the nomination.
And Sweaty?
Can you repeat the question one more time for me?
You are frozen at the moment. Okay. Let me just scroll up. RFK Jr. as HHS Secretary, radical or political theater. Would his nomination have been possible in another political climate?
I would probably say yes, just because of the fact that he himself did run for president for the same goal that he's teaming up with Trump with. He seems very dead center on addressing what he feels as issues in the country. You know, food safety, you know,
Safety.
not having healthy things in food, stuff like that. So I feel like he would have found a way either way. If that's his goal, he wants to make a change. He seems like the kind of person that'll do what it takes.
Yeah.
Brandon, do you think that RFK would have got this job if it wasn't for Trump? You think he'd have got this job any other way?
I mean, I would say he. I don't know. That's actually a good question. So like, if it was like a liberal or something, you know, he'd be saying some way different shit.
Probably. Well, I mean, like, so socially he was with them, but like on the vax shit he was anti. So like that's where him and the left like clash. But like him being pro-abortion and all that shit before was pro-left. So I mean, I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just don't. I don't feel so because, like I said, he's a conspiracy. Like having someone anti-vax in the health field. I don't think that would have happened unless we had conspiracy theory running people, which Trump is now.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was. That's kind of my thought process with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
All right.
That's fair. I respect both of you guys' opinions on that. I know some of the pro RFK people believe that Trump's unconventional approach in governance allows outsiders like RFK Jr. to challenge the establishment. His nomination reflects the shift towards anti-establishment politics. Would you guys agree with that?
I personally would because, like, think about like having like Elon Musk in there right now. He's never been a politician in his life, and he's not even American at all, and yet he gets to be in the White, close to the White House, right? Isn't that fucking funny? Like, you're gonna tell me we're not this anti-establishment? Like, that's the most anti-establishment shit I've ever heard of. Like, we don't even have a guy, we're not even a non-American. Like, fuck off. Like,
oh, America first. Okay,
right.
Fucking
I'm from. Where are you from, sir? Oh, South Africa. Oh, okay. All right, my guy. Oh
God,
that's just
the contradictions, man. People just don't give a fuck, or they don't see it. It's
funny to me.
That's an element of the fucking therapy, man. Like people need to fucking.
Well, yeah, they need to learn to think. Like I said, to me, it's more like people need to learn how to think critically better. Like just honestly, like I tell my kids all the time. They get mad at me all the time. It's like, dude, just chill the fuck out and think for a goddamn minute. I bet you can think of the answer like in 1 minute if you just actually stop and think.
Yep.
And then they usually do. I'm like, see, like you do know shit. You just act like you're stupid because you don't actually use your brain.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, Pete Hegseth, he was a Fox News host. You know, he's never worked in the government besides being a Marine, which I mean is great. I'm not saying it's great that he's in there, but I mean like as a politician or anything like that, he's never been in those fields. So like we got a lot of first time people that are being forced. Oh no.
Did you bring up nepotism?
Tech, I guess. I might have later. I can't remember if I did. That's why I want to watch them. Like, there's things I know I didn't write or like in my notes. Like I said, so the guy was they were overall pretty charitable and nice. Like they would agree with my points. So I was like trying not to be like super fucking asshole. Because like I said, I had things like if it would have got real bad, I'd have been like, why did RFK say that COVID only goes after blacks and whites? It doesn't go after Asians and fucking Jews. You know, like all these preposterous things that he said. But I kind of let him slide a little bit because I was like, all right, they're being good faith and taking what I'm saying for real, not just fucking, being like, you're fucking stupid. Well, yeah, if they'd have been more like confrontational and been like blah blah blah, I would have had all the goods to fucking send back. But it didn't go that way, so I can live with it. You'll see.
A little bit at the moment. Do you mind freezing or Your camera's frozen. Can you hear me at the moment?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sweaty, could you
Can
see
you hear me?
Yeah, on the video chat. Except. Yeah, on the video chat, it was lagging up a little bit there. Does that
Laggy.
just kind of move around it for a quick second, and we'll get back to the question?
Got to do my
Yeah,
my
you seem
head
to be
dance.
fine now. I'm not too sure what was happening there. My apologies for interrupting. Yeah, just
No,
to
you're all-
Just to recap, pro-Trump's unconventional approach in governments allows outsiders like RFK Jr. to challenge the establishment. His nomination reflects a shift towards anti-establishment politics. And you were saying how there's
Yeah.
others like Elon Musk that's also in that same kind of boat that's getting close to the White House.
Yes, and then I was saying like people like Pete Hegseth. There's a lot of people in his cabinet that have never actually been in those, like Linda McMahon. She's never done anything with health, but yet, or not health, education, but she's about to be the Department of Education. So I mean, we're having a lot of first-time people having to step up to the plate and have real important jobs in America. Nobody ever
Just
talks
based
about
on
that
their
bitch.
ideological- Yeah.
Well, I'm
that's-
just saying,
yeah.
like Linda McMahon, like this bitch runs WWF her whole fucking life, and all of a sudden you're like, you know what she's gonna run? Education. Like, why the fuck does this bitch know anything about education? What does she know about it? Nothing. Like, literally.
Well, they convince people wrestling's real. I guess they're gonna really convince people other fucking shit's real.
That's funny. It's so funny. It's crazy.
So what's your thoughts on what's your take on that, Sweaty?
I definitely agree for sure. It's definitely an anti-establishment thing. And I personally, growing up the way I've grown up, feel like anti-establishment is good to a certain extent. You know, we don't want to go radical. But I think we can all agree that there's definitely been some sort of system that's been doing a lot of things it shouldn't be. As for what it is, we don't really have an answer to. But I feel it definitely is anti-establishment. And I'm okay with it as long as it puts us people first, because that's the whole point. What I was taught of being anti-establishment.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I do believe that in government, I'm not a fan of career politicians. I don't believe you should start off at 20 years old and retire super rich in politics. So I like the fact that there's people in there kind of mixing things up a little. I do believe that some people are unqualified or they have personal interests at heart. So that kind of leads me to be like, how would you suggest our government or RFK's situation to have checks and balances to keep him on the right track of doing what he says he's going to do and not taking a political interest in some of the things that potentially
Right.
can happen?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say that, like, even joining Trump, he's kind of changed a lot of his like opinions in the last like 3 to 6 months, because like he was pro-abortion and now he switched to be more pro-life. I mean, he's trying to backtrack his anti-vax takes from before, you know, because he's running for the biggest job, so he's trying to like he's walking back a lot of things that he's been saying for the last, let's say, 2 to 3 years, you know.
Yeah, no, that definitely is something worth questioning.
See, at least he said something worth questioning, because if he'd have been like, he's like, if he'd have said something like, you're fucking wrong, I'm like, bro, come on. Like, I would have said something.
I feel like these guys are sort of dorks, and maybe they don't want to piss you off. I don't know. You might like.
I don't know. Also, it's our first time actually chatting, so I don't know.
Yeah,
It's one of those,
me
like,
too.
maybe the longer we go, like, the more fire you'll get. Like, bro, because eventually we're gonna get to some topic where they're gonna fucking have passion, and I'm just gonna come out with all the facts. That's all that matters. Like, just takes that one time where they'd be like, I think you're bullshitting. I'm like, no, ho, 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 okay. You know, like, oh, that's all it's gonna take is once they try to call me out some bullshit, be like, I think you're fucking wrong on this. But like, okay, bro, I fucking been reading for like a week straight on this shit. No, I have the goods. I promise you.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
like I said, it was cordial the first time. So like I said, we'll see later down the road. It's one of those.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't talk shit if they might watch this.
No, it's just being honest. So I'm saying, like I tell anybody, like I'd rather have a good faith, good conversation. But like I said, if people start talking shit and do whatever, I mean, I can talk shit too and do whatever too. You know, like I just rather not. You know, like But if it happens, it happens. Whatever. I'm down to talk however we need to talk.
Yep.
I don't know if Looker, you want to play the video for reference. I actually did put a video up on his current abortion stance. But when it comes to like the vaccine stuff, that's the kind of thing I think is okay changing your views on because it's science based. So he may have thought this and then he learned, hey, I was incorrect. And that's where I can give respect. But like you said, if you're constantly retracting and you know doing and changing your views and you know trying to people please, then that's not okay. We're here to move forward, not backwards or you know anything crazy like that. So
Yeah, that's where I agree with you because, like, honestly, like if he went into this job and got the job, whatever, and he was there to actually like push Trump on what he, you know, if Trump wants to be 100% abortion, let's say, like if he was true to his morals and actually push back, you know, and be like, you know what, that's a bad idea. Maybe like we can compromise on this issue. That would be nice. I'm just afraid. I'm not. Again, I can't say for sure, but I'm afraid that he's just becoming one of the Trump yes men, where just Trump says this is what the plan is, and they're just there to say yes, and
yeah.
that would be my biggest issue with him, personally. I think. What do you think, Brandon?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everything. I mean, honestly, the kid that talked before you, but you know, he was, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We had a pretty good faith. Like I said, that's why
Yeah.
that's why we didn't really get mad and stuff. Like I didn't have to or anything because, at least like I said, it was a good faith. It wasn't a fucking, like I said, like normally when you tell someone like something smart or factual, they're like, "No, you're fucking stupid." No, he's like, "That's fucking yeah, we shouldn't do that." I'm like, "Thank you, bro." Like that's all I ever ask from people in general is just like, let's concede when you're wrong on any side. Like even like me, like I'll concede too. Like if you say something like, "Yeah, that's fucked up. We shouldn't do that," you know, like. That's all I ask for. Just be honest and have good faith conversations with people.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. Like, some people say one of the cons is that this could make it about political theater instead of real policy change. RFK is controversial. His history makes him more of a media spectacle than a serious policymaker. That's how some people are viewing it, right? I think we would all agree when it comes to politics, everybody says one thing, and the only thing that truly counts is what they do, right?
Yep.
At the end of the
That is
day,
true.
actions will speak louder than words, and I do agree with what you said, Sweaty, about how like we can have an opinion and be like, "This is my opinion," and scream it from the mountaintops, and then when that time comes and you learn something, I think it's okay to, hey, I stand corrected. I think I respect that. As long as exactly what you said, Dank cited, that it's him learning and growing as a man, not him becoming a yes man. Because there's a very big difference and a very fine
He's
line.
72 years old, man.
What did he say?
He's 72 years old. We were waiting for, we're fucking, I don't know, like he should be giving grace to grow, but he's 72 fucking years old. Why is he still figuring out basic shit?
Well, yeah, like I mean, at one point, like there's like 9 cases that are good, and one that's like says maybe something slightly different than all the other 9 cases. Like he just zones in on the one case and says like, "This is gospel." Like, see, it kills everyone. It does this. It's like, but what about all the other cases that are fucking saying completely the opposite? Like maybe you just have one random study where fucking more people got sick for something, or you know, just like random, you know, but. You gotta take the consensus. I use like another analogy. It's like, you know, like obviously we like to have like our COVID vaccine before. Like we'd rather have like 1 million test, you know, subjects in order to know if it's good. But at the time in the beginning, we might only had like 10,000 test cases, and you had to go off what the data says with those 10,000. Then you grow, you know, the longer it goes, the more data you get, and you change your views or whatever the fuck, you know. But like people try to get mad. Like I said, people look retrospectively. They look at COVID like now. And like, you don't fucking stupid. We were like, yeah, we probably were. But you know what? Nobody knew at the time. Like, we just didn't know. It was brand new.
Politics, we want the strongest, and not physically. I don't want some buff, jacked out Hulk Hogan looking president.
Right.
I want the
I'm
strongest,
gonna beat the crap out of you.
the strongest minded, the strongest willed, people that like our children could be proud of. And sometimes that's like, you gotta be an asshole. Sometimes, right? You have to say things that are not everybody's gonna love. Go ahead.
Yeah, sometimes having a bad decision is better than no decision. People don't realize that. Like, because people are like, well, that was a bad choice. Well, you know, at the time, it might have been a bad choice. But you know what? If they just stay packed, things probably would be worse. Could be more chaotic and more, things like that. So, yeah, man.
Hey, I
get
made
what
that bad decision. I learned from it. Hopefully, it's not a drastic decision of,
Mhm.
going to war, but
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Yeah,
you
for
made a
sure.
decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. So, how do you think he stacks up or compares to the past HHS secretaries?
Well, obviously, like I said, he tends to be more like he tends to be more anti-vax and science in general. Like he's a super duper skeptical person at best when it comes to studies, because like there could be like 14, 15 studies that say something, and if there's like one of the opposite, he hones in on the one, and then it's hard to get him to go back to the original thing. Where like the past
Mhm.
people, I was looking up the Biden's, it was Becerra. He was basically pro fucking Inflation Reduction Act. He was pro women's rights, healthcare reduction, which the Inflation Reduction Act, that was the best thing they did. It capped insulin at $35, and it helped negotiate drug prices. And another thing that Trump slash what's his name, RFK, been advocating for is cutting that, getting rid of the Inflation Reduction Act, which could lead it open to where now drug companies can charge whatever they want for those drugs again.
Yeah, that's kind of a slippery slope. Do you think they're
Definitely is.
They try to call it a slippery slope. I said it could. I never said it will. Like even so, like I never said this is exactly what's gonna happen. I'm like, I'm just saying it could happen because now you're leaving the door open for open capitalism on drug prices again. What do you think? Fucking drug price? Like that's the idea. Like,
Yep.
it's kind of funny. I don't get the slippery. They both said it too. Like, oh, it is a slope. Like, I don't get what you guys are saying, but okay, tell me what you're saying.
Yep.
Like I said, I didn't even say it will. As I even prefaced, it could.
Wait, we watched that video on like recursion, right? Or like recursive reflection or whatever with like PewDiePie or whatever. Or I don't remember if it was PewDiePie. Or did you watch that metamodernism video? You should totally watch that.
No,
dude.
metamodernism.
Yeah, like the whole distinction between like all the modernisms are sort of complicated, but
Yeah.
I can help make sense of it to you because they're basically just like cultural trends.
Yeah, of course it is.
Like evolve over time, So like pre-modernity is like religion, modernity is science, and then
Postmodern's the future.
Postmodern
like
is
AI.
we're already past postmodern. We're already moving on to metamodern, and like I'm trying to align my philosophy with metamodernism as like a sort of integration between opposites and
Like I
like
said,
the ability
I would call
to
this
find
time.
utility in all things.
We're about to be
right?
in the AI time.
Yeah, but yeah, like that's a part of metamodernism, like man and technology, like a man's technology gains a life of its own, and we have to find symbiosis. So like I feel like metamodernism is all about symbiosis in effect. It's a deconstruction of the deconstruction that is metamodernism. So like metamodernism is like a deconstruction of modernity. So like Patrick says this all the time. Like we have killed God. Like Nietzsche's quote, "We have killed God, and we cannot wash His blood from our hands." So like that created a vacuum of meaning. So like people couldn't justify their actions, or there was no like moral authority anymore. No like ultimate guiding ethos for us to share, other than God. And then once that got taken out, it was only individualism. So okay, so like individualism causes problems too.
It does.
Like because it's like that's how you get assholes that justify their actions as, oh, I want this. They're probably going to step on this fucking asshole.
Also, it's the same as like some people need religion because they're like, well, I would be raping people or whatever if I didn't have a God, just to hold me in check. But you know what, motherfucker, you need to be religious your whole life. Don't
has somebody said that?
Oh, dude, yeah,
to you?
Yeah, they're always like,
I've seen people say we need morality or God because of that, but I've never heard anybody say I would be doing that. Like,
I probably have, dude. I get people to admit a lot of dumb shit, dude, because they're online. You got to think, dude, like they don't put their face in, so like you could be more open and honest. Like that's the thing. The best and worst things about the internet, like the anonymity, anonymity where you can fucking be a secret person and talk shit. This one chick on my Facebook, she posted something that's fucking hilarious to me, and then she tries to like argue me about it. She was like, what did she say? Okay, I'm a little shocked right now. Anyone notice all the racist reels lately? Like, it's to the point I'm questioning hard if I hit the share button or not. I'm very happy we got our freedoms to post again. This, though, is a little over the top and bothering me. If this bothers me, you know it's bad. And I was like, yeah, we try to warn you. This is what happens when you support racists. It's not rocket science, lady. Like, what the fuck? And then she's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, that's what happened. You voted for a racist, and guess what? All the racists are coming out. Who, again, it's not rocket science. It's fucking easy to deal with. Like, it's who would have thought? And that's what I was trying to tell Eric yesterday. I'm like, Eric, all the things I've been warning about are coming true. Like in your very eyes. Like, you know how I told you the price is going to go up and this and this and this and this and this and this, and they're all happening. Why do you think I'm lying now? Or like about these other things? Like, come on, dude. It's not fucking hard, dude. You just have to read and look up. It's a lot of reading. That's really what it comes down to.
Yep. Unfortunately, people just gotta actually put in the fucking work to have informed opinions.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, dude, you can't just fucking put forward answers without asking questions.
Yeah. True.
You're fucking diving into that shit.
Mm-hmm.
With that, do you think there should be like new rules and regulations, or do you think we should kind of just leave things where they are?
Well, so like with that, I would leave. Like, I think personally, I think the Inflation Reduction Act was pretty good because, like I said, it helped with. That was a big one, like because being $35 for insulin is so much cheaper than when it was like $150 before, and some of these people need it like every day. Like, nobody should be forced to make a choice to live or die because they got to afford it. Like if we have something right now that currently is helping the drug prices go down, I think we should keep it. I mean, unless there's some radical idea that they haven't announced yet to combat drug prices in general, which they could. I'm not saying they don't, but
See,
I feel like.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, we just can't let drug companies and stuff run with no guardrails. We need them to be in check, just like anything else. And I think the government is the best one to do that.
I 100%
like people.
100% agreed. I'm one of those people that, like, just because something's working all right doesn't mean it's perfect.
Don't die, Brandon.
If you are gonna touch on that and go to that, you have to know what the.
Were you allergic to the bullshit? Oh, I was kidding.
No,
I was joking. I was fucking around. I was fucking around.
I mean, I am sometimes.
Sometimes we need them to be in check, just like anything else. And I think the government is the best one to do that.
I 100%
like people.
100% agreed. I'm one of those people that, like, just because something's working all right doesn't mean it's perfect, right? Like, if you are gonna touch on that and go to that, you have to know what the problem is before you can fix it. Oh, I knocked my mic. You have to know what the problem is before you can fix it. Like, exactly what you said, having insulin at capped at $35, we should not choose between life or medicine, especially something so standard. That's a regular thing, right?
Drug, yeah.
So,
it's been out forever.
If, as a politician, as government, if you think there's imperfections in that act, great, awesome, let's talk about it. But have solutions before you scrap the idea. Because right now it's not perfect, but people are living.
Am I lagging or is everybody else? Or are you?
I'm not lagging at all. Where are you at?
Okay. No. Like I robot-y.
Oh, okay.
No. I don't have a better fucking description for that.
Right?
That's kind of my point, is that unless they actually like announce like a Medicare, whatever, some kind of reform that can at least do this and be better, then I mean, I'd be all for it. But as of right now, this is the best we've had in a long time.
Equal or greater, but never less.
Yeah, I agree. So my take on that, to tie back into the question, I definitely think he's different and doesn't compare to others. But I'd like to add on to what Dank said. It could. And what you said, it could be a slippery slope. So I think it's good because it adds a new face. And from what I've seen with Kennedy, because I've been watching him very closely when he was running for president, is he's very open-minded. yes, he may reach to that one thing that may be different than the other 9 studies. Um, but I like how he does that because that's the oddball. I feel like the oddball should be studied, so we can, instead of having 1 out of 9, we have 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the chances are small, and nothing will ever be perfect, but when it comes to science and medication and stuff like that, I feel like there's nothing we should not know about it or should not study.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it is good in the terms of different eyeballs, but I could see it being bad in his his views change. I'm not sure
Mm-hmm.
if he's quite anti-vax.
Yeah, I don't know either.
From-
Because he's wishy-washy now because he joined Trump. And he's trying to get the job.
Right.
That's
I mean,
why.
his books were very clearly anti-vax, right? So
Definitely. That's what every podcast, like, that's the thing. I started listening to podcasts from like a year before, like a year ago. Like I said, everything a year ago to him. That's why I try to preface again later. Like later I'll talk about it too. It's like, I'm pretty sure he's just a yes man. Like, I know why you liked him before. And I mean, as a presidential candidate, I didn't really mind him. But now he's as a guy that's saying yes to Trump for power, like, I'm not really a fan of that.
and maybe
From-
he's just a fucking, fake. He doesn't have actual fucking morals. Like, I don't know. He seems like he comes across as having values,
genuine-
as,
oh, I
as
know.
being good faith sometimes. But then he fucking backtracks. He does his lawyer shit, his
Well,
lawyer
not even that.
politics
Like I
and
said, he
shit.
joined Trump, and now he's anti-abortion. All of his stances have changed. To be aligned with his views. Like, what do you think the odds are that he actually, like, out of his heart changed in like 3 to 5 months, or that he just wants money and power, and he,
No odds. No odds.
like it's
Yeah,
well, it's like
he's a yes
99%. It's not a fucking, like, fuck, man. Look, like I said, that's what I try to preface a couple times. Like, like this. What are the odds, man? Like, what do you think? This guy he changed everything 3 months ago. Happened to be exactly when he dropped out and joined Trump. Like, come on now.
From
He
what
doesn't know
I'm
what he's
aware,
doing.
No, I know. I get it. Well, like I said, he's just gonna be a yes man, which that's why I try to preface. Like, all of Trump's people are just yes man. They're all there to say, "What are we doing?" Okay, yep, got you.
Right.
I mean, that's what they do.
if he isn't,
He's not a
Yes, sir.
doctor.
He's not a doctor. He's an environmental lawyer. I know. I bring that up at one point too. I'm like, I don't mind that somebody's an outsider, like, in this position, but it's like, can we get somebody who's worked in the field somewhere, like any part of it? Like, even if he was a pharmaceutical lawyer, at least he's dealt with the pharmaceutical. Like, something in the field. He's not even been in this field at all.
facts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to say, but it's good to have a different set of eyes to change what has been repeated the past 80 years in government.
Yeah.
It's good. It's definitely good, so we can say, hey, this is right, keep it. This is wrong. Let's find a solution. For sure.
Agreed. Just to kind of comment, Bubba Mike 77, he says politicians should be like NASCAR drivers.
Mm.
We should be able to see who sponsors them. I think all three of us would 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
Totally.
100%.
Yeah, Dingy kind of agrees with that there, but see who's driving
hilarious.
the boat per se.
I know. Isn't it
And
funny
then
because
Bubba Mike said-
that's literally the analogy I always use. That's why it was funny. Like, oh man, that's pretty
Yeah.
funny.
Was that your own analogy that you came up with, or?
Yeah, pretty
No,
much.
He definitely took that from somebody.
I probably have. I don't
heard
know.
Somebody else.
Yeah, it seems to be the
I
common
heard somebody
theme.
else. It's the NASCAR metaphor. I can't remember who said it. It was a couple weeks ago. I thought that was pretty clever.
I mean, I've been saying for a couple of years. I don't know. I probably stole it from someone else, but it's one of the few people that I know that literally
Oh,
you
word.
see all their fucking who they got paid for. Their suit is literally covered in that shit. So it's like, yeah, why don't we have politicians with suits and it just has all their fucking patches on, man? Who Let me know how you're gonna vote. I know how you vote because that's who you probably paid for. It's pretty simple.
If people have more money, then they would be able to pay for healthcare coverage. But I get it, $50 a week out of my check, and I have Blue Cross Shield, and they don't really cover shit. See, and that's a thing that I hear. Like, as a Canadian, we got free healthcare, but like,
Beautiful.
It is and it isn't. It doesn't cover
Yep.
insulin.
No. Okay.
No. So it's like cool.
I didn't
like,
know
yeah,
that.
It's the exact same story here, except like I have a friend who's
What's cheap there?
a type A.
Well, I
Right?
don't. Well, he said once you get past the free spot, it gets expensive. That's why I was about to look. Hold on. Insulin
free
in
spot.
Canada.
I mean, I don't know shit about healthcare, man.
I mean, I know about our shit. But once he gets, I didn't know he was.
That's
That's why I like talking to fucking Bill because fucking whatever.
I don't know. He never fucking comes around anymore.
I know. So
Fuck
in Canada, they have a fake version of it called metformin, which costs about $100 a year. If you got legit insulin, it costs about $900 a year for Canadians.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like I said,
It's actually. Sorry, I don't mean to correct you, bro. It's pronounced metformin.
yeah, you're good. I didn't know either. Metformin, okay.
Just so you say it right next time.
No, I got
make
you,
sure
brother.
I'm-
Metformin. All right.
Yeah, it's promoted by David Sinclair, the dude who is trying to do life extension and is trying to get popular with
Oh.
that. And he's been taking that to thin out his blood, and apparently that helps reduce aging or something.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
I watched a thing on him before
Yeah.
Like I said, apparently it's good for insulin too. So that's
of his.
it's good that it's nice to know that some drugs do multiple things.
Yeah, it seems pretty safe. There's been a lot of research on that too lately because of its extension properties.
Is it a relatively new drug?
I think it's been around for a while. It's just a generic cholesterol medication, and I think there's like 3 or 4 main forms of metformin, but it's a statin. It's one of the most popular statins
Mm-hmm.
for cholesterol reduction. And, yeah.
Yeah, it says it helps decrease your amount of glucose to your body, lowering your blood sugar. So yeah,
Right.
yep. Yeah, I didn't know that until this guy said it, so it kind of mind fucked me. I was lost. I'm like, oh shit, Canada shit. I wasn't prepared for that.
Diabetic, like he literally lives on insulin, and by about 2.5 weeks into the month, it's coming out of his pocket at full price, or he doesn't get it.
What is full price there? I'm wondering.
Through the roof,
First-
because we don't have a cap on anything like that.
Okay.
Oh
I was just
my
wondering.
god.
Like he's dropping, like I don't want to, like it's not my life to say
No,
his
but
business,
whatever. Yeah,
but it's like
But
10,
it's-
20 grand
it's
a
more
year.
than he should.
Oh, it's like
Yeah,
10,
it's more
20
than he
grand a
should.
year. And the guy's a hard worker. He has a good, luckily he has a good paying job, right?
Yep.
But it literally comes off of his, like you make 100K and you got to pay 20 into insulin. Now you only make 80K,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then Bubba
Yep.
Mike says $150 for copay for an ER visit. Who could afford that? And then
Yeah.
Is
Oh.
he Canadian or is he American?
I believe he's American. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, because that is outrageous. I mean, really, it is because usually it's like 40, 50, $60 maybe. So if it's 150, that's pretty outrageous.
Right?
So
What do you think, Patrick? How much is copay? Is that normal price? Do you know?
It depends on the visit.
Oh, really? Okay.
It depends on what you're going in for, and also the coverage you have. I mean, I'm signed on to my 3rd version of the medical industrial complex Medicare program, or not Medicare, what's it called? The health insurance marketplace,
Okay.
which is hilarious that they actually call it the marketplace fucking insurance. But yeah, I do get pretty good deals. Copay is usually like $5 to $15 to see a gastroenterologist. Now that may be because I'm seeing the gastroenterologist, which is a very common coverage because everybody's extremely sick in this incredibly capitalistic and industrialized nation, and that's the downstream consequences is that everybody has IBS or some horrible bowel disease, and so maybe they've worked that out where they've gotten better copay rates.
Mm-hmm.
But you still get charged an arm and a leg in the hospital. I'm $132,000 in debt, in medical debt.
I know,
because of
it's so
hospital
fucking
visits.
crazy, man. So I'm saying, how could we be in America and still allow this shit to fucking happen?
Capitalism, baby.
Oh, I mean, I get it. I get it.
I do
Land of
want to
opportunity.
add on
It
to
is.
that because I have Blue Cross Blue Shield through my employer. This is where I get confused. I think it all depends on the plan.
Yeah.
And me growing up, I have nobody to teach me what plans what this means, what that means. And there's too many plans and it's confusing. When I was at my previous employer, I had Blue Cross Blue Shield. I didn't have to pay anything. The company covered it, and all I had to pay was copays. But now that I'm with the new company, I got to pick my own plan. I just went to the dermatologist because I have erythromyalgia in my hands. That co-payment, I had to pay $140 out of pocket just for a 10-minute office visit for them to tell me, oh, I'm going to increase your meds.
So, can I ask a question about that? Like, it's a little bit personal, so you can say no if you want. Is that something that's tax deductible for you guys? So at the end of the year, will you get a tax break or a tax write-up for that? Do you know?
From what I'm aware of, no. But again, I'm very knowledgeable when it comes to that stuff.
100%.
If I
Learning as
could,
you
that
go.
would be great, but
I honestly do not. I did not know the answer to the question, so I didn't answer it. Do you get tax write-offs on medical bills? Medical.
It's a good question.
You may be able to deduct the medical and dental expenses you paid for yourself and spouse. Okay, so yep.
Yeah, but they're going to fight you on that. So this is another thing about doing your taxes. We're the only country, I think the only country in the world that requires their citizens to do their taxes for themselves. And so they have all these skeezy means where if you don't do it exactly right, they're going to fuck you over. And this is probably one of those ways that they'll do that, is if you don't properly add that correctly. What is it, calling it a 502 form or
Yep.
something?
Yep. 502.
No, that's-
Yep.
I don't remember.
It is. I'm looking
But
right
yeah.
at it. It's a 502. And it says
I mean, that's probably
it's all about
that
you have to itemize, like, so you have to, like, yeah, to make sure and you can only get like 7.5% of your money back.
And then you have to hire somebody to translate that for you. Usually it gets too complicated and people just hire somebody to do their taxes for them, which
Yep.
is also losing money. It's just all a money game.
Yeah, yeah, it costs you $300-$400 to get your 1,000, whatever it is, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Dingy Scroll says, "Oh, really? Blue Cross here in Canada is really good." And Dingy's right; it is one of the better ones. Yeah, Bubba Mike, yeah, American is way different. America is way different. Do you guys have good RX? I don't know. And then
I've heard of it. I think we do have it, yeah.
Dingy says,
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Weird because they're so close and yet so far apart. Healthcare is all about who they can make it the most out of it. That was a tough sentence for some reason. Yeah. And Bubba Mike
Yeah.
just goes on to say that he has the basic. It covers me, $65 for urgent care, $150 for an ER visit. And Dingy says, "Oh, my plan through work covers me 100%, and I have to pay like $10 for the wife to be on it."
Yeah. I mean, I would argue for some people, like, let's say you have a shitty job you just don't like, whatever, but you're almost a slave and forced to work there just because
Of the benefits.
you get because of the healthcare, especially because if you lose
Yep.
that, that's enough. Like, basically, I always tell people, like, all my buddies that I work at a bar. Like I said, when people come in, like when they talk about their jobs, I'm like, you know that your healthcare and your benefits is like another like $150 a week you're probably making on top of your paycheck. Like,
Yeah.
you're literally saving that much money because usually they have really good healthcare. You know, like
Yeah.
an average person probably pay like $500 a month for it, but you're getting it through your work. You know, like. And then, like I said, some people stay in really bad situations because of that. So, like, that's another reason. Like, we need to figure out a different way because some people shouldn't be forced to live unhappy because they need
No.
that job for that healthcare. Like, that's not a good system
Right.
either.
So
You know?
Canada's the exact opposite. Like,
What'd you think, Brandon?
I was sort of, dude, I'm trying so hard to like pay attention, but yeah, I got the part where you said people
Don't be.
want,
Just pay attention, Brandon.
I know, I'm working on it. I'm
I'm
working,
working
on
on
it.
it.
dude. I'm living under a disordered state with fucking ADHD, and then I'm thinking about what we were talking about earlier in the chat. You know,
Yeah,
all right, just give me a chance. Give me a
that's all right, my
chance,
brother.
all right? Give me-
I was just
give me
trying
a
to
chance
say.
to improve.
I was just trying to fucking just talk to him about fucking like how we should have empathy and shit. Like, dude, like.
Oh yeah,
You know, like, again, about basically how, dude, we make people be slaves to jobs because of the healthcare. Like if you have to work at a shitty job for 25, 30 years, you know, basically your whole fucking life, and you have to hate going to work every day, that cannot be good for your mental health and all your physical health, all that kind of shit, you know? Like, but in America,
Right.
we're forced to do that because guy might lose his fucking job or lose his healthcare. That's, like I said, $150, you know, it's because like $500 a month, you know, like that's a lot of money, you know, for anybody to pay.
Yep.
But you'll stay at a shitty job, you know, your whole life just so you can save that $500 a month, which I get. Like, personally, I mean, I get it, but on like the health sense, it's not good for you.
Absolutely not, dude.
So
There's so
we
many
don't pay for
problems.
like
I
an ER
know.
visit costs us nothing. It doesn't matter. Literally, unless it's a life and death emergency, you could be waiting there 10, 12 hours. People have literally died in the waiting halls in Canada
Mhm.
regularly, but you don't pay for it.
Regularly.
But then, like, if you are
Regularly.
75,
I know. I should have been like, oh yeah, that would've been good. Literally, like, there's like people dying every day in the fucking ER waiting room.
Appeal to extremes, baby.
ER waiting room, United States. I wonder what ours is. Because like I feel like the hospital I work at, dude, I hear people waiting like 4 to 6 hours all the time. Yeah,
Was
6.
he talking about Canada or the United States?
He's Canadian, so he's talking about the Canada system. Because I'm trying to say like, you know, universal healthcare and shit's good, and he's like, well, we have our flaws. I'm like, I know you have your flaws. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's better than what we're running. Because he's saying like people wait in the waiting room for like 12, 14 hours. Ours is 6. Our average is 6 hours.
I definitely spent all night in a waiting room trying to get seen for a Crohn's disease flare up. Multiple times this has happened where I just had to leave and then try to come back the next day.
Yep.
One time I waited, yeah, it was about 6 hours. That was the best time I had. But usually it's been like 10 to 12, or just I don't get seen at all. You just get pushed down the list, and I mean it's a mess on all sides. But we could definitely do better.
For sure, and that's what I mean. Like I said, that's kind of was my thinking when he saw like Canada has like this long wait. Like, dude, ours is not that fucking good either. Honestly, like I don't. Like I said at the time, I didn't know the actual. I didn't think about looking that stat up. I should have, but so I fucking had no clue. Like, but now that I have time to look at it, I'm like, yeah, dude. Like I said, our average is 6 hours. So I mean, like,
I might get a job at Mercy Hospital doing something because apparently they have a bunch of positions that all start at like $20 an hour, which ain't bad.
Then you
That's
come
pretty
hang
good.
out
I
with
mean,
me
that's
after
like-
work. Bam.
Yeah, dude. Once I get my vehicle, you know, again, whatever vehicle I get,
I'm literally
it
walking.
won't take that
distance.
long.
I'm
Oh, from fucking
Mercy.
the bars.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like a
shit.
block away, bro.
Oh fuck, dude, yeah. That's
I was saying it's
perfect.
literally a block away.
Yeah, like my like the dude, like one of the dudes that grew up in the trailer park here, Sean, was talking about it.
I know a couple people
might be-
that
might be
cook
from
at the
your grade.
hospital, and I know a couple people that work at the hospital. I always want to talk to one of those bitches that work at the hospital, but they can't because of fucking. I told you that dude died of COVID and death threats and dumb
Oh, yeah.
shit. Or else she would.
Fucking NDA.
Yep. Silliness.
paying up in Canada, you're paying like 60% taxes,
Yep.
right? Like we
How,
get,
how much? You said 75K.
yeah, about 75K and up, you're paying about 60%. If you're in the 50K, you're at about 50%, and underneath 30K, you don't pay anything. You pay a little bit, but you get it all back on tax returns,
Yep.
right? So like those tax brackets are absolutely crazy in Canada. Like,
I agree.
so it's
So
like
I can tell you. So in America, I looked this up recently. So in America, our top tax bracket is 37%, and it's for 650 grand. Okay.
yeah.
So like my thought process is like, if we can start charging like someone who makes $50 million a year, if we can just charge them like 42% now, and then the people that make like $100 million a year, maybe charge them like 48%. You know, I think that would be a good down payment for America to start having some kind of universal health care. Maybe not fully,
Absolutely.
but it'd be a nice, good chunk of it. You know.
So I disagree with you
See, disagrees, fucker. Just
completely
kidding.
on that. Not to be
Well, see, here's the
uh,
thing though. Like, that allows people to spend more into the medical industry, which allows the medical industry to employ more fucking people and
Yes.
then reduce the waiting times and all that bullshit.
Yeah,
Fuck's sake.
or you build more hospitals, so you don't have like one
Yeah.
hospital for like 5 cities. You could have like maybe like almost a hospital per city. So then that one hospital has to deal with like 30, 40,000 people in that area versus dealing with like 150,000 because now you got Anoka, Blaine, Coon Rapids, all these people all going to the same hospital, you know, or whatever, you know, like
Yeah.
things like that. Yeah, I know, but that's like I said, that's always my thought process. Like, if you make $50 to $100 million, what's 7% of that? $7 million extra dollars. Like, you're not missing that. You know, like you made
Canadians
you made $100
disagreeing.
million. You're not missing that extra $7 million.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
It's
yeah,
like,
dude.
like they all sound like big numbers, but it's all relative. Like I'm saying, if a billionaire pays $10 million, and it's not a lot to them, but to everybody
we
else,
literally
the fuck them.
empathize more with rich people than we do with poor people.
Because I think we all think we're gonna get rich, and we don't want to lose our
Yeah.
money. I think that's part of the issue is that, especially
We're
in
not
America.
gonna get rich.
Well, I
No,
understand
it
that.
will-
I
yeah, it's
understand
the
that. But the
delusion.
American dream is we can all make it. And we're like, all right, someday I'm going to make it big. And I don't want people taking my money away. So then they start thinking like that. Even though, yeah, like you said, the odds of you being that person is like 0.2% of the population. You know, like
Yeah.
good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Like rub
Fucking
the wrong
delusional.
way or whatever like that.
You're all good.
I don't believe taxing the rich is gonna solve the problem, right? Because like in Canada, we have major corporations, big companies, literally leaving Canada because of taxes.
See, I don't
So
know if that's
like,
true.
Like cool. Like,
I need to look this up quick. Are Canada companies leaving because of taxes?
This is why we need to not fucking rely on rich fucking people, man. Like that they'll fucking jump ship as soon as
It says they are. Some have left. So I mean, he's not wrong, I guess. But I wonder how. Let's see here. Skilled engineer, Ontario.
Yep, they rob us and then they fucking jump ship as soon as we want our piece of the pie.
See, like, so, like, where I agree with them with Canada, because, like I said, it's like 75,000 they fucking rape you in taxes. Like, that's silly. They should rape the people that are making the millions and the, you know, like them people, not all your average Joe Blow people. Because 75,000 relatively is not that a lot, you know, on the grand scale of how much money people have.
No, it's not shit.
No,
That's like baseline, you know, like that's
pretty much, yeah.
they're literally
I'm
leaving
in
for
for 8,
places.
so I'm gonna get up 6:57.
They're
57?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
mute your mic.
Mute your mic.
They're literally leaving
I'll
Canada.
make sure because I leave here about 4
With those.
Bob the meatloaf.
Okay.
Fuck. I kind of wanted to say it, but I did. That's why I'm smiling. I'm laughing my ass off in my head. I just kept
See,
thinking of fucking stupid funny
I get
things
the
to
same
say.
shit happening, man.
Yeah,
That's what's funny.
it is funny. Like I said in my head, I had so many jokes going in my head to fucking say, but I tried not to.
Revenue that they put into our economy. Where
Alright.
Yeah.
if you can
Okay,
incentivize
right.
companies to come to Canada and really focus on paying off our deficit. In Canada, we owe billions and billions, like silly numbers. The interest money that we pay on that deficit would cover all of our healthcare.
Yep.
Right? So it's like,
So I
Go
agree
ahead.
with you on so like I agree with so like that's why I'm prefacing it's the personal income tax, not the like corporate income tax. So, like I would want to have the corporate income tax in America, whatever, it's still lower, obviously, so you incentivize the companies. But like when each board member makes $50 to $100 million on that board for like their individual take,
yeah.
they should be taxed probably like 45-48%. And I think, like I said, that would be a nice down payment towards working on some kind of Medicare for all for the United States. Because honestly, we have like the lowest fucking, or one of the lowest like life expectancies and stuff. And like we don't in America, because you don't want to spend so much on healthcare, like for hospital costs. We don't do preventative care. We only go to the hospital when like we're actually like almost dying. Like we gotta be pretty seriously bad sick before we actually go to the hospital.
The old school
Where I'm
farmer mentality, where the farmer shows up at the hospital and they know he's hurt because he wasn't going for any other reason beside needing to absolutely go, kind of
Yes.
mentality of things, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that's
absolutely.
that's bad, and I feel like that's bad. So like I feel like a lot of people, like a lot of things we probably could prevent
Yeah.
if people weren't worried about paying
Really good
$1,000 to $5,000, let's say, for a trip or whatever. You know, like if you had
Pick
to
a
heal
number, yeah.
Yep.
you know, whatever it is. Yeah.
That's huge.
So
Yeah, that's always my point. It's like, dude, we don't try to prevent problems in America because it's so expensive unless you have like the best healthcare. Like you just don't. And like I want people like these people, like they're anti this stuff, but it's like, man, I just want your head to think about this, man. Like it can't be good to have people just being sick for no reason, man. Like, or you know, being really sick. Like I said, if you had like
real expensive.
well, like I said, yeah, man. Like I said, if you have like a bad like cough for like 2 weeks, you know, you probably should just go in and get it checked and make sure you're all right. But now you don't, and now that cough becomes fucking pneumonia or whatever the fuck. Now you got a real fucking disease.
Yep.
You know, like it's something you could have stopped. You know, like probably 2 weeks ago, some antibiotics and whatever. You know, but you didn't go because you don't want to pay the money, which I understand because it's expensive as fuck. But again, people shouldn't be forced to make the choice of how much money I have to spend or whatever, and my life and my health. It's a bad choice. Like that's always gonna be my point. Nobody should be forced. it's kind of like to me like I tell my parents all the time, like, you should tell me if you want to live or die at the end of your life, because I don't want to make that choice. You should not force me or my brothers or anybody to make the choice to pull the plug or not. Put it in your will, talk to a lawyer, whatever the fuck you want to do, because you're conscious and sane now. Do it. Tell them, because don't leave that to me. Don't leave that to David or what. Like, same thing. Like, these are choices that people are forced to make, and they probably shouldn't even be forced to make them. It should be the other person, like the individual's person choice or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I'm
the
just saying.
preventative care is huge. That is just, yeah. Yep.
And it's probably cheaper long run, dude. If the government paid like $500 to get you healthy, like today, instead of paying $100,000 now for the next month of treatments and
Yep.
all this shit, it's probably cheaper long run too.
Should in a sense be like mandatory, like maybe some incentive, yeah, to go in and get checked out.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Even like my brother, who's not free to work, but he always says like, I think everyone should get at least one doctor visit a year for free. So
Yeah.
that's his compromise. Like, you should one time a year you should get checked out to see what the fuck's wrong with you, and then after that you decide if you want to do it or not.
So
Which is still a bad
maybe
choice, but at least it's some compromise. I can live with it.
if we switch to some sort of universal or single payer system, like people get a fucking write off or something, so it looks like or feels like you're getting a reward, but you're like not, like
Yeah. Well, like I said, I bring it up here. Like, we should incentivize being healthy. Like I was saying, like, if you don't smoke cigarettes, maybe the government should give you $100 every year for a tax write off. Or like, if you don't drink booze and you can kind of prove it, maybe you get $100 every year. So you incentivize people doing good things.
yep.
Like I said, people do a lot. Like I said, if you don't smoke for 40 years, guess what? You just made like $4,000 for free, or like 40 grand in your whole life for free, or I don't know, $4,000. I was right the first
That's
time. But either
true.
way, like, that's big money. Like, people, if you tell someone that like at 14, 15, like, hey man, in your lifetime you can get 4 to 10 grand for free just by not doing these dumb things. I bet more people do them. Like, because they
Mhm.
want the money. So I'm just saying, it's the incentivize good things.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Just to bring that,
100%.
to kind of like dial it back into the RFK conversation, do you believe that he's going, do you have an opinion on which way he's going to kind of like lean to steer the healthcare system?
Well, I mean, so like, I do like his food takes mostly. I mean, there's some things I do disagree. Like, I'm not super afraid of high fructose corn syrup, but like the red dyes and the red 40s, like all the red stuff, that is horrible. Like, it has petroleum in it, literally gas. Like, we probably shouldn't be eating gas, but I don't know. It just seems like they're for less regulations, which I don't know if necessarily good, because like I tried to tell my buddy this the other day, like, it's like laws. Like, there's a reason why the law came into effect, because somebody did something stupid.
Yeah.
Well, there's probably a reason why the regulations, like, we might hate them because some things are really stupid, but the reason why the regulation was put there in the first place is because somebody fucked up somewhere, did something really stupid. Like, okay, we need to put this into law. Like, we
Yeah.
need to actually do this. So like, I feel like we need to
So-
keep regulations at least similar. I mean, there's probably maybe a few they can cut, but like, like I said, I'm all for the government having the handrails on the big corporations and making sure that they don't have unchecked power, kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm most excited for the food industry thing too.
Mhm.
And you made a couple references. My biggest thing is aspartame in diet soda.
Yeah.
That's been a known carcinogen.
I didn't look how bad. Do we know actually how bad aspartame is? And I've heard about it my whole life, but I didn't actually Google it.
Well, there's people that will say like, "Oh, aspartame or artificial sweeteners are worse than natural sweeteners." or
True.
whatever,
That's
like-
why I use the high fruit, because that was what I thought they're gonna go with, because that's what everyone goes with, high fructose corn syrup. So I
Oh.
Googled the fuck out of that, so I know everything about that. But I didn't look up
when made
aspartame.
under good manufacturing practices and used under the approved conditions of use. Interesting. So carcinogen.
Yeah,
Carcinogenic.
carcinogens.
But like, I mean, what isn't a carcinogen? I
That's
feel like
that
is-
I get to that point eventually. I'm like red meat.
Yeah.
All this shit is horrible for you. Like, right? Like, you like go down how they're talking about the slippery slope thing. Like, well, it's slippery slope. You're gonna start doing things that are carcinogenics, because fucking there's a lot of good things that we eat all the time and whatever.
So A while back, I had seen some arguments claiming that our body produces cholesterol on its own, no matter what, and like what we eat doesn't have much to do with it, but that could
What?
be kind of bullshit.
Well, I mean, it might probably make some naturally. Does our body
Right.
make
Does our body so like the liver, I think, produces it.
cholesterol is a waxy substance, an essential modification. The liver is a primary organ responsible for producing it.
So,
But yeah, it says yes, humans can produce cholesterol.
so okay, all the cholesterol you need. The remainder of the cholesterol your body comes from fruits, from animals. Okay.
Yeah, like it probably only makes
like
maybe like 5-10% what you need for a day, and you gotta eat or whatever the rest. I'm gonna guess. I'm not sure though.
I mean, obviously, what we eat affects our cholesterol, but
Yeah, bad cholesterol, good cholesterol. I don't know, but yeah, like I said, I guess high fructose. The one thing that's what I started looking up, and he went with the other one, and I fucking didn't know. I hate what I don't know.
what makes us fat, of course. That's
They do.
one
It does
thing.
that. Yeah, the
And
rats we've seen.
heart
That.
disease is really bad, and
But
yeah.
so like I always have to preface so like is it bad because it's bad or is it bad because we drink and eat too much of it? Like I was
Right.
trying to break it down to like it's a personal problem. Like and I'm part of it. I'm trying to get better at not drinking juice and shit because too much of it is bad. You know, like anything. It's not necessarily the thing. It's the amount. And that's what I try to preface with like the high fructose corn syrup versus sugar. Well, guess what? If you eat either one all the time, you're gonna get fat and lazy and fucking unhealthy. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, people get reliant on like shit like that for like pleasure or like energy, I think. And,
Well, like I said, I
you
think in
know, like,
America
energy for
especially, we
pleasure.
fucking it's in everything. It's in spaghetti sauce, it's in tomato sauce or ketchup, it's in mustard, it's in everything.
It's weird to consider when it becomes habit forming, but I feel like it's because it's like a treat. It is that. It is the hedonistic element,
Yeah.
not the it's not like your body craves it, in
Oh,
that
I
sense.
think it
So
does.
it's-
Well, not maybe not as much anymore.
well,
So
when
like
it becomes
so,
addictive,
well, no,
yeah.
I'm not even
like
saying that. So like I think so like for millennia before we had food everywhere, but food shell or like grocery stores and stuff. The odds of you eating something sweet was so rare. So when you got the chance to eat it, you'd eat all of it and eat it fast. And be like, but like I said, the problem is now you can go to the grocery store right now and buy unlimited amounts of that sweet stuff. So like our brain, like our bodies haven't adapted to fucking the unlimited amount of it versus being a scarce issue. So like our brains are still triggered to fucking want eat it all the time when we have it all the time. You know, it's different.
I'm not sure if it is a hedonistic thing or like a body, because like there is something of a distinction there, like depression. I mean, if you ever get depressed and you start eating like so, chocolate's good for depression. It relieves depression apparently, but
Yep.
I think sweets uplift us like emotionally, and people
Probably.
get
Yeah. You probably feel happier.
reliant
Or
on that.
well, also, when you eat sweets, if you want to get like the psychological thing, when you're eating sweets, normally you're at like a birthday party, like a fucking, anniversary, like it's big events. So you kind of like maybe your brain, because even as a kid, like we tell our kids like you don't eat sweets, but like when it's like Christmas, they eat as many cookies as they want, whatever the fuck, because it's a big event, So it's one of those, maybe your mind, maybe you're psychologically triggered to think that when you're young, and then you grow up similar, I guess.
Well, I think like I don't know how your parents were, but like like kind of having parents that don't really give a shit. They're like, yeah, all right, go play fucking video games or whatever you're gonna do. Like so like we get accustomed to like or conditioned to like constantly return back to these hedonistic practices because we don't have the engagement with our parents or friends or whatever that like would be fulfilling to us, because
Yeah, that plays a role for sure. I agree.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just a lot of, I think there's a lot of stuff that comes into it, like
yeah, everything's super.
I don't even
complicated.
crave sweets right now. I have fucking 2 fucking things of fucking low carb ice cream. I'm not even fucking touching it. I'm just like, I don't give a shit. It's weird.
I always tell me I don't really crave sweet
That's
things,
how it
but
goes,
like if
though.
it's in front of me, I eat it though. I'm a guy. Like that's my problem. Like if I'm at the bar, I never order anything. Like I never bring like candy and shit. But someone's like, "Oh, do you want a cookie?" I'm like, "I guess so." Like okay, like since it's here, yeah, I do.
Yep.
Shit like that more than like
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, cookie, dude. It's hard to turn down a fucking cookie. God damn.
Especially this one bitch, she bakes something homemade. She'll bring them to the bar randomly. I'm like, Well, yeah, I want a fucking caramel chocolate fucking cookie. Yes, I do. Like, like it's delicious.
Yeah,
But like I said,
it's so hard to
like
turn,
so like I
turn it
always say, like when
down.
I go to the store, I don't even go down
But
the fucking chips and cookie aisle. Like I never go down that aisle. I don't buy them unless
I
it's
got
like
I got
a
some
birthday
chips
party.
here. I got fucking muffins I'm not even touching. I feel like my mom's been buying shit just to like test me or some shit, to, like set me up for failure or something. I don't know.
Right.
I ain't touching it. I don't need that shit.
Got him, bitch. That's kidding.
Yep.
That's funny.
But dude, like coffee and creamer. That's
Yep.
my main fucking weakness. Like
Yep.
it's not good.
I always joke with people because they always think that coffee's healthy. I'm like, with all the cream and sugar you put in, it's just like a pop. So it's really not
Yep.
healthy at all. Like in your brain, you think it's healthy because it's coffee, but it's like, no, if you drink it black, yeah. But what you're doing, no.
So for keto, I can do butter and heavy cream,
Mhm.
which might be all right. But yeah, hey, dude, maybe I should try that right now. Well, I gotta fucking wait. I gotta be up at like 6. Maybe I should shower tonight. I don't know because I got court tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't
Hopefully
know.
the fucking case will be resolved for once. It was supposed to be pre-trial, but they were trying to settle it, and my phone has been like
Blown up.
not.
Oh, not
No,
working.
oh, okay. 740. Wait. Wait. Oh, I gotta get a ride from my mom's friend. Wait, actually, I gotta check this again. 1 sec. You can turn it back on. I just gotta look at some
All right.
my bullshit for like,
Carcinogen
my time.
Yep.
for a long time, and diet soda is supposed to be healthier than regular soda, and I mean it may be when it comes to a sugar aspect, but now you put aspartame into play, then you're
Other
playing with
chemicals.
fire. Chemicals, yeah,
Mhm.
and I also would say I lost it. It's gone.
No worries.
So
Train
like, if
of
you're
the
gonna,
station.
that's all right. With carcinogens, like I get what you're saying because some of them are really bad, but like honestly, like to me, that's one of those slippery slope things. Like I was looking up, like because like beef, red meat, pork, all this shit is technically carcinogen. So and like cigarettes, drinking, like I mean, like how much, like this. So like to me, it's not about making things illegal. We should just need to make people better educated on
Hey,
what's in there. Like like you know what? If you want to smoke, as long as you know that you're gonna fuck. Like for me, like I'm smoking, but as long as I know what the consequences are, I know like, like if I can eat red meat, but as I know that's gonna cause me pancreatic cancer or colon cancer or prostate cancer, as long as I know the outcomes of doing the negative things, I can live with it. At least for
Right,
people and their
right.
choices.
yeah.
And I agree with that. If don't just start outright banning everything because this is America. We have freedom of
Mhm.
everything.
Yep.
But as long as we know, hey, like you said, if I eat this beef, I get pancreatic cancer. That's on me. I was
Mhm.
told. It happened.
You gotta live with it. It's a choice. Yeah, it's
My
a choice.
Fuck it. Make Coke and medicine again, like way back in the day. Woo, that's a slippery slope. I love
That's-
medicine.
No, that's actually the thing that I was gonna reference that I
Wally.
forgot about.
What's that?
With regulations and
Well,
stuff, and why
we're
I
playing
feel
the
like
Bulls,
there
huh?
definitely should
We're
be a
playing
little bit.
I know we should have fucking won the last 2 games, right?
Well, we lost by 2 both times. And both times I took a shit. I predicted us to win. So I may have cursed us.
Well, don't do it again. So we're gonna lose
Nah,
now, right? Just kidding.
it's probably because like half the team's getting traded, so they didn't suit up. It's probably something
Also,
like that.
we're hurt. We're crippled.
Yeah, but you know how the NBA is. It's like, are they hurt? Or are they fake hurt and they're getting traded?
I don't know. I don't think we're making trades. I think we're staying packed. Like I said, we need the money for.
I think we're moving someone, but we're gonna stay young. I bet. You don't think we'll move one player for like just to get better
No,
cash or something? Nothing that will like help the team, but maybe for like a free agent signing.
nah. I think we're just gonna let Julius Randle's contract go off the books and use that to sign Nas Reed and Nikhil Alexander-Walker, and we'll see what happens after that. How much money we have left over?
Yeah, you're right. No one wants to pick up Randall.
No.
That dude's lost.
Plus, he just tore his meniscus, whatever the fuck it was. So like he's out for like 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Did he? Wow, how
or
convenient.
or his right. No, that
Right
was
before trade deadline. That's funny.
yeah.
Man,
It was his right growing. That's why he hasn't played like the last 4 games, and he's gonna miss like I said 2 to 3
they
more
milked
weeks.
they milked us for that trade. Dang.
Yeah, it wasn't a good trade, but it's a long term thing because we get to keep Cat or not Cat, but Nas. So
Well, yeah, but
I know.
Cat and Nas sounds a lot better than Nas.
And and Nikhil, you get both of them.
Oh, that Alexander came in the trade too.
No, not the trade, but because you traded Cat, you get to
We're
sign.
able to hold on to.
Yeah, you get to sign
yeah.
those 2 guys back because if we'd have kept Cat, those 2 guys are gone. Especially Nas is obviously the bigger one. If Nas
And
leaves,
McDaniels has already got a pretty decent contract, don't he, with us
yep,
for a couple more years?
he's got at least 2 more. Yeah, he signed the same year as Ant, so they both went into effect this year. So they got like 3-4 years.
I'd really like to see us go after a guard, just a guard, one that could play a little point, maybe shooting guard. It doesn't even have to be a starter. It could be just a decent role guard or something, just to have in the mix. But
I was reading
that's just
Lonzo
me.
Ball next year in the free agent.
I was looking at that too. And I was like, that might work good because we need a dude that's quick, that can push the ball, that can get it to our like weapons. And dude, like, I know you've seen that with Dillingham. You're probably like, holy crap! Like I seen a couple passes. I'm like, that dude looks like Rubio out there.
Yeah, man,
Like,
he could be really good too.
He did that baseball bounce pass, and I
Yep.
thought, well, I think that was pretty sick.
It
I
is.
forget. I think he was making Garza look pretty damn good. Garza was doing pretty good backdoor cuts and shit. But
Yep, same as Jalen Clark.
yeah, but I mean, yeah, I suppose we're playing like our D League players and we're still competing. So at least we're not like the Mavs. Would they lose by 60?
Yeah,
It's like they went from a pretty decent playoff team to basically an E team overnight.
I know they're bottom.
Davis didn't play though, did he? Davis didn't
No,
suit up
of
that
course.
game.
Today was Fox
So they
first game, and he's ripping it up too. So yep.
So they probably would have lost still by 20, but if they had Davis, but yeah, they're gonna be good once they mold it together. Like
What are the
Dallas
Wolves
is going to
doing?
be a good team. They might even be better. Like Davis is a good player. If his head's in it, he's so damn good. Like that's the reason why we got gold in the Olympics like 7 years ago.
Right.
That dude was the reason.
Yeah.
And then he started playing with LeBron, so he's rested up.
Yeah. He be.
He's all rested up. He's been playing with LeBron, and he's never touched the ball, so he's good to go.
Right.
He's got legs.
He's got them. All right.
That's actually pretty damn funny, but that might be actually true.
It probably is
Because
true.
they're so used to Doncic taking like 30 shots a game. Like Anthony Davis is going to be putting up like 35 and 15 a game for him. And Kyrie's going to be killing it. Kyrie's still there, right?
He might get traded though. I mean, if things go really bad.
Yeah. But they're still going to get a good point guard in return. They're not going to just trade him for nothing. So, yeah, they're going to have Klay Thompson in the corner hitting threes like he used to. They're going to have a point guard getting 10 assists again. Yeah, they'll probably get like a Trae Young, dude, and they'll be killing it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, they're going to be good. They're not dumb. Everyone thinks they're dumb for that trade, and that's pretty much an even trade.
Yeah.
Because Davis plays both sides. He just doesn't put up 32 a game or whatever.
Yeah.
But he can hit the three. He plays good D. He's long.
It's just he's
he
older.
Can rebound.
It's just he's old.
It's just he's older, but he's still got 5 all-star years in him.
Yeah, I would say at least 4. He'll play to 35, and then after that, we'll see.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still going to be probably their number one option. And then when they start keying on him, then Klay Thompson's going to be hitting threes. Then they're going to be doubling Klay. Then they're going to be back to Davis. Then the point guard's going to be killing it. But it's going to open it up for them, and they're going to be playing way faster, better basketball.
But also, you got to think like, just like the Timberwolves in general, it takes time. Once you make a big trade, you gotta learn how to play. Everyone plays with the
It
new
does, but it doesn't. You can't say that the Mavericks were playing good basketball because that dude was
No.
just 6'8", and he had the leverage and he had the shot down, and he knew that playing point guard, the tallest point guard's probably 6'4".
No, yeah.
So it's like obviously he did the geometry.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, he's a good player. If Doncic can figure out his defense, like that dude is
I don't know if he will.
crazy good. Um,
He's been in the league for like 9 years, or not really, like 7 years, and he still don't play defense. I don't think he's gonna start now.
yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll
Yeah,
see.
we
I
should.
have a feeling he'll get even lazier, but I hope not.
Yeah, we'll find
Like
out
I do want to see good basketball,
for sure. Who doesn't?
but yeah, just chucking up threes. I mean, I get the mathematics of it, but it's like it's not fun to watch, and you know that.
Yeah, I got you.
But yeah, that'd be great. So I think they got a day left till the trade deadline's over.
Yeah, it's something like that. Maybe like within a week.
Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm just gonna stay here.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
What's up?
Yep.
I suppose we'll get back to the review shit. Let's go back.
Yeah.
More, but not outright banning everything. If you
Mhm.
look years ago when Coke first came out, they were putting
Yes.
illicit drugs in
I
it
will.
and making it addictive so people drank it. So
But what's the
I mean,
difference?
it's now
Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
it's
No.
not that extreme, but just like how I don't remember what year in the somewhere in the 1900s they got away from Crisco and the fat and changed it to sugar.
Yeah, I was just
70s.
about to say that.
70s.
70s.
And is sugar any less addictive?
I think
It's not
more
as sweet.
addictive.
Oh no.
Well, compared to like high fructose corn syrup, it's sugar is high fructose corn syrup and shit is way more sweet. That's why we tend to do it, and it tends to be a little bit cheaper to actually make than actual regular sugar. So that's kind of why, like I was saying, I think it was like '76. It was Jimmy Carter who kind of started to switch over to the processed high fructose corn syrup.
Dingy says they do say it has some good medicinal properties, and Bubba Mike says cane sugar may be healthier, but it's still sugar. Sugar is more addictive than most drugs.
Yep.
I'm a coffee drinker. I'm a first thing like between coffee and the sugar I put in my coffee. If I don't have my morning coffee, I get the jitters, I get a headache, I get crotchety. And aside from that, I'm an overall healthy person. But it just shows the power of like what's addictive in our in the stuff that we have, right? But to your point, it's fine as long as it's not something that's gonna kill you tomorrow. Like we're not talking about like we all agree anything that's like super bad. Hey, you guys should drink bleach, right? No, we all agree that should be. We should put that in our food.
Yeah.
But all the normal stuff that may or may not have long-term side effects or whatever like that, that we should at least educate our population and say like these are the pros, these are the cons, these are our recommendations on what you should do, and you're free to do as you choose. Like as Americans, as you guys, like I'm Canadian, we have a ton more rules and regulations on what we can and cannot do, and cannot say, and it's getting tighter and tighter by the day for us, right?
Yeah,
So
I don't like none of that. Like, especially this freedom of speech. Like, I can't believe more countries haven't came up with that like as a law for other countries. Like, it should be a broad thing for everybody. Like, that's such a good idea that America came up with. That I can't believe nobody's copied.
I know. I'm actually shocked that nobody has like even come up with their own idea or spin on it.
we have
Yeah, I'm just saying.
we have like jail time for hate speech. And
Yeah, stupid.
and I'm not saying that I'm not trying to like, oh, I wish I could say bad words or be mean to people. I'm not saying none of that. But I believe this is my beliefs, is that you're free to say whatever you want, but you're not free of the repercussions of how people react to that. Right? My rights end.
consequences.
My rights end where yours begin. Right? I love that mentality. That's a very un-American vibe. But as Canadians, you go back to like their 90s and stuff like that. That's literally, we were very similar, but we didn't talk about it the way you guys do. Right? It's inbred into a lot of America. Where Canada's like, oh, we're the nice guys. We don't say bad words.
Yep.
And because of that, when the government started to push those agendas, we didn't say nothing. We didn't fight back. We didn't push back. And now it's extreme. Now it's way over the other side of the kettle.
True.
Right?
Yeah, you just went too far left. Like I said, like I lean left in a lot of my views, but like I can easily call out when two people go too fucking far on the left because that's crazy.
I
Like,
don't look at free speech
like,
as a right wing ethos at all. I think
it's became that. I don't know why it became that. It's the same as like I always joke. The right wing says they're for fucking balancing the budget, but they always spend the most money. It's like, why do they get to keep claiming to be the balanced budget people when they have never done it?
Yeah,
you know,
I've always been more like small pop. But it's so difficult. But my like leaning has always been less government, less control, but more like people like control. So, but that's hard in this system. You can't really be a left libertarian in our system. Like,
no, because usually when you're left, you're more about societal helps and norms and stuff.
And you can. The only way to do that in our system is to take from the wealthy, like via taxes, like like.
Like I said, you need guardrails for unchecked capitalism. Like capitalism's good. You just need to put regulations and stuff to make sure it's not unlimited amount.
Yeah, I would be sort of a social democrat or a democratic socialist if I were to.
I just call myself. I'm just a liberal in the truest form of. I just want people to have freedoms to do what they want as long as it's not affecting me or ruining my life. You know, like, and I do agree with the whole like, we live in a society, like I said, so we need to figure out what's best for us in this society in general.
But if I'm comfortable and I'm not miserable in a workplace, and I'm able to fucking live within my means without being inhibited in any fucking way, I'm happy. Like I don't need any kind of excess. Like if I can like take vacation like or whatever as like once or twice a year, or not twice a year, once every 1 to 2 years or something, like that's good enough.
Yeah.
Something like just not to have all these opportunities and experiences like so lopsided as we head up the social ladder. Like it's just kind of shitty because like rich boy fucking that's always on vacation, like he only gets to have that if I don't get to have vacations or we don't get to have vacations. Like it's a zero-sum game.
Yeah, I can see that. I use the analogy like you were saying with where your ends. I use the analogy like I have the right to swing my arms as much as I want until I'm in your bubble. Like I cannot. I don't get the chance to hit you. Like I can swing and dance and be a fool all I want until I'm in your space. Now I lose that right to do it. You know.
Yeah. See,
same thing with speech though.
Exactly. You're not free of the consequences of those actions. Right. So. Just Dingy says caffeine. That's not even sugar. He's like, I like that one. He's the kind of guy. He would do the Bart Simpson. If you get any closer, right?
Yep.
Yup.
So to move forward with the conversation, RFK brings a strong anti-corporate stance. Unlike previous HHS leaders who were often tied to big pharma or healthcare or the healthcare industry. Or the opposite take of that, his lack of experience in government leadership and history of conspiracy theories make him a risky choice for such a crucial position.
I disagree with that.
Elaborate.
And the reason I disagree is because yes, he's never really been in any government position in his career, but he's been his lifelong journey. I don't know, he was doing environmental stuff, but he is known for a lot of lawsuits he's put against the government in their wrongdoings. And that's where I feel we have good experience. Yes, he may not have been my feet are in the shoes, but he's been going after the people whose feet are in the shoes. So he knows the games, he knows, the ins and outs and hey, you can't say this or you don't do this. He's been in the public eye, maybe not as big as these people, but he knows how they operate. And if you're looking to do something good, you know how that system operates. You can get in there and do your thing. Hopefully, good enough.
Okay.
So I think I think it's a good thing. It's a different set of eyes for sure.
And what were you, Dink Sided?
I mean, I don't mind him being an outsider per se. I wish he would have worked instead of being an environmental lawyer. I wish he would have been like a fucking pharmaceutical lawyer. That maybe made a little bit better per se.
Closer ties
But-
to it.
Yeah, just more so like he knows like the actual like because like when you're I suppose being a lawyer you probably go over all these studies like and you have to
Yeah.
read every little bit of it so you probably pick up all the knowledge as you go. It's like so I think that would be a little bit better. Like I said, the only thing that really holds me back from being like a real fan is just the him being the anti-vax guy because bird flu is about to come out into humans soon. Like that's a real big issue, and if we don't have a guy,
the case, yeah.
yeah, I'm just saying like this is about to be a real issue, and if we have like I was saying with before, like a bad decision is better than no decision, and if we have him sitting there and just waiting for good science, like he always says, I'm waiting for good science. Well, you might wait too long, and this thing might get real out of hand. Like we need action, like I said. So like kind of go back with like the COVID shit. Like I kind of disagree with like how we did in the beginning. It was kind of silly, and I understand that. But at that point, I feel like bad actions were better than no actions.
Okay. So, like, as a Canadian, like, we had, like, when it comes to the vaccine and vaccine skepticism and the public backlash and stuff like that, we literally had people have their bank accounts frozen. They were arrested. There's people still in jail to this day for peacefully protesting against the vaccine mandate. Right? We were
wrong.
a lot more extreme than you, but that's where the action is more valuable than no action. Again, that's another slippery slope depending on how you look
Extreme?
at it. Yeah, how extreme it gets, right? Like,
Yeah, for sure.
to cycle back to what you said, like you said, you have a lot of liberal views. Like, I used to believe I was a liberal, 100% on the liberal side of things, but I feel the center has gone so much to one side. I'm deemed a conservative now, right? Same thing with the vaccine cause, and vaccines in general. Like, my kids are up to date in all the shots. I'm pro-vaccine all day long. But I had skepticisms about the COVID vaccine just for how new it was, and I wanted to see some science before I made that decision for myself. Right?
True.
So
I agree.
I'm not a fan of like the mandating it or whatever you want to call it. Like
yeah,
you should have the right. So like for me personally, like only people that it's hard to say forced, but like only people that really needed to get it for sure was like 65-year-old people and up. And 2 comorbidity people, like those people, probably truly needed
workers,
it.
Perhaps
Younger people
like
probably didn't need it.
transmission.
What up?
If it reduces transmission, like healthcare workers probably need to get it. I think that's the only thing that I would, the only other class it's mandated for.
Well, like I maybe I mean. It's hard to say.
But
I get why people hate force, but like the thing is, like it comes down to public safety. Like I shouldn't have the right to get you sick, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Like that's why I use. I think I talked about eventually. Like if you didn't want to get the vaccine, like if you want to take time out of your day every week, take one test every week in order to go out in public. I mean, that should be an option. Like either you get the vaccine or you fucking have to take a test every week. And verify that you're not sick.
Like. We should have some sort I understand we do have standards for like proving the efficacy or like the lack of danger or whatever for these vaccines, but it should be made like explicit, like. And I don't know. I don't know enough about this shit to really have a good opinion, to be honest. But I mean, just intuition says healthcare workers, old people. Yep, there you go. People with predispositions.
Yeah. It sucks being sick. Like I got it. I got sick for like 3 days. It sucked. But I mean, like I was never worried about actually being killed by it because I'm a healthy person, But,
yeah.
So like, So like, it's I get both sides of this per se because like I don't want, but like the thing is like at least in America, like when they when they tried to force people to do it, they gave you the option of doing, like, I think it was like a test every 2 weeks at your job in order to fucking show that you don't have it. So I mean, like, it was like a semi-force, I would say. It wasn't like a full-fledged, like, you had to do it or you lost everything. It was like you could not do it, but you just have to be annoyed and to go to the doctor every 2 weeks and get a test, and
Yeah.
it
Right,
kind of
right.
ruins your day. But like, I'd rather have that per se, because that was like a middle ground compared to, like, you're saying with the Canada shit, where it's the too far, where you're saying where it's like you're jailing people for fucking having free speech, or I guess you guys don't have free speech, but whatever, like protesting and doing all this shit, like that shouldn't be allowed either. Like,
Yeah.
people should have the right to protest and gather and do whatever. So
Well, in Canada, like, it was against the law for us to have gatherings more than like 5 people. Many people lost their jobs and stuff like that. So I'm at the same kind of stance as you, where it's like, if you don't want to, that's fine. But here are some precautionary measures we could take to ensure that we're all being safe and smart about these decisions. Because I get it. You don't know. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I'm just Joe. I'm a regular guy. But at the same time, like, we have to sometimes look at the bigger picture of society instead of our individual beliefs, while at the same time not crippling our individual rights.
it's a fine line.
A fine
So
line.
like I use the analogy, like, so like you're saying, like, it's like we do live in a society. There's societal contracts, like, so for per se,
We do
like,
live in a society.
every employee. I know. I'm trying to like I said, I'm trying to stress that to people. Like, this year, I'm trying to stress that to a lot of people. Like, we live in a fucking like we have
We live
to
in a society.
we gotta live. It's not all about your individual freedom. I get, like, I do. We all take into account your individual freedom, but what's better for the majority is better for you, even as an individual, most likely. Like,
Yep.
in the end. So
Yep. So, the fact that freedom can be taken so many fucking different ways, man. Like, that's like, so positive and negative liberty. That's
well, yeah, like I
love
said,
that.
obviously
Yeah.
you should have your personal freedom, but like I'm saying, like, but if your personal freedom is to fucking make everyone sick or go kill people or fucking go drive and get in car, like, you don't have the personal freedom to do anything you want. Like, there are still fucking rules and regulations. Like, so like when people act like this is like doesn't exist, like we don't force people to do things, like we literally have a whole justice system and laws and everything, like, to force people to not to do stuff. Like, it is a thing. Like, it's not a new concept or whatever for America. It's just we have less of it, and that's probably a good thing for sure. But to act like we don't have any regulations and shit, like, like, as we get through like the measles, mumps, and rubellas and shit, it's like, dude, there's a reason why you're supposed to have this, because it's starting to come back. It was gone for 30 years. It's coming back. There's a reason why.
Yep.
Job has to wash their hands after they go to the bathroom. Like,
I'm okay with that.
it's not a recommendation. It's a fucking law. Like, if you don't do it and people find out, that place is gonna get sued. Like,
Yeah.
like, we do have certain, like, you can't throw up and then go to work. That is against the law. Like, so
right,
like,
it's just nasty.
yeah, well, yeah, I'm just saying this. So like, like with a social contract, it's one of those things. Like, as long as everyone agrees that I don't have the right to get you sick, and I will do everything I can to make sure that I don't, make you sick with anything, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, 100%. Sweaty, what's your take?
I definitely agree with what you Tank said about it's common law and it is law. You wash your hands after using the bathroom. You do all that kind of stuff. As for what was said before, I was trying to get out of ads. And I was paying attention, but I wasn't paying enough attention.
That's all right.
I don't want double ads on my end. So could you bring me back in a little bit prior to the talking about hey, when you're at work, wash your hands.
So, the
Talking about force.
Go
We were
ahead,
talking
yeah.
about force. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we were just talking about, like,
That's
what
right.
society.
That's all I needed. So my take, like with what you guys were talking about with the vaccine and hey, do this, don't do this. What got me the most was, at least here in the United States, was a lot of these companies were like, hey, get the COVID shot, get a free hot dog, or dispensaries were opening. Hey, get the COVID shot, get a free joint. You know, there was too many things trying to coax you to get it, and that's where I knew.
But it's funny. So like he's talking about how like when he sees the rewards, he was thinking that it makes it sketchy. Where I'm trying to say like the government should fucking reward you for making good choices. Like I would prefer that more than you're forced to do it. Like I'm incentivizing you to do it. Like if you do the good choice, you get rewarded. You get a free joint. You get a free hot whatever the fuck you say. You know, like it's just funny how we think differently in that sense. Like he's scared of that thought process, and I think it's actually the best way to go about it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yep.
you know what? I'm young. I don't think it's in my best interest. And like you said, you wanted to see the science behind it. Now you got 3 companies telling you, "Hey, my shot's better. Hey, get this shot. My shot's better." And everybody's like, "Hey, we'll give you this if you get a shot." And it's like that it seems a little too forceful for my liking. You know, like we were talking about before with the food.
Brandon, how is that force if they're incentivizing you to get it by giving you free stuff?
It's not coercion.
Not to the extent that he's trying to make it sound like. That's what I'm trying to like point out. It's like he's making it sound like the government and these companies are making you have to get it. No, they're saying if you do, we'll give you fucking free stuff. It's the
not
incentivization,
coercion.
you know.
Yeah, it
It's just-
is absolutely not coercion.
Mhm.
Like, I can see it's coercion, but that's almost from almost like a Marxist position of like being opposed to exploitation, as we're talking about. So it's like,
Yeah, I guess
that's where like these contradictions and shit. But it's not exploitation because, you're doing it for the public good. You're not doing it for like to fatten anybody's pockets necessarily. Yeah, because your pockets are being fattened. Your wallet's being fucking.
yeah.
You know, I don't know.
Or smoking. You do this, you'll get pancreatic cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the science. If I feel like it's worth it for me, yeah, I'll go smoke.
Problem is, worth it isn't enough. Worth it isn't enough though. Like, because it's addiction. It's not just an individual choice. Because once addiction gets into play, it gets complicated. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, for sure. Especially like when your brain changes because it needs it, or like like because it's a physical and it's a mental thing. Like it's a double-edged sword with addiction.
Like literally, you cannot make the choice for yourself. Like that's the point. Like you can't unless you strip yourself or you get yourself mentally prepped to be like, all right, we're gonna do this cold turkey. All right, let's go. So like this is where like determinism and free will like meet like a clash. You know, like choice agency versus conditioning.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Vaccine, but if you're not giving me an option and you're just continuously trying to coax me to do it, I'm not doing it. That just seems fishy.
Yeah,
That's
with
spite.
my children, like I have like
What
like
up?
young kids.
That's just spite. Like you're literally.
It's like living in fear, though. Like I said, where he sees that incentivize. Like I said, I think that's what the job of the government. They shouldn't force you to do stuff, but they incentivize you to make good choices. I don't know. Like that seems like a good thing to do to me.
That's good government to me. Like that's not government by force. It's government by
It's
so,
coercion in a
it's
sense.
government.
Like slightly.
So
like
like
to an
we are
extent.
coerced to be taxed, and in a sense, but like you're giving it back. So it's like they're reeling back on their own coercion in a sense. Like giving us back something that we have to accept because government is a quote unquote necessary evil, right?
Yeah.
But then they're relinquishing some of that evil to get us to do good. So I think that's a good thing. Like it restores balance, bro. Like I'm all about the balance, dude. I'm all about restoring harmony, like yeah.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Fuck
They're
yeah.
100% up to date on the shots. And when we went to the doctors to get the shots, I asked 500 questions. Not to be a jerk about it. Just I don't know. You're a doctor. I should be allowed to ask these questions. What are the odds? What's this? Like I'm trying to ask intelligent questions. So after talking with the children's doctor and that, we decided we're just gonna space out the shots a little bit. Instead of getting 10 today, and 10 and 6 months. Let's come back every 2 months and we'll get 4 and 3 or whatever like that. We just spread it out just because I was like, oh, 10 different vaccines in one day seems like a lot. But with every other thing that happened, I was allowed to make that decision. Sweaty, Chana says they could only hear you.
They can only hear me?
Yeah.
Can't hear me?
Did you leave us out, Sweaty? I thought we were pals, bud.
We are. Let me... Bro, Discord's been giving me issues tonight. That's the issue I was having with my mic seeming unmuted. For some reason, Discord was using my camera as my mic. So again, my apologies for that.
Okay.
We're all good.
So
It's not a sweaty orangutan stream if there's no technical difficulties.
that's
Right.
the same thing with the Thelooker204. So I feel you. I feel you.
I feel you.
Yeah, those
So-
are correct.
It's gonna be in your OBS, Sweaty. That's what Dingy says. So
Oh, Streamlabs.
in the chat box, like where you knocked me, right? Make sure that's muted, and then Discord should be unmuted, and then OBS should take care of everything else.
Okay, yeah. So I gotta mute you in Discord too?
No, not Discord. That's where my audio is going to you in. Just in the knock.
Gotcha.
Okay, so just so we could all cycle back and kind of get back under the. You can hear him now.
Mhm.
Perfect.
Perfect.
No, pardon me. Sorry, guys. Vaccine skepticism and scientific backlash. Does this have any merit? Pro. RFK Jr. raises some valid concerns about corporate influence in medicine, the fast tracking of vaccines and long-term studies of the new mRNA technologies. The cons are his skepticism fuels misinformation, undermining trust in the vaccines and public health institutions, potentially leading to a lower vaccine rate and disease resurgence. How do you guys feel about that?
You want me to go or you? Okay.
I'll start. So I think they're definitely. I mean, I definitely do agree with what a lot of RFK has to say when it comes to the food industry and you know stuff like that. He's definitely shown facts. And he's to me proved to be a trusted man. So when it comes to this kind of stuff, I'm taking his word for it. And I'm trusting him because he's a new face. As for it may decline vaccine rates, that may be a possibility, but it probably most definitely will happen, but I don't think it will necessarily be his fault. I think a lot of it will rely on how the media reports it, because a lot of people, that's their main source of information. They don't have the time to, do other research because of kids or work or hobbies or anything else. So I definitely do see some fear of vaccines being a possibility for sure.
So we actually have a study on this. So since 2019, 95% of kindergarten kids were fully vaccinated by the time they went to kindergarten. Right now it's down to 92.5%. So it's gone down 2.5%. And then honestly, we have over 261 cases of measles in 2024, and those are all anti-vax people. And then we just had our first case of polio in America since 1993 in 2022 in New York State.
Wow.
So I mean, like, we can't be having I kind of understand why people are anti-vax because it's really complicated science, and especially with the mRNA is really scary. But honestly, what is it? I think it's after 2 weeks on average. If you take a vaccine within 2 weeks, if you don't have a side effect of like anything,
The probability.
you're not going to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to get a side effect. The worst side, like the long COVID people, like if you got long COVID from the vaccine, I feel really bad for you. Like there's some people, but again, I feel like it's such a small number. Like I think we have 2 billion shots given out worldwide, and you would think if it was really negative and bad, we would see flies dropping everywhere around the world. There are some cases of myocarditis and stuff, and when I was researching it, mainly it was because nurses and stuff were overworked. So when they were giving shots out, it was supposed to be intermuscular, so it was supposed to go in your muscle, and they would hit the vein, and they'd shoot it right to your vein, and then that would go right to your heart, causing the myocarditis. So I mean, I wouldn't blame the vaccine itself about it. It was just more people being overtired and overworked because they were fucking working. Those nurses working. I know a chick that worked. She was working like 16 hours a day, dude. It was fucking horrible, So I get it. So I mean, I don't see why we have so much skepticism on things. And like I said, these big ones, the MMR and shit, we need to get that back up to fucking almost 100%, man, because we can't be having polio in America. We can't be having the measles,
Yeah.
mumps, and rubellas. Like, these are serious diseases, and we cured them for 30 plus years. And like I said, they're slowly coming back, and that's not
I
good.
agree. I absolutely.
I try to tell these motherfuckers, Brandon. Try to tell them. It's a joke. Like, man, like, these are the diseases that are going to be coming back, bro, if you guys don't take this shit seriously again. Like, it's already happening. Like, we have cases of this shit, man. It's fucking crazy.
I
Like,
know.
who would have thought in America there would be a fucking polio case? You know, like, we're supposed to be better than this shit, man.
Absolutely agree.
Yep.
And I hope it doesn't bring fear to those, because I'm how I would stance myself is questionable vaccine. Like the
fine.
common
Yep.
vaccines, like you said, you know, you get when you're kids, and you know, polio, you know, tetanus, all
Yep.
that stuff. Totally fine. They've been around for a long time. You can trust those. They were made for a reason. But now coming into future sense where corporations are getting a grip on a lot of things, and how the government and everybody else pushed the COVID vaccine, I definitely think fueled the skepticism. Now, as if it's going to get worse or better with RFK being in charge, it's kind of we're going to have to
We don't
wait
know
and see
exactly.
thing.
Yeah, it is a wait and see. I would, but like, you know, like, as much as I'm not a super fan of Trump, Project Warp Speed was his plan, and it was honestly probably a good plan. Like, people can bitch and moan about how fast it came out, but you know what? A lot more people are probably alive because they got the shots. You know, like I said, for every one person that had a bad side effect, there's probably 1,000 to 10,000 people, especially like I said, the older folks that got it. You know, like those people really needed it. And there was a graph I saw. It's fucking like, at one point it was like 33% of unvaccinated people that were like 65 plus getting it were dying at one point, like the height of it. You know,
Wow.
it's just crazy because you know.
But that there's a pure.
What do you think, Brandon? Stats, baby. Stats.
I guess that's what was it about? Sorry, I got to fucking.
Oh, I remember how when I was reading with you the other day that at the height of COVID, it was like 33% of unvaccinated people were dying compared to like 5% of vaccinated. Like at the height of COVID. And I was just telling him, like, dude, like, you don't realize, like, at the height of COVID, like I was telling him, like, 33% of fucking unvaccinated people that are like 65 plus were dying. Like, if you're unvaccinated 65, 1 out of 3 of you were gonna die of COVID. That's fucking crazy, right? You know, like it, but it did better. You know, like at the same time, it was like 6% for the vaccinated people. So like, obviously, they still died too, but it was a lot less. You know, like. That's science. That's a study. What are you gonna call it? You know, like when people like have skepticism, like, well, we have data. We can see what happened. This is what happened. Like, do you not still agree that this is probably the better outcome than doing nothing and just letting people get it? You know, or whatever. You know, like, I don't know.
Yep.
Pure statistical number. Just like after the majority was vaccinated, the odds of someone getting sick with COVID statistically had to be someone that was vaccinated, just due to sheer numbers alone.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. It didn't stop you from getting the COVID. Like that's
but
the thing.
Originally,
like,
they did say that.
They did, and it was. They were lying or whatever.
They gave
corporate manipulation.
I believe so. I like to try to have faith in people and humanity and stuff like that. And I believe they gave the information they had at the time. We believe this is what it is. And maybe they fluff the numbers a little bit to make it sound better, and that's fine. I get it. But when after the fact, we're okay, now we know it's 70%, and you're gonna need a booster, and it's gonna wean, things like that. And then people start to question, oh well, you said no, I didn't. They wouldn't take ownership. They couldn't say like, oh, actually, because this is a new thing, we're learning as we go a little bit, and we're doing our best we can. That hurt the vaccine cause
The trust
more than the people that, like, because people that are true anti-vaxxers, they don't get any vaccines. You're not going to convince them. You're not going to convince them. That's
You're
like
out.
I'm cutting out.
Yeah.
Pardon me. Can you hear me? Mic check. Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you both.
Oh, okay.
There was a little bit of a cutout for a second, but it didn't.
It was
last very
always
long.
me, bro.
Oh, his mic fell out. That's what happened.
Oh.
I'm having problems.
Yeah. So I when it comes to like the RFK thing, some of the previous damage hurt more than what I think he's gonna do, because at the end of the day, I believe that he's trying to like, let's settle the science. I know science will never be settled, but the gist of what I get, like I heard him talking a while ago about releasing the mRNA studies, release them to the public. Because right now they got a 50-year plan. They're gonna go 4 pages a week or whatever the number is before they release the actual information. If you want to build trust, release it. Let's get some of our most brilliant minds. They'll look at this and analyze it and see what those numbers truly are. And then that's going to, it's going to show us like, hey, we're only at 70%. We got room to grow. Or it's going to be like, hey, we're at 80% and we should kind of refine it, whatever like that. But if we could look at the facts, because like the polio, you could literally go on the government website, pull up the stats on polio, how it's made, who makes it, the odds of it, how long since we've had it. Those are all facts that are easy to come by.
Absolutely.
Right? With the COVID vaccine, the test studies, you can't get that. I can't get that. Like, so it's one of those things, like, if you want to build trust, transparency is the key. And with RFK being so outspoken about his beliefs, right, there's going to be a lot of people with a microscope on him.
Yeah, and I think he will be a very transparent person, based on what he's talked about, and it seems like the current administration is, you know, they want to release a lot of stuff to us people as transparency, so it gives me faith.
Right, because I think all of us would agree that if they come out and they're more transparent, and even if they say like, hey, we're working on being more transparent, here's our plan, here's a strategy, or whatever it might be, that will start to ease the burn of the Band-Aid coming off.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you got people openly showing you what they're doing, that's always a better thing in general, no matter what.
And with RFK, like, I kind of think he has a little bit of a big mouth. He falls into that Trump suit where he has a little bit of a big mouth. People are going to be on him. They're going to be on him because right now he's under the microscope big time. And anybody that can prove him wrong will happily do it.
Yep.
And there's going to be a bunch of RFK Jr. Fans that are going to try to prove him right. Either way, us as the public, we get the benefit of that information because now we get to form intelligent opinions on it.
I mean, so what do you think of him being against pasteurized milk?
Can I be honest about that?
Always.
I'm very uninformed about the topic.
I always think it's funny when people are like, can I be honest? Like, well, were you lying the whole of the time, bro? Like, what are you implying? That shit always makes me laugh.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah.
like let me. I'm just gonna keep it real with you. Like, so before when we were talking, you weren't real. You were just fantasy. Like, what the fuck, man? It's just funny. It's just a funny phrase that I hear people say all the time.
To my knowledge, there's nothing wrong with it. The only thing I've ever heard about that is some of the hormones and the way they treat the cows and stuff like that. That is getting passed through the pasteurized milk. We're drinking it, and then it's causing side effects in us. I'm horribly lactose intolerant. I don't do dairy almost at all. Right?
Yep.
Like, it's coming in as fast as one end as it goes out the other, and that's not a workplace endeavor I'd like to have, right?
Yeah.
So pasteurizing basically is heating up. So like if you get unpasteurized milk, so like let's say you got regular ass milk.
Yeah.
Even when you get it normally, you need to heat it up to 93 degrees temperature in order to kill all the
bacteria,
E. coli, the foodborne shit. For the research I got, basically that's what pasteurizing is. They get the milk. We could say like the method of how we got the milk, like, you know, like we treat cows and animals like shit. I mean, we do. This is how we are. But the whole idea of pasteurizing is you the company or whatever does it for you, so you don't have to get it at home and then
boil it or whatever.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I can't remember what we've cut down so many food diseases and shit from just that. So I think honestly it's a good thing, and it cuts down us as normal people having to do something that we just not accustomed to doing. Like, I forgot to mention this is RFK belief. So I don't know if they actually understood that I was just saying it randomly. It was like, no, this is one of his beliefs. He wants to make unpasteurized milk to people. It's like, I think that's a bad idea, man. And I'm gonna lead it to like the bird flu shit eventually. How often do
Yeah.
you think of just grabbing milk and be like, hey, I need to go fucking put it in the microwave for 2 minutes to eat, drink it, like.
Right. This isn't the 1800s,
Yes, that's my point.
But
So, and
I
my big thing is that bird flu has gone through cows, which if we start drinking it, and if people don't take care, if people don't handle the shit they're supposed to do, and if it's not pasteurized, it could lead to another bad outbreak. So, like, there's things that I like. There's a reason why I'm not really a fan of unpasteurized. Like, I think if you wanted to go meet your local farmer and do it yourself, by all means, I don't care. But I mean, like, to be at the like Walmarts or any grocery store, like, I think it should be pasteurized.
Yeah. See, and that checks out 100% for me. At the end of the day, like, maybe if, like, so my grandparents were farmers, right? And I remember being a kid, and my grandpa used to, like, they used to get, like, raw milk, like, pure raw milk, and they'd let it set in this big, like, wooden crate, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And all the cream would rise to the top of it, and he would take that cream, and it was, like, it tasted like lard, like sweet lard, and he'd butter it on his toast.
Okay.
I thought it was the most disgusting thing, and
That's probably how butter was made originally. Honestly,
yeah,
makes sense.
Right, and then he put it on a toast, but it was like thick and curly. Like, it had like a cottage cheesy texture to it, and it's like I smell it. And my grandfather's been passed away, God bless him, for 20 years now, and I still smell it. I can still see that slurpy toast.
Still reminds you of him
Gross,
always.
right?
You'll never forget it.
Never.
Yeah. So I agree with what both of you say. I don't think you should be anti-pasteurized milk. I mean, as long as we're following the foodborne illness properties. I work in food service, so I'm very knowledgeable when it comes to that stuff.
Yep.
You cannot skip those. Absolutely cannot skip those. I mean, I think it would be pretty cool if in this sense we had freedom of choice. You go into a store. Raw milk or pasteurized, or even we go back before my time where you had the milkmen, and you get milk delivered to your door.
Yeah,
so,
that'd be pretty cool.
Just to read a comment here from Bubba Mike 77, he says at Thelooker204, it is a genetic mutation why we can't drink milk at all. You're not lactose intolerant. You are normal.
I don't drink milk. I just think it's gross.
Well, just dairy in general for me, like cream in my coffee.
Yep.
I couldn't make it from my house to work with cream in my coffee without having an accident on the side of the road. Like I can't. And then Bubba Mike says the FDA has a lot of say in this. And then Dingy Scroll says, shit, I still have baked milk.
But however, the HHS is technically over the FDA. So I mean, if RFK gets a job, he will be the head of the FDA by proxy. Like, even though he's not the head of it. So I mean, he is right. The FDA is probably like the second biggest department in the HHS.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So just to move forward in the conversation, we just finished talking about the impact on public trust in vaccines. Do you guys believe that hesitancy will rise under his leadership or fall? The pro, by questioning mainstream narratives, he could force greater transparency and accountability in vaccine development. The cons, his leadership could legitimize conspiracy theories and encourage more people to reject proven medical science, creating a public health risk.
I think the answer is kind of in the middle. So, like, if you're like a hardcore conspiracy theorist and you love this guy, whatever, like you think he's gospel, if he acts like I'm saying, like if there's a big pandemic with this bird flu, like if he acts quick and says that he supports the newest version of a vaccine, I think that maybe because he is that way, I think he might get a lot more people to jump on board because they will trust him. But I mean, the counter could be like people like that lean my way, that they might be skeptical for kind of stupid reasons too. Like it could be a double-edged sword. I would like to believe that most left-leaning people, like your average ones, would just like read the data and do whatever, but you don't. I guess I can't know for sure. Look how good faith I try to be, bruh. I try to say both sides of the argument to be just good as faith I can.
Yep.
Like, hey, man, like, I think this was gonna happen. It could go this way. I mean, I'll give you an out. Like, it could. I just don't see it. Like.
Yep. That's all you have to be, though. And then you open up like there. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to win the actual thought process.
If you extend an olive branch that it creates the conditions for them to extend an olive branch.
Yep, for sure.
Like consider if you consider their thoughts, to be like, okay, well maybe he's not so bad and like extreme or whatever.
That's exactly the point. Like I say towards the end too. At one point, I'm like 60% of Americans are probably like within like 25% of each other. It's just you watch the extremes on both ends. You think you're so far apart, but we're not. Like
Hmm.
these are issues that we need to learn to come together and figure out because we all know these are issues. But if we just keep staying packed, that's why I always say sometimes a bad choice is better than no choice. Because if we just make no choice and we just keep doing the same thing over and over, well, we know we're getting fucked. Like,
Yep.
it's time to do something different. However, I gotta take a break. I'm gonna roll cigarettes and put my kids to bed. Be right back.
Okay. Yep. Sounds good.
Hoodlums. Time for mother get bed. It's 9:10. Oh man, no, no. Ugh. Surprise, motherfucker.
What up?
Nothing back. My kids gotta go to the bathroom still, but they in bed. They in bed. You know what I'm saying? I do.
And then what about you, Sweaty? What's your take?
I actually really agree with what Dank had to say. That's pretty much where I stand. I mean, I'm kind of in the middle on that one for sure.
Perfect. So, if we were to roll back,
See, I was so good at making his argument, he didn't even have to say anything. Just kidding. That's how good faith I was. I was
Okay.
like, here's the arguments, man. I mean, you can sweat, you can think whatever you want to think, but this is what to pick your poison out of these two options. 'Cause that's basically the two options we got.
I got mind control of this motherfucker.
Well, like I said, dude, because I study this shit enough, dude. Like I said, dude, I can usually tell people what they're gonna like. I know how the conversation's gonna flow.
Yep.
It's just the only thing that ever gets me, like I said, is like the random factoids. Go brush teeth. Like I said, when he talked about aspartame, I thought he was gonna go a different route, so I researched something else. So I couldn't call him out, even though I know he's probably wrong about it, but I didn't have the actual information to point it out at the moment. Fuckers.
vaccine mandates, what would change for schools and workplaces? One of the pros would be that we could restore personal freedom by eliminating government-enforced vaccine requirements, allowing individuals to make their own health choices. One of the cons could be that outbreaks of preventable diseases like measles or polio, exactly what you said, are reversing decades of public health progress.
Yeah, that's where I would say, like I said, we already seeing the numbers going down. So, like I said, the best thing I can hope for is that when the next thing happens, he can get on board faster. Like I said, he can't wait. Like I said, if there's a real bird flu issue or something like that. So, if he gets on board, we'll be cool. But like, if he tries to delay or just hold back, I foresee bad things happening.
So, can I question your opinion on that a little bit?
Always.
So if he publicly says like, okay, that there's a new pandemic coming, it's the bird flu for your example. We do have a vaccine that's coming out. I want it to pass A, B, C, D regulations, tests and regulations before I allow it to come out. Would that satisfy your him making you wait, or do you think that if the scientists say that guys, it's ready to hit the road, he should just let it pass?
So like I wouldn't let anything. So like what I was reading about earlier, like they've actually started working on mRNA bird flu vaccines in case it does become a human problem. So like they're already, I think it's for like the last 6 months they've been really starting to
I've read that
work
as
on
well.
this. So like I feel like by the time it happens, because let's say it takes another like year or so, or whatever it takes, right? By then I think we'll have at least enough data. It might not be I was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like obviously as humans we want like millions of tests to really help us, but sometimes the best we can do in the time is like 10,000. And you know what? We got to go with what the data is at 10,000. So like I feel like we'll get to that number. So I feel like whatever the data is with the new vaccine they're working on, he should be able to know good or bad like day one, and either be pro and get it on board so everyone can get on board, or either tell us, be honest about it, be like, you know what, this one is actually garbage. We need to fucking restart everything. It's going to take a while, but you know what? It's going to be better. Like as long as it's open and transparent, like we're talking about in general.
Yeah, Sweaty, what's your take?
I agree. I mean, as long as we're open and transparent, I think we could get far with it. But if anybody holds back, it's not going to be good. I do have a question. Can you guys see my chat in your your thing?
Type something in your chat.
Cause I'm having technical difficulties over here, and a couple of my people are asking questions, and I want to make sure they get answered.
Okay.
Sure.
I haven't seen one of your questions in a hot minute there, but just type in a question. I'll take a look. If not, we'll leave the knock, and then you just knock me again, and we'll just hop back in.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I got Worf and Jink asking a couple questions. I don't know if you see them in there.
Okay. No, I don't at all. So, and then, okay, I just left, and Went back in. So, can somebody give me a test message on the sweaty side?
I'll top set right now.
No, the
You
chat's...
see anything?
No.
All right, because I typed something in his chat. So.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna take a 2-minute pause. Sweaty. Let's exactly, and then I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna reopen my side up, and then just give me a knock again, and that should get everything back up and running.
Knock. Open up the door.
Okay.
Real.
Yeah. We'll take a quick little break here. Let me just make sure I got all of them.
A short recess break, guys.
Oh no. All right.
And then as we roll back into it, then yeah, I just got your invite. We'll take a couple minutes to respond to all your questions. Just remember to turn off on the turn off your mic there, so we're not double micing. And then let's run a test.
Oh, start sharing chat. Here we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Bingo.
Okay, so Sweaty, you want to catch us up on your chat just to make sure we're not missing anything that's important?
Yeah. So, before we move on too far away from the milk subject, Worf made a comment of pasteurization breaks down some of the proteins, so it's not as nutritious, but it's worth not to get sick.
That's what I would argue too. Yep, I would make the same argument.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty good argument, for sure, that we can definitely agree on. And as for the bird flu subject, Jinx asked, didn't we already go through the bird flu like 15 years ago?
He's right, but the thing is, this is the first time it's entering humans. So it originally went from birds to cows, and then somebody got it from a cow, or I don't know if they had ate it, or if they just were like the farmer or whatever. But it's the first time we actually have a human having it. So now it becomes a real issue because it's like all vaccines, or not vaccines, all viruses, they evolve just like we do. They want to live too, so they're trying to move on to all species. So he is right, but it's adapting.
Definitely.
Dingy, could you I didn't add that. Could you remove that for me, please, Dingy? Were there any other things that we should catch up there, Sweaty?
No, that was pretty much it. And Dingy, that's me with the Pokemon thing.
Oh, just showing up on mine. Yeah. It's
mutating.
mutating.
It's mutating.
Yeah. So, what does RFK Jr. really believe about COVID-19? One of the pros, he has been consistent in questioning government Oh, I read that. Sorry, guys. My apologies.
You're all good.
Would he cut, expand, or reform the healthcare program? He has criticized corporate greed in healthcare and may push for reforms to lower costs and reduce the industry corruption. One of the cons is his stance on medical freedom could mean cutting government programs, leaving millions without essential healthcare coverage.
Yeah, the only issue really I have per se is that we actually don't really have a clue what the actual plan is. So like right now we're rolling with the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, which is, I mean, it's pretty good. It's not perfect, but if you're going to repeal it, they talk about repeal and replace, but they never tell us what the replacement is. So that's always going to be my issue. And in general, I would not cut government programs unless like they'd have to like really prove that there's no need for them. Because like I said, it goes back to my regulation things. Like there's probably a reason why these things exist. Somebody did something stupid at one point and they needed to have some oversight on it. So unless you could show that like literally everybody's somehow 100% perfect, I think you got to keep them. So unless they have another plan that we just don't know about. Always the Trump plan. He's got the concepts of plans. Can you tell me the plan there, sir?
Concept.
When it comes to healthcare, they always ask him, I got the concept. Like, hey, bro, like you're president now. Like, what is the plan? You keep saying you're going to get rid of Obamacare and shit, but what are you doing about it? Who knows? Yep. It's always mystery. It's always a mystery. At the point.
Yep. Here, I'm just going to touch on Jink's comment here. Humans have been contracting bird flu as far back as 1918, and the last big bird flu outbreak was in 2003, and I just did a quick Google check on that, and bird flu or avian influenza might seem like a relatively new phenomenon to the general public, but the disease, technically called highly pathogenic avian influenza has been
Have a
seen
good
in
night,
birds
guys.
since the
All right, later.
1800s.
Have a good
and
one.
most likely longer, and humans cases date at least back to the 1918 flu pandemic, and then the most recent the H5N1 cases were first described in Hong Kong in 1997. So yeah, it's not something new. But it's just like every other flu or sickness or pretty much everything in our history. History repeats itself, and we're kind of going through it again.
Yep, things mutate, they adapt,
Yep.
just like we do, and we got to keep up to speed.
Yep. So January 6th of just this year, so like a month ago, was the first time I ever hit a human in America. It was in Louisiana.
Yeah, did they pass from that?
Yeah, like I said, that's the thing. They're afraid that this might actually be more of a deadly version of COVID. That's the thing. That's why they're actually, like I said, that's why the last 6 months they've been really working on it, because they're like, this might actually be a real, more of a Spanish flu style versus the COVID style where it only killed like 2%. Because if it kills like 15% of people, that's horrible. You know, like.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm saying that right now they're on the fear side. It might be more deadly than that than COVID. So.
Yeah. Either way, it's something that I think that we as the public should try to keep our eye out for and be objective to others' opinions on it. Like just with all politics, I think, and things like this. Like there's no such thing as settled science. There's no such thing as we have all the answers. As the world evolves, so does the flu, and so should our opinions on some of these topics.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, we should say fluid as much. Yeah, because technically, good science is always adapting and changing. Like, you know, like even like Newton invented gravity and shit, but it was Einstein that took his idea and made it better. And guess what? In like 100 years from now, someone's gonna take Einstein's idea and make it more precise, because that's just the way it is. You know, like good science is always evolving and it's supposed to be more precise and precise. So even if like we're saying that, so like in the beginning of a new vaccine or whatever, there might only be 10,000 cases, but I mean, you got to do what you can do with the 10,000 cases. But after a while, you know, you get millions and millions of people doing it. Now you get better raw
case
data.
Studies,
you know. And
Sweaty, I just saw that gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the Sweaty community. My man, look at that.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
I had to fix the stream because it was about to get in an echo loop of just fucking noises.
Oh god.
So, I fixed it, thank God.
So do you guys
very cool?
Do you guys believe that he would cut, expand, or reform the healthcare programs?
I think currently with Trump, I think Trump wants to cut things and make them smaller. So right now, I would say cut them. There's a chance for a replacement, whatever you're saying, a new way of doing
reforming
it. There's a chance for that. Yeah, reforming. Yeah.
So my take on Trump, and I know like Trump's a very controversial person and stuff like that. He is very for the American people, whether they like it or not, right? I believe you're right that he will cut it, right? Trump's a me first guy. He's a narcissist, right? Yep. He's a me first guy, but he also, from what he talks, America first as well. Like right now, he's doing Canada dirty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys have been watching, but he's doing Canada dirty.
I'll talk to you about that if you want. If you want to talk about Canada, we can talk.
But he's doing it for the betterment of the U.S., right? I would like to have faith that if he does cut certain healthcare areas, he will fluff up the weaker areas as well. So it's not like I don't think.
But for me, it's all like these are projection things. Like they keep saying, like I hope he does and I hope he does, but it's like he's president now. Shouldn't he? Shouldn't we already have the blueprint and the idea and the facts of what he wants to do?
Yeah.
You know, like
exactly.
So they keep saying like, oh, if he cuts these things, I hope he does this. But it's like, why is it that he's president now and we don't know what the this is?
That's so bad.
You would think,
like,
right?
We shouldn't be hoping on people. Like, oh, I hope this guy isn't fucking crazy. He might be crazy, but I hope he's not.
Yeah, well, I'm saying after the election, like you could hope before the election, but like now he's president, like we should know. I mean, we kind of do because it's all Project 2025, but like he should have announced, like, you know, if we cut Obamacare, we're gonna do this, and then we can be like, this is either dumb or smart or whatever, you know. but he hasn't yet.
Yeah.
It's been what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks almost that he's been president. 15 days, 16 days. So a little over 2 weeks, and we still have no clue like if he's gonna replace it. What's the plan? Like, what is your actual plan for this? We need more than a concept, sir.
Yep.
think he's just gonna chop it up and say, okay, everybody making under 30K a year, you're out in the dust, right? You're kicking rocks over there. I think he's gonna do something because I think he understands that the people are what make the country run.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of
Yeah.
my take on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the looks of it,
mean,
go ahead.
I can see that. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's trying to make things smaller so he can bring in more power towards the executive branch. Like he's making it where he's got like 15 yes men and they all run his game. But that's a different topic, I suppose. Call him out, bitch. Like that's what it is. Like people think RFK is not who he was 6 months ago. All these people are not who they were before Trump. They all just bend the knee. Trump is like Tywin Lannister.
Somebody's retarded.
No, Tywin's smart, but just the power and people fucking submit.
Yeah.
People submit to his will. Tywin was smart, at least. Like he was good about what he did, but yeah, Trump. I'm just saying, like that whole idea of
shit.
it don't matter. Like Tywin was like Robert was the king, but guess what? The king didn't matter because it was Tywin that ran it. You know, like it didn't matter. People submitted to his will. He was so powerful and big.
Yep.
Yeah. So what are your guys' views on big pharma and medical corruption? Is he right? One of the pros is that the pharmaceutical industry has a history of prioritizing profits over patients' well-beings, and RFK Jr. brings attention to some of these issues. One of the cons is that his rhetoric risks throwing out necessary. Oh, that's a tough word.
Necessity.
Well, like I can't even say that. Medical advancements, along with legitimate critiques, potentially discouraging life-saving treatments.
You want to go first? Or you want me to go first?
So, I'll go first. So my thing with that is I personally agree with his stance on the pharmaceutical companies, and my take is they're not making money if they cure you. Yes,
Yep.
there are some things you need constant medication for. Diabetes it's
A
the
perfect example. Yeah.
You know, that's obviously perfectly fine, but if you're having somebody take Adderall for something when a simple solution could be drinking more water or you know, doing something else, why are you taking the Adderall? To me, that's just a I wouldn't say money laundering because it's legal, but they're taking money out of people's pockets when there could be a better solution.
So he's talking about
I
the
do
meat
believe that the
machine
pharmaceutical
thing that Patrick talks about a lot, where we're medicating issues instead of using, you know, psychology therapy and like you know, then even like diet fucking comes into play with all this shit. Like
Yeah, like I said, diet affects your brain. It all triggers. Yeah, I agree. Kind of. I can't. I might bring up a point like that. I can't remember if I do or not. I might have brought something like that up as a rebuttal.
So like,
I hope I do now because you mentioned it. But I think I brought some similar.
Definitely be addressed and possibly changed. As for, hey, we don't need this drug because it only cures this one thing. No, that's stupid. You know, we need insulin for diabetes. You know, we need, you know, people with, you know, autism. They're on their medications. People with ADHD, they're on Adderall or, you know, whatever else. Those things we need, but there definitely should be a limit of, hey, you know, maybe we don't need to push pills.
Yeah, I would agree to an extent. Like, yeah, big companies do try to get physicians to sell their drugs instead of like other, you know, knockoff brands. You know, like OxyContin. Guess what? Their big corporate boners pay off these hospitals to supply kids, or not kids, but just people with OxyContin. Don't buy the cheap knockoff version. So I mean, there is definitely a bunch of shady shit with the big pharmaceutical, especially the what they call it,
Lobbyists.
Lobbyists, yeah, lobbying
Yeah.
is, and honestly, so like again, this is where I would try to equate. We need to get lobbyists and make this is where we need to make healthcare more of a socialized thing than a capitalist thing. Because as long as we have capitalism is based on making profit margins. So you're always gonna have big pharma, like because even if you cut big pharma now, right, you cut them in half, there's gonna be a new company that's gonna become the new big pharma. There's always gonna be the
New
top dog,
monopoly.
and they're
Yep.
always and they're always gonna be paying for it. So the only way you can do that, honestly, is to kind of switch over to some kind of Medicare for all system in America, at least a different option. Like rich people, let's say, like if you're rich, you can pay for your own medical shit because you're rich, you know. But like, let's say for like the 50K and under people, there should be like a universal pot. Maybe you could use it like 3 times a year, unless you have like actual diseases or whatever, where you know you get more of it. Let's say, but just there's got to be a better way. We got to have more. Just we can't have all these billions of dollars in the medical field and think that people aren't going to take advantage of it or use it to benefit themselves. Because that's just, I mean, honestly, that is capitalism at its finest, which I'm a capitalist. I like it. But there's just some things that, like, our healthcare probably shouldn't be as capitalist as it is, because I feel like we should all have a right to health and life. You know, like life, liberty, and the pursuit
Absolutely.
of happiness. And life is part of it. And how do you have a good life? You need to have good health. And that honestly includes mental health. The reason I think we have so many school shootings and dumb shit in America is because people don't want to pay for their kids to go see psychiatrists and
Or
deal with
can't
issues
afford
because
it.
it's so expensive.
Yeah,
You
or
know,
can
like
afford it. Yep.
that's what I'm saying. Like we can't. That's what I'm saying. Like there'd be more kids hopefully talking to people they need to talk to, and to cut down on like the bullying, you know, all the things that kids they grow up in social media world. It's a different game. They're comparing themselves to millions of kids compared to just their classmates.
Yeah.
You know, it's got to be really stressful.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, and like for me, like my kids could talk about it, but I'm not equipped to like really know every answer to like how to deal with living in the social media world or whatever, you know. Like I can tell them my answers, but it's not a professional, you know. And I
Right.
think
Right.
like a lot of these things we could work a different way, a better way.
So
What do you think, Brandon? That was a good answer, wasn't
Yeah, I thought so. Yep.
it? I think so, because that's the thing, because people don't think about all this shit, dude. Like we need to cut money, like, because everyone, like I said, that's the thing, we all know there's a problem. Money goes into the fucking healthcare system, and it's billions, actually it's trillions. It's like 1.2 trillion dollars going into this fucking thing. And you think
So,
that people
we're
aren't going to be
debating-
corrupt?
I was debating a little bit, or talking a little bit in the Polymath Park channel, because we're talking about the merits of revolution versus democracy, and you know, gradual fucking regulations
Evolution
and taxations.
Yeah.
So if we do tax the living shit of our corporations, what is keeping them from fucking leaving? You know, like that is,
Yep.
I think, a real concern.
It is that.
So like, so do we need to seize the means of production? Like,
No.
do we need to
So-
fucking do it? So if we do, but that's the thing. If we tax them, if we chase them away, like that,
Nope.
you know, where do the jobs go?
That's
Like,
why I said it earlier in this argument. I wouldn't raise corporate taxes, because like as long as the company's making money and they can build the company, that is fine. But it's more well, fuck it. Yeah, you tax.
Person-
But
yeah,
yeah,
no,
that's what
I
I'm saying.
know-
Like
I heard it,
the
yeah.
board members, like I'm saying, like each board member is gonna pay themselves $100 million out of that profit just for being the corporate. Those people, like that individual money, that's the money that we want to tax, because now that's your money. It's not the company's money. The company's money is kind of like everybody. Like I said, if Walmart makes a ton of money, but they build like 50 more stores, which gives more jobs and more opportunities, you know, like I can live with Walmart making money, but I'm not cool with the Walton family fucking making $100 million plus a year, being a board member and really just
is
collecting
there a
checks.
distinction when it comes to assets, though?
Assets, yeah. So
Like-
like I said, so like Walmart might be worth like $5 trillion, but like the Walton guy might only be worth like 180 billion.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So like I'm saying the corporate. So like I'm saying like the corporate. So like Trump, I kind of do tend to agree with like keeping corporate tax rates lower, because you want the corporations to come here. But like I said, you know, what would be the coolest way per se. It would be like your board members only take like $1 million and then they profit share. But if they're not going to do that and they want to make themselves get 50, 100 million, whatever every year it is, then you should tax them 48% of that 100 million or whatever it is. You know.
Let's see here. Does corporate wealth include the wealth of its stakeholders? or whatever. Okay, financial value of company itself, usually measured by, okay, does not include the individual wealth. Okay, so, newer concept. Oh, I meant shareholders. Shareholders, not stakeholders.
Oh, I know stakeholders a different topic, but yes, I do know about that too. Technically, everybody in a society is a stakeholder. If you want to get pedantic.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Just reading what this guy said. This heavy guy. There's a lot of I think this is a discussion we need to have though, actually. Like, and you should take part in it. Like, how do we fuck the system? How do we eat the rich? Without losing what the rich have taken from us, essentially, like, or and repurposed for their.
Well, like I
I
said,
don't know.
I would, like I said, my argument always going to be, like I said, fucking. If the company
Will
wants to
they
make,
move? Well, that's, I don't know. There's a lot more to it though. I think we have to.
no, because you know why? The reason why I don't think they would move, honestly, is because America is the biggest market. This is the area where you get to make the most money. So, how about this? If I can make $100 million here, but pay 46%, I'm making 54 million. But let's say I go to this company or this country and I only make 70 million, but I'm only taxed 30%. I'm making 40 million. I'm making less, even though I'm paying less in taxes because my revenue is not going to be as high. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't understand your argument.
You do or don't?
I do understand your
Okay.
argument.
So yeah, because like I said, America. That's the reason why everyone comes here, dude. We have the fucking biggest and baddest everything, dude.
I just don't think that we are gonna be able to fucking pass any legislation with people like Elon Musk and all them like having control. I don't think it's gonna happen.
It's gonna be tougher. I know.
I
Well, again,
don't
Trump
see,
is
it's-
trying to.
I don't think it's.
Trump's trying
I
to
straight
unilaterally
up
do everything.
don't think it's gonna happen. I think we have to take the fucking wealth. I think we literally have to fucking take our system back. Otherwise, they'll never fucking relinquish it. They'll never allow us to fucking legislate them away because they have control. They can control the fucking system.
Maybe. I mean, we're getting pretty. I mean, we're
Like that's what taxes. That's what taxes basically do. Is it gets them out of their own system that they control. Like that's basically what's going to end up happening. Because they won't even be able to have the money or whatever. Well, I mean, I don't know. I just don't see how we're gonna be able to, take our system back or whatever, get control over our fucking system while they control it. To be twisted toward our benefit. So I'm split on whether we seize the means of production or if we try to gradually squeeze back or drain back the wealth that we generated for them for our own purposes.
Yeah.
I think it's a very nuanced debate. And maybe it's a bit of both, right? I don't know.
Well, like I said, anytime you're gonna start trying to like legitly like rob from the rich, dude, it ain't ever gonna happen. Like, because the thing is, they'll kill. They have all the weaponry and all the shit. Like, so like, that's why I don't believe in any kind of. The only thing you could do is, honestly, it sucks, but you have to change your legislation. You have to do it. It has to be the evolution style of change. You can't just fucking up the system because it never happens. All you do is you fuck it up for like a month or two, and then you're back to the same shit. It doesn't change for real. We need more of that kind of shit. Where, like I said,
well, I mean more of like I don't know. There's so many factors to consider, dude. It's,
always. Yeah, fucking.
I'm not sure. I just don't know if we can fucking legislate them away because they won't let us.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's supposed to have. The idea is you're supposed to have politicians that are not corrupted and shit. So again, I mean, I don't know. I feel like almost half of us do want fucking universal healthcare and shit. So we're like trying our best to do things like that. Like, how about this? It's closer now than it's ever been before. So like, obviously it's working.
Yeah.
Just again, it's a slow process. We're slowly, and the thing that really sucks is like the progress we made is that Trump's going to ruin it for the next 4. So like, his 4 years probably gonna push us back like 15 years, which sucks. But I mean, we'll get that back eventually, and then keep moving forward. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like I said,
That's a very long discussion,
yeah.
and a lot of people should take part in that.
For sure. That's why I'm trying to talk to people like this, because, like I said, these people, like I said, they at least are cool and conceited and whatever, you know. So it's like if we can have good conversations, and you like at least are listening to what I'm saying and trying to like get my point across, and it hopefully makes you think later in life, like, hey, you know, like this could be a better way, or you know.
Yep.
That's the thing with like radical revolution, dude. You still don't change minds. You might win like a war or win whatever, but you haven't won the ideological battle, and that's what you need to win in order to actually get long-term real change.
Absolutely.
Real
We
change.
agree there. We absolutely agree there. Like, no fucking doubt. Like, it has to be long and gradual, or else it'll just be like Iraq, you know, like,
All of them,
except
yeah.
it'll be our own Iraq, you know, like it's like us imposing socialism on us. Like, no, they're gonna reject it just like Iraq and all of them.
Yeah,
fucking rejected democracy
for sure,
and free market capitalism or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I like to comment on that.
You know what I mean.
Had
You know what I think about socialism. So
I know. I mean, I get it. I get it to an
it's a
extent.
nuanced debate. No, I don't mean because it's like I'm not even saying I'm like for socialism.
Yep.
When I say for socialism, I mean I'm like for the worker and
for
like
the smaller.
I'm not opposed necessarily to like sort of free market elements.
Mm-hmm.
If AI is in the mix and we get a sort of mixed economy where AI sort of like, okay, we need to make this amount of things for this amount of people, and then, you know, X amount of this type of this thing, or, you know, whatever, you know, like we have too many fucking options when we go into the fucking grocery store, you know, and shit. And it's like that's a part of, like, I don't know, we got so much variety, but little quality.
Yep.
And I don't know. I don't even know where I'm trying to go with that, but it's like if we add some planned elements to the economy, we reduce waste as a whole. So there's so much to go into with it.
Well,
so
yeah,
we can have
it's a complex as fuck conversation for sure.
If we have a political discussion in the Polymath Park, dude, you gotta fucking go to it though.
Well, you gotta tag me or whatever. Make sure I'm trying not to be at work.
Yeah,
because when I'm at work,
like,
I can only read like one, like
shit.
every like half hour. I'm like, oh, and I read like.
Because like you already understand the Tao, you understand the fucking Tao, so it's like that's dialectical materialism basically.
It is in a way.
That's what Marxism is. But like Marx was like he was right about a lot of shit. Like dialectical materialism.
The
is
principle,
just like
yes. Like I say, in theory, he's right, but the thing is,
in practice, like
I'm saying that's
it's not necessarily in practice. It's the solution that he proposed. So that's
well, part of it. Like I said, people are corrupt and power hungry. That's the thing. It's hard to fucking get.
Well, he didn't. Well,
not him personally.
So
but just
he advocated
for.
So this is where people get confused. He didn't advocate for a dictator. He advocated for a dictatorship of the proletariat, which is a way of saying the working class.
No, I understand. I'm not blaming him like that. I'm just saying, but in general, good luck doing that because you're just not. Because
it just takes time. You can't do it by revolution.
Well, I'm saying,
but
there's always gonna be that person. There's always gonna be a person that wants the power and the money and everything. That's always the issue. Until we. Honestly, as long as there's greed in this world, it can't work. Which I don't know how you solve that. That's almost impossible.
Well, greed in our world is currently fucking up our world. So
correct. That's my point. Like until you get rid of greed, I don't know how you get rid of fucking. You can't have a actual Marxist view of things with as long as greed's around, and greed I can't imagine never being not around. Just because we're humans, like I said, there's always going to be some kind of fucking dick or asshole.
I think it's neurosis. Like I said earlier, I think it's neurosis. I think it's the social conditions, the material conditions, and cultural conditions. Like everybody's competing for status, everybody's competing for love or some sense of value. And
you're kind of right, but even like monkeys and shit do it. Fucking animals do it. So I mean, like,
well, we're fucking smart. We're smart.
We are smart.
Tame our instincts. We can tame our instincts. Like I said, rationalization of instincts. That's like one of my main fucking ideas.
I mean, you're kind of right and wrong. I get
we
it.
accumulate wisdom. And fucking use our wisdom to understand ways that we can reorient ourselves so that we don't fucking create more disharmony.
You're right, but like I always have to mention, like, you know how long it took us to make slavery wrong, and it was wrong as shit this whole time. Like, things are so ingrained in our human being and nature, I suppose, that things could change. It just takes so long because these things are so. Think about, dude. Honestly, think about racism. It's still going on, really fucking rampant now, dude. And we fucking have had, equal rights for 60 years, and like, but it's still fucking a problem. Like, there's still people around that are all races
Just
too. Like, like
fucking losers that like they're trapped in these fucking echo chambers and they're too afraid to fucking leave them. Like
Part
echo
of it-
chamber applies to like
it
so
does.
many fucking
Yeah, I always just call it
Here's a lot.
culture.
right. But they're yeah, I do too. But yeah, they are kind of like echo chambers where it's like there's a reification of these values. Reification as in terms of like making more solid. Making more solidified.
Mhm.
And I don't know, it just requires breaking in and changing people's minds. And I don't know how it happens other than for these people to become fucking outcasts. And but here's the thing, look at you. You left all that shit. So it's like,
Yeah.
so can they.
I know they can. That's why. But like I said, for me, it was
Right.
all facts and logic. So that's why I try to spew facts.
Mhm.
Because like me personally, that's what broke me down. Was just like I said. First off, like I said, being not scared of scientists. I think that was like the first. Always actually real. My first breakthrough was probably being unreligious, which then
Yeah.
made me not question science and shit, which then made me question my politics and shit, and then just started following the facts and science
See,
and logic.
You moved from a post or a pre-modernist position to a modernist position. And then there's still the postmodern perspective. Well, you're probably at postmodernity because when you say everybody's different, everybody's got all these different perspectives, that's a postmodernist perspective. Now,
Yeah.
you need to go back to modernity and fucking like study, like not saying study psychology, but like take a sort of objective lens towards your mind, because that is where modernity went wrong. They didn't consider
Who's
the
modernity?
species. They didn't consider
Who's
scientific.
who's modernity?
So it's like
is it is it
uh
a phrase?
well,
Modernity.
modernity, yeah, modernity or modernism. You can just say modernism or no, like ity, yeah.
There. The quality or condition of
Quality or
being modern.
modern way of thinking. So it's like so yeah. So go to modernity on Wikipedia. So like it's associated with the Enlightenment.
Yep, is a topic
So-
humanity and social scientists is both a historical period, the modern era, and the symbol of particular socio-cultural norms, attitudes, and practices that arose in the wake of the Renaissance.
Age of Reason.
Rage or reason, enlightenment. United. Postmodern. The term contemporary history. Contemporary history is post
I don't think
45.
I don't know if they've even I don't even know how big meta modernity is, or modernism is, but it's here. We're fucking like you, like me, Patrick, and all those guys, and like
Oh,
the
that's
people
like-
that he fucking follows. Like it's all a trend that we're building in rejection of the postmodern conditions.
Machiavelli was a modernity guy.
Mm. Methods of science. So, like, evidence became the standard. And then that also came with a doubt of an objective morality. And that's what led to nihilism through Nietzsche. Like, we have killed God. So, like, there's no objective morality, no absolute morality to guide people.
Mm-hmm.
And then that led to nihilism. And because we didn't have, because skepticism, like, is basically what it comes down to. Skepticism has produced the conditions where we have difficulty finding meaning. And like, I think we go back to modernity and criticize postmodernism, basically, in a sense. It's so like metamodernism is to find consistency between the different modernists.
They say modernity
modernisms.
is described as the age of ideology.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the age of ideology, not religion,
No, yeah, it was
not
Augustus,
monarchy.
Comte, Marx, and Freud are like the main line of psychiatrists or whatever you want, philosophical thinkers that made this bigger in philosophy, at least says.
Mm-hmm. Commodity fetishism, right there.
Right here.
That's like, yeah. So basically, that's what I was talking about earlier. Essentially, like where people overeat. Yeah,
Yeah.
where people place too much value on
Stuff.
commodities and material. Yeah, in place of love and interconnectedness and creativity, self fucking growth. Like external growth, like property growth has replaced self growth
Yeah, that's
under
probably
capitalism.
true. Yeah.
And we've all paid the price.
All right. All right. Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo. They were basically this way. They challenged astronomy and physics.
So yeah, we came up with science. We rejected dogma and faith, and the inability to reclaim faith for ourselves, and I say intuition too, has had major consequences, not only on our thinking but our ability to because we require too much proof.
Yeah, honestly, what's the scientific method? When
Yeah.
when was the scientific method invented, do you think? Like that's like what changed the world, honestly.
So you have to differentiate between the scientific method and science, because it began really with, Christian monks and shit.
No, but scientific method's what really made us succeed, because that's when Francis Bacon in 1600s.
Yeah.
That's why science has got, since 1600s we've done so much, is because of this one discovery.
But it's just an extension. No, it's just an extension of principles. I mean, I understand why you look at it like that, because it's sort of an explicit guideline, but like it's empiricism, more or less.
Yeah, but it's true though. I mean, you'll never be
Well,
wrong
yeah.
if you follow these steps exactly the way you're supposed to,
But
without lying. You will get the
we
right
are
answer.
too scientific, though. That's the problem. We're too scientific. We
I
are
know.
too obsessed with science. We rely too much on science, and we've fucking discarded philosophy and wisdom and intuition. Like that's a part of the problem. We can't merely call it as we see it, and like
I wouldn't agree with intuition, but the rest of it, I would. Because like I said, intuition makes you wrong. It makes you do wrong.
No,
and dumb
it
things.
doesn't though. It doesn't though, because
Sure
of
you do.
consistency.
You know, how many people say that
It's because of consistency, though. You can strip yourself of bias. Then that's why I say, like, the inability for us to engage critically inside of ourselves has, and like, we're.
What if I say I have
I'm trying
intuition?
to explain this shit to you.
I got you. What if I say I have intuition that my girlfriend's not cheating on me, then I find out she is?
But that's a delusion, because you're not. You have to filter intuition through fucking reason, because you don't have any reason. So that is delusional. That's paranoia. That's not intuition. There's a difference between delusion and paranoia and intuition.
What if my intuition says that every knock on the door could be a robber?
That's a fear. That's not an intuition.
What's intuition then?
It's your ability to fucking look at all the fucking facts, or it's hard to explain, because you have to fucking understand, like, the abyss. You have to understand thinking without directly looking at evidence in front of you. So you use intuition, you just don't know it. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, most of thinking is intuition. When I say all this stuff, I'm not looking at evidence like these, like so, like this stuff. If it's received as true to you, like I'm just fucking being intuitive. I'm not fucking looking at evidence. My brain is just intuiting shit and saying shit.
I would say that's like deduction and inference. You're inferring, yeah. But the things you say, you probably are talking about stuff you read about, and it's based on evidence.
Right, but you're able to. So conjecture is an intuitive process. Like you don't just. That's what I'm saying. Like people don't understand. Oh, the feeling that something is true. Like that's because you're fucking weighing shit against other fucking knowledge you already have. But that's the point, that people don't trust the process of intuiting things and writing it down to the point without, and they don't present it or they don't believe it. Well, see, here's the thing: is it gets complicated. But the point is, intuition is a fucking faculty that has been corrupted by paranoia and delusion. Like, and those forces come from society, essentially, and experiences and trauma. So you have to fucking, like, quote unquote, heal yourself. And like, the point is, the descent into the abyss, the unknown, to reach into the unknown and come back with something that you have not known before requires intuition. It requires that. You have to fucking break away from everything you know, essentially not hold it explicit before your mind, and just be like, okay, yep, this makes sense. Yep. Because you weigh it against your entire collected system of knowledge.
But like, what if I go back 200 years ago and say there's a billion particles in my hands? Your intuition says that I'm crazy, but I'm right. That's my point. Intuition doesn't lead you to correct. Intuition doesn't lead you to correct answers. It leads you to guesses.
Oh, if you just said that, it's not guesses.
They are guesses because you're inferring. You're just guessing. Because, like I just said, if I go back in time and tell you have a billion particles on your hands, what do you think is the answer supposed to be? What do you know?
Well, you have to be open-minded.
Okay, but I'm saying the only reason why you would ever agree with somebody that said that is because you have evidence of it that shows that I can prove you there's a billion particles on your hand.
See, here's the problem we're running into. We're so obsessed with yes or no, strictly and rigidly. We're not fucking open-minded.
Well, something.
So that leads us that's an effect of modernity. That's an effect of modernity. Like, it's led us to this point where things are either exactly true or exactly false, and like if you can't prove it right away, you're a fucking idiot, or you're crazy. You're all this and that, Like, that's the problem. We can't freely conjecture and think.
Well, that's why I always preface that it could be. Well, that's why I always preface like I have no evidence, but I would say it could be. You could be right. I just don't have no fucking. I can't say you are because I just don't have the answer. Because like I'm trying to be pretty good about saying that. Like I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying right now. You don't have me sway because you have not enough evidence.
Because you have to use your own. Because you can only go by your fucking process. But this is why I also bring up the notion of self-trust and other trust, like implicit trust of others. But then again, like you're probably if you don't have the foundation to like see something as true, like intuitively, like I have, like with some of the shit I say, and like same thing with you with some of the shit you say, like you're just not gonna agree right away. Like
no, for sure, that's fine.
But we have to be able to trust these conjectures, and like there's a point where it is kind of going to end up like not having necessarily proof, but it'll have like a foundation to judge the through the accuracy of it through coherence with the rest of what you believe. That's sort of like the point. But it's also the way I think. Like you're probably an introverted intuition person who sees width, and I'm like somebody that's like goes to the depth, or like so you have a wider scope, and I got like a more narrow.
It depends on the topic, I suppose.
Maybe.
So, because like I said, there's a lot of topics. I'll go fucking deep as fuck. You like you want to go? I always say you want.
Well, I'm not saying you're not deep. I'm not saying you're not deep.
No,
just
that's
mean,
what I'm
like,
saying. It just depends on the top. That's why I'm prefacing it. Depends on the topic. Because certain
I don't want to
topics.
say you're not deep.
No, but I'm saying it's like anybody. Like I know where my faults are. Like certain things, I'm not gonna be as well versed and educated on. So I just know that I know a little bit about this. And then there's other topics like I could go whatever topic or issue you want to deal within that topic. I will go as far as you want because I know everything about that topic.
So like a lot of these things might be. I don't know. All I'm saying is, intuition as a faculty has been sort of corrupted by social forces. Like, oh, you might not be completely right or whatever, so like don't trust your judgment. Like you have to be able to trust yourself to use your intuition. And intuition isn't paranoia. It's not just because like you can like if I intuit something weird or whatever, like of course I'm gonna be like, no, that's fucking wrong. So I feel like you have to engage with your own intuition and be like, okay, nope, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because like my girlfriend's not cheating on me because like she like loves me. She's been with me forever.
Well,
we got a fucking strong family here. And
you go back to what the
never
evidence
gives me
is.
signs that she's like like not attracted to me or whatever. So yeah, exactly. So you have to be able. If you cannot mix the two, it's fucked. So
no, yeah. Well, like,
I don't know what your relationship is with like intuition, or if you ever feel paranoia and have to like be like no.
I haven't in a long time.
Yeah, so you're probably fine in that regard. So it's like
I said, the last time, like I said, when I got out of being like religious and with ghosts and all that shit, that's the last time I was like.
So when you try to guess like the score of shit, like that is you using intuition, like the score of
kind of
yes,
and
shit,
But I would argue,
it is totally intuitive.
It is, but also there's also some evidence. Like I can see like this player does really good again, so like there is a hint of evidence. But yes, in general, yeah, it is guessing. Like if I think the Vikings are going to lose by 3
against the evidence.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's
what I'm saying that there's an oscillation. And like so, like if you get fully into the abyss or whatever to the point where you're like in a fucking crazy ass flow state, like what I get into, like, and like you're exploring the fucking limits of reality and like possibilities and the unknown, like you have to fucking be able to weigh that against the evidence. And like there's a feeling in the moment of like a resonance, of a coherence, like yes, this is right. Woo, I'm fucking coming up with some sick ass ideas, like like that. That's all I'm saying.
No, I mean I get that. I'm just saying it's not the best way to truth. It is a thing. It happens, and I understand.
It's the best way to discover new things, though. There is no other way to make new discoveries other than to make a conjecture, like say Einstein did, or any of these people that are fucking coming up or seeing things.
I would argue they had some evidence. Like I'm saying, I go back.
There was some evidence, of course, but
not the full evidence.
The only way to make a leap is intuition. The only fucking way. And then you build evidence from there. If it seems right, then you build evidence. If you fucking have to.
Yeah. Well.
Yes.
I do not know.
It requires reification. So you just keep thinking, and you'll get there. And you'll see what the fuck I'm talking about.
All right.
Like me and Carlos talk about, like analogies are fucking huge because it allows you to fucking dig deeper.
Yeah, that's why I laugh when people keep telling me. Like yesterday, Eric's like, "Dude, you're going whatever." I'm like, "Dude, it's a thought experiment, bro. It's not supposed to be 1-to-1." He's like, "It's so extreme." Like I'm making it extreme on purpose to stretch your brain to see if you are true to your principles or not. That's the whole idea of it. Because I gave him the analogy. Like I'm like, dude, if somebody owed you $100 and then you told me to go get the $100 from them and you asked me willy-nilly, that's fine. But once you go, hey man, go get me that $100 or else I'm gonna fucking break your legs. Is that equally the same amount of consent? Like it's not. Like you're being coerced by physical action.
Exactly. You're able to. Yeah, exactly.
So I'm saying like he's like, well, Canada's doing all these things. I'm like, yeah, they're doing them, but they're doing them because they have a mob boss telling them do this or else. It's the or else. It's the same thing like with God. That's why I hate when people talk about God. It's like, yeah, God says He loves you unless, or it's unless you do this, or if you don't do this. Like there's always that fucking the mob boss mentality. Like, yeah, I love you unless you don't pay me, then I'll break your fucking thumbs. Like.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
the whole
That's
idea
what-
is like if I take a simple idea, but I can make it sound really ludicrous and crazy, but then I can get you to bite the bullet on like, no, this correlates to this correlates to this. If this was the case, would you believe it? Because this is the extreme. So because you can believe it when it's a nuance issue, but like you got to think of the things at the max levels before you can get to the nuance things.
So I think intuition requires refining your established knowledge. Like if you don't refine your established knowledge, it's just going to be rotten. Or beliefs. And that includes, things like your feelings about yourself, your feelings about people, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Get back to this shit.
Someone that I think is just way smarter than I am, and the way they kind of explain their take to me is that they are well off. They're a wealthy person. They're a six-figure kind of a person. Their wife makes good money, all this kind of stuff like that. And they're like, I make well. I can afford whatever I need in my life, and that is great. But because of those blessings that I am gifted, I should give to those who cannot afford. If for me to be successful in life, I not only have to make enough for me, but like when your cup's full of water, you should pour the overfill into someone else's, not another cup for yourself.
On the floor.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, that's what a lot of things
on
do.
the
Like,
floor.
how much is too much for you when there's people suffering? So it's like, if we're more compassionate to those who have less,
Empathy.
and empathy and compassion, right? We can solve a lot of those problems simply with that. And then the other take that he had was right now Big Pharma has big margins on a lot of these drugs. Like a lot of these stuff, like they're making a 40% margin on this thing. So like they're raking in the dough and all that kind of stuff like that. Where big grocery chains and stuff like that, their margins on their food and that are like 3%.
Yeah, maybe 10 is high.
Exactly, 10 is high, and they're still raking in billions of dollars. Right now, if we could regulate those big pharma companies to say, like, you're allowed to make money, we want you to be successful and grow, but we're going to cap you at a 3% margin, and everything else you make above that has to go get donated into subsidies to reduce the cost of those products for, say, people under, pick a number, right, lower income families, whatever that might be.
Yeah, whatever, yep.
And, like, that in turn, because then they can inflate them, like, the more they inflate themselves, the more people underneath that they're going to be bringing up with them, right? A rising tide raises all ships,
Yep.
right?
Think about in Peter Parker, with great response or great power comes great responsibility.
Exactly.
So like that's why I try to preface with somebody who makes like the CEO personally who makes $50 million a year or even more. Like this person could probably afford to give up 48%. Like that extra 12% of tax revenue. I think I looked up. It's like 2,400 millionaires or 24,000 millionaires in America. Like that's a good chunk that we could hopefully put into the pot where you could have some kind of universal health care. It wouldn't be all of it, but you could have that mixed with Medicare and Medicaid that we already have. Because the thing is, like, especially in America, it's the largest thing we spend. It's 1.2 to 1.6 trillion dollars a year we spend in healthcare. Like we spend the most, and like I said, we don't have the best results. So like there has to be a better way. And like I said, to me, the reason why I spent the most is because we have the corruption we're talking about with the big pharmas, and that the capitalist system where as long as pharmacies are trying to make money, they're gonna make money. Like we need to regulate them. That's why I'm trying to get to like a some kind of universal style. Like I said, it doesn't have to be fully universal, but just something where there's, like I said, these people that make so much money, they can, like you're saying, they should be able to afford to give up 5 to 7%. on $50 million, you know, like you're still walking out with like $35 million a year. You're doing fine. I don't know
Yeah.
how you can't live off that. You know, I read a study. I think it's once you get over like 80 to 100 grand in a household, it basically doesn't matter how much money you make after that because you can already pay all your bills and live fine with 100 grand.
Right,
Now, if you have
right.
a million, you get the best things, or whatever. But it's not necessity. Like you don't have to worry about pressure.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no, and that's what I do agree with you to a sense, because like if you think about it, what are they doing with all of this money? What kind of person needs all of this kind of money?
Yep.
I don't understand. I mean, if I made 100, 200K a year, I I would be the happiest person in the world.
Right?
I
You would
wouldn't
never have
be
to
in
worry about
debt.
any bill. You would never have to worry about anything. Anything. Like I'm saying, like all your car payments, all your bills, all your shit, you'd be just totally fine at 100K.
Right, right, right. It's crazy. I don't. I can't wrap my head around the fact of what do these people need for all this money. Yeah, you have a luxury car and a
Power.
nice house,
Power,
but
I suppose.
yeah, power. Oh, I can have 5 maids
Yeah,
and whatever else. I mean, that's unnecessary. I
I
don't.
agree. Yeah, like so that's why so like someone like with Elon, he's got $400 billion. Like literally, he can give $200 billion to like healthcare, whatever the fuck. Pick a project, and he would still be almost the richest man in the world, and you know, and help a actual society in general. Like you know, like society needs help. You know, like we have so
Yeah.
many poor kids in schools. You know, like they don't have enough teachers. Like there's a lot of issues that not obviously like I'm not naive. Like money doesn't just solve the issue. Like you just can't throw money at it. It's going to make it better. But you give people better resources and better outs to figure out what to do and make more lives better. I feel like I said, for even like the rich person, like if you have people that are more educated and smarter, they probably work better and harder at your jobs. You know, like any job, Amazon. You know, pick any company. You know, like it benefits them too long term because they're going to have better equipped workers. You know,
Yeah.
so like I feel like it's a win-win long term for almost everybody. You help people stay healthier and better, and then those people take less sick days off. They, you know, they work better. They, you know, you're more reliable. You know, it's like it's a win-win. I don't know why.
Don't give
Like,
him any ideas, man. That's just gonna
Mm.
make it worse.
you know, it's just funny. I don't know. Just there's things like I'm saying, like we need to come to more people need to have better open dialogue and try to come to agreement as a society. Like we're a part of a society. Like that's the thing. Like we all need to come to a social contract. We need to have conversations like this where it's like, let's come to some kind of agreement. Like we know this is not right, but there's got to
Yeah.
be a better way. But it's not, you know,
I
like
do
you
agree with
can't
you,
cut it right away.
absolutely.
You know, you can't just like go, all right, it's not good. Let's just nuke it. No, you can just. It's like one of those you wean yourself off. Like let's stay on it, but let's really start actually kind of concentrate on a better way for America.
Agreed.
What do you think, brother?
Oh shit! I
You
was
were
half
listening. I know you were. I heard you typing. Basically, yeah. I don't know.
Probably stuff I already. Well, what was the topic? Shit.
I was just getting at fucking, basically just reiterating like we know these things are all problems and we fucking just we don't do nothing about it and money and shit in there.
Yeah,
You know, just
money,
basically all the
politics,
normal
and-
shit.
Yeah. Well, I think I was paying attention, but then I was like, okay, this is like the same thing we're talking about here or something. I don't know.
It usually is.
For like alternative ways of looking at things, like so, just to kind of get off topic a little bit, but touch on your point at the same time. Like, I live in a very cold climate. Like right now, it's like -40 outside, stuff like that. And Manitoba has some of the most
Manitoba.
hydro
Manitoba.
dams that are close to a major city.
Hey, Bill.
Manitoba.
He's Bill's neighbor.
Yeah.
Like
Whereabouts are you? I'm from Manitoba.
I'm from Manitoba.
I'm
from Newfoundland. I'm from Newfoundland.
Newfoundland.
Is it fun there? No, it's fucking cold, mate.
Mate.
We pull a lot of electricity and stuff like that. So I went to a town hall meeting. I love politics. I went to a town hall meeting, and you're allowed to ask one question. My question wasn't, instead of, because they were talking about raising property taxes and raising taxes, and because everybody's like, oh, we should fix our healthcare. Okay, we'll raise everybody's taxes 3%. I'm like, well, that doesn't solve the problem. That's just passing the problem along the line. So my idea was that because we have hydroelectricity and a cold climate, let's try to invest in the tech centers. Let's get some of these mega tech server companies into our climate. cooling costs of all the servers. It's free for the wintertime. You literally have a fan blowing in the cold air, regulate how much you're letting in to keep everything at the optimal temperature. And then because we're producing free hydroelectricity, we could sell it to these companies for cheaper, thus in turn creating revenue, thus in turn bringing jobs to our sector and stuff like that. And they're high-paying, good quality jobs.
Yes,
and
they are.
And let's take that revenue that we make from that and supplement our healthcare. Right?
I agree.
And my PM, or MP, sorry, he's like, oh, that's a great suggestion, and then literally skipped over me because it's a hard thing. It's not a easy. It's easy for me to say, right? I'm not the guy that's gonna make it all happen, but I think that's a great idea that could be beneficial to myself personally because like I do tech stuff. I like computers and that, right? But it's great for our economy, great for our healthcare, great for jobs, and let's give them tax incentives to come here, right? Like, hey, your first 5 years. First 5 years in our province, we'll cut your taxes by 10% just for the upkeep of the building the infrastructure, whatever it might be, right?
Yep. I bought solar panels with Biden because Biden upped the solar tax credit to 30% off. So I got 30% off my solar panels, and I basically never pay a solar bill ever again. I pay 12 cents a kilowatt, and I sell it back for 14. So I actually make more money than intake off my solar panels.
See, that's an amazing incentive program where you could, like, instead of saying like you have to do this, hey, how about this? Like, here, I'll give you a tax break that can make you green, right? And then go ahead.
So like I'm saying, so like with health, right? I think the government should do similar things like with health. So like if you don't smoke cigarettes and you can prove it or whatever, you get like $100 off your taxes. And if you don't like drink, you get another $100 off your tax. So you incentivize. It's like, so yeah, instead of making things illegal and banned, I'm more about incentivizing, having the government be like, you know what, this is a good idea. Let's not force people to do it like forcefully, let's say, but we kind of persuade them by giving them like a few extra bucks here on your taxes. And you know, because people do things for money, obviously. If someone says, hey man, you know, and if you get $100 every year because you don't smoke, you know, you do that for 30, 50 years, you know, that's a lot of fucking money you get for free.
And
just for making a good choice.
And it's going to save the healthcare system.
I did speed it up.
God damn, what the fuck did Wally just snort?
You know, man, I was fucking... Dude, I smoke weed. This guy. But yeah, no, I speeded it up. Just like hurried up. Got like 20, 30 minutes left of this. So I was like, all right, let's hurry up and get on.
Yep.
They talk slow. I talk fast. And you can tell now it's at 1 1/4. So I'm like, oh yeah.
Lung cancer and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I'm saying it's all good. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think for, like, I'm a fencer by trade. That's what I do for a living, is I build fences, right? For a couple of just regular blue-collar guys, I think these are some great ideas that should be looked upon. I also believe that whatever side of the political aisle you're on, it doesn't matter. We should have intelligent conversations about some of these things, because maybe you and I disagree politically, but I agree with your idea, and that's going to bring us a little bit closer,
That's the whole point.
a little bit more likely to compromise on some of those tougher topics if we've already built up that relationship of like, hey, I disagree with you, but I think you're a good guy and I see where your heart's at. You know what? I'll give that 2% so that you win that argument on something bigger to you.
Yep. Right. Yeah, it's all about finding the middle ground. Like I said, like, you know, like I always use like the abortion issue. Like if one side wants abortion all the way and the one side wants it for never, why can't we come to like a 20, you know, like somewhere in the middle where we can kind of, you know, kind of agree on a point instead of being so like it's my way or it's no way. Like that helps nobody.
That's
like
one of the biggest ones where nobody's like, everybody's so headstrong with it and nobody can come to any agreement. It's crazy.
Yeah, especially online. Like I said, that's why I like talking like face to face or like with people like this, because you can actually like get like the sense of what the conversation is. Like a lot of people, you're reading somebody, you're taking context, you know, miss context or whatever, and it leads to a big fucking ordeal fight or whatever. It's stupid, you know. It's just, and nothing ever happens. Like, oh, we just rambled about nothing for 20 minutes instead of actually having like a good constructive conversation.
Come out.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff instead of having a real like these are things like we're a society. We need to figure out together what the future is for us, because these are issues that we know these things are issues. They're not solved today. So what are we gonna do in the future to actually make these things work in our favor?
Right. For your abortion topic, like I agree that there's gonna be people on one side and the other, no matter how we cut this cookie. And I believe that people that are against it, they never will do it. And the people that are for it, they will do it. Now, there's dangerous sides to both those coins, right? There's gonna be people that can't or shouldn't have kids having kids, and people that shouldn't have that maybe need abortions having unsafe abortions. Right? Neither one of those are a winning situation. So exactly what you said, we have to find an intelligent way to have the common ground. And I know it's kind of like a taboo thing for three dudes in a room to talk about talk about that thing. But at the end of the day, like I think like if three women want to have this exact conversation with that merit of like there's two sides of the conversation, and we're looking to find the middle. Not convince you, not convince you to my side, not convince me to your side. We're looking to find the middle. I think that'd be amazing.
Yeah, that's how any great So like with Biden, he did the infrastructure bill. It was bipartisan. He got like 15, 20 Republicans, you know, to come on his side because it was a good bill or whatever. You know, like we need more of that kind of stuff. We need to stop having such partisan lines, like all right, here's the issue. And if you're red, you're automatically on this side. And if you're left, you're automatically on this side. There needs to be more nuance and understanding with most of these issues. Because, like, people think these issues are so, like, I always say, like, the one sentence answer, like, build a wall. Like, that's not that simple. Like, it's a very complex issue. Like, like, all these things are very complex. And we need to actually have a nuanced conversation about it and try to delve into, like, the 6-7 points that make up the one broad big point that we're trying to, like, discuss about instead of just talking about the macro. It's like, no, you got to figure out the 7-8 little micros that make the macro, like.
Yeah,
And that's where
absolutely.
like conversations like this help,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a lot of people on both sides. It's the one sentence things. Oh, I'm on this side. I'm on that side. Build the wall. Hide immigrants, or pro life, pro choice. It's too split sided, and we definitely need people like us to just talk about it. Get our thoughts and opinions out there and show it's okay. We disagree, but we find a solution and we can do good.
Yeah, actually build towards actual progress instead of just, like I said, we're just sitting in the mud just waiting for something
What
to happen.
sucks is,
but if we just
there's just the like there's the conservatives that aren't willing to budge. Like these guys might identify as more conservative, but they actually care about people.
Yes, that's why that's why I gave them a lot of props.
Other people just don't think that other people are. They don't think that Latinos are good. Good people. They don't think that Chinese people are good. They don't think that trans people are good.
Just pick a topic.
Like, oh, they're delusional, or this or that. Like, I'm on the side of logic. Like, what do you mean when you say that? Like,
they don't know.
So that's another way where I think like modernity fucks things up, because it's like these strict, rigid definitions of shit, and it's like, bro.
Well, at least with science in general, at least we've gotten better with understanding that things are spectrums instead of just being black and white. So
yeah,
I get what you're saying, but yeah, they've done a lot better job of trying to stop the black-white fallacy shit. So
strict definition, like
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, most of the time in general, like a word might have a meaning, but I have to ask the person what they mean by it just to make sure like we're on the same page. Like if someone's talking to me about socialism, well, are you talking about like your cars or not your cars, but your roads and your fucking schools and stuff being social? Or are you talking about like Trotsky and all these fucking socialists like that? Like it's a wide variety of socialists. Like, what are we talking about specifically when you say this is like, oh, okay, what do you mean? Like, I just got to know, because I got to know what kind of mindset I'm going to be in this conversation, or whatever the fuck it is.
Yep.
I suppose someday.
I don't know, man. I always look at like the progress always moves from right to left, and
it usually does.
There's nothing you can
honestly
do
a lot of
it.
times it's the religious folks kicking and screaming to have to join modern society. That's a big chunk of it.
Tradition versus progress.
Yep.
It's always that, and they just need to be fucking proof. They need to have every fucking shred of evidence fucking presented before they're like, okay, yeah, you're right. Like, fuck's sake. It's like society's a wave. They're at the other end. We're at the fucking front. Like shit, get it fucking together already. God damn. But they're always gonna be lagging behind. Always.
Well, yeah, because they're literally, it's in their name. They're conservatives. They're trying to conserve culture, while culture is usually progressing.
Yeah.
Think about, in general, man, all you got to think about is like, dude, it was conservative people that try to hold black people back. It was conservative people trying to hold women back. It was conservative people trying to hold back. Like, it's always that way that's holding back people and things having rights and shit. Like,
it's just people that are bitch ass motherfuckers that ain't shit. So
they never grew up that way. So like back in the day, dude, if you grew up a hillbilly, you never hung out with anybody other than you never saw a black person in your life or any, so for you to demonize somebody because you never met them is a lot easier. See, I feel like it should be harder today because we all know every kind of race and people, because we all talk to them all the time through the internet or just in real life. So I don't know how we haven't gotten much better. I mean, we are better, but like this should be like almost a non-issue, like really.
Like, I think the people who are most racist are those that are most afraid of becoming inferior or being seen as inferior.
Well, yeah. Remember when white people didn't want to legalize black people back in the day because they thought black people would slave them. It's like, no, not everyone's as shitty and shady as you are, bro.
Well, like you gotta figure the slave drivers, the ones that were the most evil or whatever. Like they were
the kings in fucking Africa that sold them first. Like,
well, yeah,
they're pieces of shit too. Like,
yeah, no doubt.
Like,
But I'm just saying, like, the most racist people are the most insecure, the most
well,
fucking
yeah, usually, yeah, because you have
pathetic.
to think you're the best, or your race, or whatever you want to call it, or your group, whatever your group is, they're the best. We the winners. Yeah, silly. Sit and wait, nothing's gonna happen. You know, like someone has to stand up and walk. You know, someone's got to move. You know, we can't just stay here. You know, and that's what these
Right.
conversations in general is hopefully building towards long term.
Yeah, and just to kind of like touch on that, like I agree with exactly 100%. I'm fully on board with that. I believe when people have these kind of conversations that we should talk to hear each other instead of talk to respond or speak to listen to speak kind of thing. Like there's so many times like I have like mad ADHD, so there are a lot of times when I'm listening to people, I'm already thinking of, oh, if he finishes the sentence this way, this is my response, and I'm not truly listening to what you're saying because I'm ahead of myself. I try to practice like Robert, just shut up. Listen, let that person articulate that thought and that feeling, that opinion with their heart, their emotion, and their voice, and then articulate my what I have to say next, right? Like, so yeah.
I'm trying to get better at writing questions down. Like when someone asks something, instead of fucking barging because I'll forget. I try to be like, okay, what about this? And I'll try to write it down so when whoever finishes, I can try to listen and be like, all right, getting back to this right here because I remember I had a question 2 minutes ago, but whatever.
Idea you had, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get better. Like I always tell my homies that I run my Discord with, like I get better at trying to type out or write down the question before I lose it because I know I'm gonna lose it. I can't help it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm the same way. It's like your mind's going so fast, talking about so many things, and then you start thinking more, and you're like, where to go?
Yep.
Where to go?
So to get us back on track, with RFK Jr., do you think with his take on alternative medicine, do you think that will gain legitimacy under his leadership? One of the pros, it could push for more research and insurance coverage for holistic and alternative treatments, offering patients more options beyond pharmaceuticals. One of the cons is the lack of scientific backing for many of these alternative treatments could lead to government funds being spent on ineffective or even harmful therapies.
I suppose I'm always open to try new, like to have research and studies. Like if they want to check like Eastern medicine or whatever, and actually do studies on it. I mean, by all means, I guess for sure. But I would tend to lean that like our top scientists in America are really fucking smart. So I'd assume like if they come up with a vaccine or any kind of medical plan or ordeal, I would tend to trust them more. But like obviously having more research into other ways of doing it is never necessarily a wrong thing.
Can I challenge your perspective? Sorry, Sweaty, can I challenge your perspective?
Can I challenge your perspective? You always ask.
I know, because I'm the only one that's on the left.
He's fucking Canadian.
Well, he is Canadian too, but also just in general, I'm the only one on the left. So like, he's like, these two are never going to challenge themselves because they mostly agree. I'm the oddball.
Yeah. I'm challenge your perspective. He's gonna say something about the companies. That's what he's talking about.
Ooh, is that what you think? All right, I'm gonna go back a little bit.
I was gonna say it's not the scientists I worry about. It's the companies that fucking are willing to. I don't know what he's gonna say. That's just my.
I can't remember, but we'll see if they come up with a vaccine or any kind of medical plan or ordeal. I would tend to trust them more. But like obviously having more research into other ways of doing it is never necessarily a wrong thing.
Can I challenge your perspective? Sorry, Sweaty, can I challenge your perspective? So I agree with you. The scientists and doctors are way smarter than you and I all day, every day. But when my boss says something, Robert, if you want to get a paycheck, you have to come up with these results.
No, okay.
That's what
I do my job.
Yeah.
I need that.
Yeah. Whoever pays the scientists, they agree with them. It's like, oh, okay, maybe. The thing is, I always say like I think I say I'll wait till it happens.
Job. I got a family to feed and
like
stuff like
they'll
that.
Like let standards lapse.
Fake studies and stuff like that. They're being funded by someone with an agenda. Sometimes, not always, right? But sometimes they're being funded with an agenda. And I'm smart enough to like look at numbers and be like, oh, if I make sure to leave these 3 pieces out, I can hit that target number that I'm looking for, being encouraged to, right? Like I just got audited at work. And I aced that audit not because the numbers were perfect, because I was smart enough to read between the lines sometimes and make shit happen.
Yep. I would argue that, so like we have multiple big companies, like we have Moderna, we have Pfizer, we have Johnson, like there's so many big companies, and they're all competing with each other.
And they're all funded by BlackRock. All of them.
Maybe. Oh, and that was the thing. I got confused.
That's where it gets stupid.
It probably is.
I mean, maybe, but
dude, you watch my face. I literally just go like, what? Like I'm just so confused when he said that. Watch.
Oh, funded by BlackRock.
We have Pfizer. We have Johnson. Like there's so many big companies. They're all competing with each other.
I mean,
and they're all funded by BlackRock.
Wealth is fucking evil, anyways. It doesn't have to be fucking. Like these forces. They're all stuff. It doesn't have to.
BlackRock is house.
Yeah, I mean they're shit, obviously. I don't know, man.
BlackRock dedicated healthcare practice stands ready to be blah blah blah. Yeah, they offer healthcare to their people. Do they? Not offer healthcare. Hold on. BlackRock lobby healthcare or health insurance or health something. It does lobby, yeah, for sure. Okay, I mean, I get that. Yeah, sue Vanguard and shit. Like, honestly, so Vanguard's just a fucking... They're just a big fucking... They're like Berkshire Hathaway. They're just a big thing that does all this shit. They just want to make money. Okay. Ugh, I don't know. I just don't really find like good evidence one way or another. But I'm not like BlackRock's such is relatively a small company. BlackRock net worth. So BlackRock is worth $166 billion. Okay.
166 billion. Okay,
That's how much.
That's it.
Yeah.
That ain't shit.
That's what I'm saying. Now they do have $11.6 trillion in assets under management.
That's different.
Yeah, that's different. I know.
That's insane. 11.6. Like, why the fuck is a company being allowed to have that much fucking
This
shit?
many
Like,
houses? Yeah, I mean, I could see where it's a problem, but the thing is, I guess the only argument otherwise would be nobody's buying these houses. Somebody has to pay. Somebody has to pay them, so like the city gets money for them. So I guess, is it better for somebody to pay and make a bunch of money off it, or it just sit there and be empty? I guess I don't know.
The point is, like, homes being like the way it is, like that whole industry has to be reworked too.
A lot of things.
Like,
do, but yeah.
we fucking do everything so backwards. Like, we have to fucking like do work to get a house instead of getting a house and then do. I don't know.
I know.
It's
I mean,
all
yeah.
So like having a home, like, so if I had a home, if I had a fucking house of my own, like if I had like a car, and then like I don't know, I could be so much more productive. I wouldn't be this in this state.
Mm-hmm.
Like.
Well, yeah,
like,
man.
The way that it is. When
Also,
when you're a guy that doesn't own a house, like, I mean, I'm not super worried about it, but it's like, I would have been so much better off fucking 10 years ago if I were to be able to have a fucking house, and
For sure. Also,
even,
it's
like,
it's how, at least in America, it's how you get actual wealth. Because like once you pay off your house, now your house you are worth that much money.
Yeah.
Like personally. So I mean, it does. If you want to get to like the racist things, like when they had redlining laws and shit, that when black people couldn't own houses, there's a reason why they're poorer now, because they didn't get to pass down to their kids a house worth of money, inheritance and shit. So it'll make, again, like it leads to that too, but that's a different topic. But same rules apply though.
All of them.
Maybe all of them. I guess I'd have to look into it, but I know BlackRock's about houses and stuff. But
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's not even just in America. There's other countries too.
Agreed.
Like if our vaccines didn't work here, I would assume that China and or Russia or Iran, one of these countries, would call us out, and they would love to call our bullshit if our shit wasn't up to date and working the way we claimed it.
That is true.
So like there is, yeah. At least he concedes. That's what I'm saying. That's why I like talking to these two. At least they fucking, when I make a good ass point like that, like, I know you guys are conspiracy people, but like, why is Russia buying our drugs? Don't they hate us? Like, they would love to talk shit about us, but they can't, because they buy our shit because they know it works.
Yeah.
Like, such a good point.
Yep.
the thing is, like I said, so there's one thing to have studies with millions of people, and there's ones with 10,000 because you're in the beginning. So if you have a 10,000 study, you got to look at the science at the moment. But the thing is, in due time, more people are going to look at those studies, and there's going to be more studies because there'll be more people having the disease and stuff. And you hope that throughout the whole world, that all these people are going to come to some kind of agreement, right? Because like I said, like our adversaries would love nothing more than to be like, these people fucking lied to you guys. Like the mRNA guy is gonna kill you in 5 years or whatever the fuck. Like they would love to say that, you know.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely,
but
absolutely.
they don't. Like Russia bought our Johnson and Johnson to use for their shit. So I mean, like, you know, like it must have been pretty well.
At the same time, like the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, it was halted in Sweden and Denmark due to a high risk of heart failure. So they made it illegal for anybody under a certain age to have it. AstraZeneca has pulled the COVID vaccine off the shelves. Like they do not produce it anymore whatsoever. So that's two of the big three that already have that pushback from different countries. Our problem in Canada and the U.S. So Canada, news outside of our government-approved news agencies is illegal. And the U.S., you don't hear a lot of news coming. Like, when was the last time you watched Russian news?
I mean, I try to because I try to be objective. Like I try to, but in general, I know what you're saying. In America, no, we watch MSNBC, CNN, whatever. But yes, I get what you're saying.
Right, there has been some of that, not a lot, and I'm trying to be objective on it, not push back on the thought process, right? But I just try to.
No, for sure. Yeah, I like it, dude. That's all about good.
And so, Sweaty, I kind of cut you off at the beginning. You want to touch back on that?
Yeah. So I do want to tie back into the original question. I do think, you know, going the holistic end, you know, the more natural end, I think that's a great idea because there are definitely some scientific arguments that say, hey, using this plant for focus or, you know, for whatever else works. And I mean, I don't know if it's been studied enough to say, hey, it has the side effect like you were to take a pill to help you focus. But I do think it definitely should be introduced, kind of like the same way we had that conversation with the raw and pasteurized milk. We have a choice. But my only concern with that is if you kind of compare it to like the medical marijuana industry, it can be good, but then you have the corporations come in and they corporatize everything, and then it's just another version of what you originally tried to fix or replace. You know, so there's a chance of that happening. I hope it doesn't, but we should have that choice. Hey, you know, maybe this herbal remedy is better than this pill. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think both options should be looked at. Like, I'm a firm believer of like, let's throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks.
Yep.
Right? Exactly what you said.
Yeah.
There's a lot of holistic healthcare that I think is baloney. I think it's 100% baloney. But I'm also not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
Yep.
That's an opinion. Right? So if people think like, hey, this is a great alternative to this pharmaceutical thing, and they have a strong, intelligent case where they can present it to the government, to the FDA, whoever it might be, I think as society, we should actually look at it, study it, get that 10,000 exactly, whatever the number is, same thing with vaccines, or whatever that number might be of like, how many people does it help and how many people does it hurt, and see if it's an actual viable option. And if it's not viable, thanks for trying, come back when you got something better. And if it is viable, well, let's expand that research to the next level and bring it up. Right?
Yeah, like how much money have we wasted on just regular bullshit? So if it costs like $1 million to find out that this not drug but
holistic medicine,
Eastern medicine, whatever, doesn't work. I mean, that's not much especially for like America's GDP is like $6 trillion. Like, what's $1 million? Nothing. You know, like really, it's 2 pennies. You know, like, so yeah, if it costs you a little bit to find out to basically check off what doesn't work, that's fine with me.
Yeah. What would a health freedom approach to the HHS look like for you guys? One of the pro statements is less government interference with personal medical decisions, empowering individuals to make their own choose their own treatments. One of the cons, it could create a deregulated system where bad actors exploit loopholes, putting people at risk.
So I do agree with both those statements. I think the pro is a very good pro, and that's what it'll look like if everything works out good. But I do think the con definitely is a possibility and should be a concern, because if we're going to be making cuts and you know, trying to lessen spending and make things healthier, we can't forget about the things that, you know, we've been fighting for a long time, going back to polio, diabetes, you know, that kind of stuff. Those are things we cannot forget about. So, you know, if we're jumping loopholes, it's a slippery slope for sure, and it could get dangerous.
Yeah, like I said, I would go back to my earlier point where like we should really understand why the regulations are there in the first place. Like I said, there might be a few that are really far fetched, and I kind of understand why we probably want to get rid of them. But you also got to try to remember that somebody probably messed up in that exact way where they made that a stupid rule or whatever they had to do.
With laws,
Yeah, well, like, I was saying, even with like
circle.
like the regulation, and like I said, for me, I think the government should probably highly regulate healthcare. Like they should this should be one of the most safest things we should do, and it should be the least corrupted. Obviously, we know, like I said, we were talking about earlier with big pharma, like their job is to try to prevent the big farmers as much as they can and try to keep them out of trying to make all the money and try to keep the drugs and vaccines and stuff that we have as safe and secure as they can be.
Okay.
That's right, bitches. Just kidding. Like, man, it's funny because, like I said, they're all talking about corruption.
Your perspective?
Nah, not this time. But it's just funny because it's like, yeah, man, like, we all know that it's corrupt, and you guys are like, yeah, it's corrupt. Okay, well, how do you uncorrupt it? Like, why don't you guys ever think about we need probably more government regulations into it so we have less profit, aka less corruption, like long term, like.
I was thinking earlier, like, dude, like the problem with illegals or whatever, like, being a quote unquote drain on the system or whatever, like, and people point out all these things in the system or whatever that make it so, like, okay, who's in power? Who the fuck is in power? You know what? Fucking ask him to fucking fix that shit instead of spending $1 trillion fucking to oust people. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
All right. Yeah, man. Like I said, in
blaming
general,
the people instead of the system.
Well, like I said, in general, you kick out if they want to kick out the cartel people and all that shit, by all means, kick them out. But like I said,
of course,
don't take regular fucking dude, please. That's all I ask.
The point is that they generalize that these people are all fucking animals or whatever. They're not like us just because they have a few bad apples.
Of course, except when you use the same logic and you tell them about like cops, they'll be like, no, that one cop is just a bad apple. It's not the whole of them. Like, oh, okay. So you do understand the thought process. You just don't do when it's not your side. Okay, just be honest.
Well, they're not like a monolith, though. It's not like a bunch of cops that are in tandem. It's not
but my point is that my point is you understand there's nuance. Like one cop is not gonna fucking make all cops the evil ones. They'll be like, oh, he's just a bad apple. Well, maybe this fucking cartel gangster dude is a bad apple to the other million Latino people that are here that are just working and being normal people.
Oh, okay,
well, I'm saying you can use your brain and see that these things are not an issue except for one time, except for when it's against your side, then you'll make it all like all Latinos are bad because of this. But like, no, that's just like I'm saying, like the cop, it's a bad apple. It happens. Like you get them, you deal with the issue. Like for a cop, you throw them in jail. I guess for like the gangster people, you get rid of them. Cool, that's all it means. But like you said, you're good cop and you're good fucking Latino person. Let them be. Let them do what they do.
Yeah, I think the more we confront, the more we fucking show them like how much they don't fucking know, how fucking dumb they are in their assumptions. I mean, yeah, I think we do fucking.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Like I said, that chick earlier when she was talking about, I can't believe I'm seeing all this race shit. Like, bitch, why did you not think that was gonna happen when you voted in the racists? Like, come on now, like use your brain now for a half a second. You really can't believe that you're seeing a bunch of fucking racist shit everywhere on the internet.
Like everybody tried telling you, bitch. Everybody fucking tried telling you.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's my point. It's like even these people are starting to like finally see like, damn, this is pretty bad. Like, yeah, it is. Can you understand that you are part of the problem that voted for this because you're an idiot and didn't listen to all the warnings we try to tell you? That's like I said. I was telling EK yesterday. It's like, dude, all the things I've been telling you about that's gonna happen is happening, and it's been happening. Why do you think that I'm lying to you about anything else? Like I've been giving you the playbook. I've been giving you everything that's gonna happen, the good, the bad, and the indifferent. I'm not lying to you. I have no reason to. I just know that I read studies. I read fucking history. Like I said, my next thing is I'm sorry. I got to go over the Hotley Smoot tariffs and the tariff abomination, a couple other bitches. But it's like these tariffs led to fucking the Civil War and the Great Depression. Why do we think it's gonna be good now? Like it's not. It's going to lead to higher prices. Like I said, even their own people, like I said, admitted to it. So it's just like, we know it's not good. So why are you guys trying to lie and say, oh, it's going to help America? It's never helped America. Why is taking over Gaza Strip helping America? Why is taking over Panama? Why is bullying your allies? Why is that helping America? Like, come on now. Like, use your brain now for just like a second. Like I said, would you bully your friend into doing something for you? No. Well, why is it good enough? Why would you do it with your country friend?
Yep. It's insanity. No fucking discussion. No nothing.
Yeah, silly.
It's always threatening, blackmail. Fucking.
Well, Trump's trying to do the big bully in the block. He's just saying, I'm bigger and better than everyone else. So That's why I tell Eric. I was like, "You're telling me might makes right." Because most people don't agree with that. I mean, some people really do. Some people like that, but I'm not a fan of might makes right.
Yeah, me neither.
You know.
Obviously.
Yeah, I'm just saying most people aren't, but some people are. And it's like those people are fucking. Those are your assholes that think like whatever. You know.
The point is that they make everything appear, not as it is. That's what propaganda does. They use fear against you. They use it, like being a bully is presented or framed as being strong. Like
Also, it's also equated to being stupid too. I mean, there's a good and the bad. You
Of
know,
course,
you're
yeah.
the knucklehead in the movies, in the '80s movies. Oh ho ho ho! But he can beat your ass. You know.
Yeah.
So, I get it. Stupid thinking though. Stupid thinking.
Very stupid.
RFK Jr. Is still a Kennedy Democrat, or do you believe he has shifted? Some of the people think that his environmental and anti-corporate views align with a traditional Democratic view. He's still showing that he's a Kennedy at heart, and other people believe his position on vaccines, government intervention, and social issues lean more towards a populist conservatism and alienating mainstream Democrats. Hey,
Well,
thanks for the raid. Woo!
I would say that he tends to be a conspiracy theorist, which tends to lean mostly to the right side. So he's starting to line up with Trump's base really well. So I would say that he's not really a left winger, and or again, like he's either just falling in line and trying to be a yes man for the position, which is almost actually worse because then he's just like a liar in a way. So I don't know. Either way, I don't know if it's a good answer to me.
Okay. And what about you, Sweaty?
I'd say if we're going based firmly on beliefs, I would say he's definitely still a Democrat, but a little more old school. And the reason I say old school is because a lot of people argue that there was a party switch.
Yeah.
I personally
I want to argue this with him because he doesn't think the party switches. I'm like, what? Oh my lordy. Like, okay. Isn't it weird that the Republicans were once the party that freed slaves and wanted black rights, and then now they're the ones that want to restrict those rights? Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Nope.
Like,
it doesn't.
Like if you look at, they used to call these people Southern Democrats. Can you name a state that's a Southern Democrat now? They're all Republican, right?
Yeah.
Like they switched at one point, and I mean it was like a slow process. Started in the 20s, and actually, again, I could bring this. That's where I'm going to bring it up. Actually, now that I think about it, it happened during that Smoot Hadley tariffs. After the tariffs, a lot of like the old school Republicans started switching over to the Dems, and the old school whatever. Like that was the beginning of it, and it didn't really happen all the way to like the 60s.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But it was a slow process. But I'm saying that was the beginning of it. But like when he said this, I was like, oh man, you don't believe in the party switch? I want to bring that up someday to him.
believe that there wasn't.
See,
But he does definitely lean towards old school Democrat compared to like where they are at now.
yeah, the modern.
Right, compared to modern, and old school Democrat definitely does align a little bit with modern Republican views until you start getting into the God aspect, and that's a whole different conversation. But at this topic, I'd say they definitely touch pretty close. So I think what he did was good, because to me the way I read it was he dropped out of the race. He talked to both running mates about joining their team so he could do what he wanted to do. And he put country over party. So that gives me faith he's here to do the right thing, and he's not a yes man. But a lot of people do tend to seem to get intimidated by Trump and change views. So it could be a possibility. But he's a Kennedy. He's got a loud mouth. And I think he's already taught Trump a lot. So I think he's going to play a really good role, and I think he might teach Trump some stuff as well.
Yeah, like I
Yeah,
said
I
earlier,
felt that.
I'm afraid. I am afraid. I tell him like I'm afraid he's a yes man. That he's probably a yes man, but I would love to think that he's in there and pushing back against some of Trump's more extreme ideas and stuff. Because like I said, Trump probably wants to end abortion totally, and like I said, he used to be pro-abortion. So can he, like I said, come to that, try to lead him to some middle ground or whatever you know what I'm saying? Like I would love to believe that happens, and if he does, I would love to say I'm fucking wrong and stupid. I freely admit it. But
happily eat that crow kind of thing.
yeah, it's just like you said earlier. Like people just cower to Trump. You know, like how many people were anti-Trump the whole time? Even the Republican Party, they're anti-Trump the whole time until they all saw he was going to win, and then they all
Jumped
one
on
by
the
one.
boat.
Yeah, and that's what I'm afraid of. Was it is with Kennedy. Like I said, I would love to be wrong, and I hope he does what we're talking about, where he gives them legit pushback and does his things. I don't think it will. I don't know.
So
How I feel.
I believe Kennedy is a true Kennedy through and through. I do believe he's catering a little bit to Trump. I'm not going to dispute that part there, but I don't believe that he's gone to the right. I think the center has been stretched out so wide that the left is further left, the right is further right, that now that's a more of a gray area that he's in, and he's trying to find where he's going to fit, that he can do the most good. Because it's one of those things, like, if you have to bend a knee to serve your people the best, is that really such a bad thing? If you're truly humble and your intentions are truly good, is that such a bad thing? It's when you bend a knee for self-serving reasons. That's the definitive line. And
We don't know yet.
yeah, I'm a fan of his. Like, not gonna lie, even before when he was running for a Democrat, I would have voted for him. I can't vote for him, but I would have. That would have been my Democratic vote for them.
Yeah, I agree.
As he was the most central out of the people running. So I was like, oh yeah, I can get behind that. Good, like wants to really crack down on healthcare. Those kind of things I resonated with me. I pray that he is bending the knee for his people, not bending the knee for self-serving reasons, if that makes sense.
Totally. That's
Yeah.
what I totally agree. That's what I'm saying. I hope that is the case. Like I said, I hope that he got in there and did what he had to do just to get in. And like I said, I hope he does give legit pushback on the far right's more extreme views and try to make them more, more center. Because like I said, the media in general has gotten really bad about, like, if you're on the right, they only show you the worst 5% of the left, and if you're on the left, they only show you the worst 5% of the right. So it forces you to think that everybody on the other side is a fucking devil or evil or whatever the fuck.
Right.
Instead of, like I said, we're realistically 60% of Americans are within like 20%. We're like, we're right in the middle. It's just like the 12%, 15% that's on the outskirts that, but those are the people that everyone sees on every TV show and every media clip.
Because it makes money.
And makes
For
headlines.
sure. Yep. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we need to understand that. Like we were talking about earlier, it's the compromise. We need to learn that most of us are towards the center. Let's talk about these issues in the center and figure out real solutions.
Yeah. So, do you guys believe that his confirmation set a precedent for future controversial appointments? One of the pros is that it opens the door for more outsiders challenging the establishment, potentially leading to more innovation and inside of policies. One of the cons is that it normalizes the fringe candidates in crucial government roles, creating instability and unpredictability in policy making.
It's a double-edged sword, so it can be good because, like I said, as long as when you get new people in, it gives you new thought process and new ideas and things like that, just outside of the box. But again, it would help if we have people at least in the field. Some, like I said, you don't have to be a doctor, you don't have to be whatever, but like just some, like because like anything, I never built a house in my life, so if someone hires me to build a house for them, they're probably stupid because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You should get somebody at least somewhat in that field. Like I said, it doesn't have to be directly. I get that, but just somewhere within the vicinity.
Okay, and what about you, Sweaty? What are you thinking?
I blew his mind with that analogy. It's so funny because you'll see he's like, I never thought about that. He's like, that's a good analogy. I'm like, that's what I do, bro. It makes me laugh. You'll see it.
I pretty much agree the same, and I actually really like the analogy about him getting hired to build a house when he doesn't know how to build a house. It definitely is a double-edged sword. And I think now we're in the clear.
That's what I'm saying. That's my where I excel with debates and talking to people in general is I'm good at fucking trying to link stupid ass things. Because like I said, once you say it like that, like it makes sense. Like, why do I trust somebody to run something? Like I said, for RFK, like we're trusting this dude to have this big ass job. He's never had this job at all. That's stupid, right? Like, hire me to do your plumbing. I've never been a plumber, dude. That's stupid, right? It's the same thought process. Like, you should hire people that are at least, like I said, somewhat, like at least an apprentice in the fucking field, not a fucking nobody in the field. Oh, I loved it though. He's like, damn, I never thought about that.
Thing like that happening, but definitely a couple of years down in a few elections, there might be that one extremist who gets enough power and comes in with all of these people who are just pushing their agenda, and it could be dangerous, whether it be on the left or the right. I think now a lot of people may think it is dangerous, but it's showing hopefully the good side of the right. I'd like to be proven right, and I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. This sucks for me. But I do believe this will hopefully shine a good light to a lot of the world to break the media's disdain for people on the right. And I hope it does the same thing for, people on the left. We come to a more honest thing with the media, with food, with everything. I mean, I have faith it'll turn out good, but I think, as we all know, with, people with their hands in other people's pockets, it might not turn out that way.
Yep.
Okay, so that kind of concludes everything that I had prepped, and we're sitting at just prior to the 2-hour mark. Is there any other key talking points or key moments that you guys would like to discuss before we wrap things up?
Hey! What are you doing?
Who we A-ing? Your bird?
Dog.
Oh, the poochie, huh?
Yeah.
I got
man.
I got my baby that always tries to sit on my mouse. She likes to lay on my mouse. Yeah, every time I can move my mouse pad over to this side, he'll just lay right on the mouse. I'll try to.
Well, the cat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, I know your hand's
I
gonna
haven't
be
had cat
there.
in years.
I think that's what he's like.
I miss our kitties.
Kitties are cute. I like them because they're easy to take care of compared to dogs. Like, if I want to go to town for a day or two, I just leave enough food and shit out there. They're cool. Like,
leave that fucking, clean that litter box, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying out of all animals, they're pretty fucking. Birds are pretty easy. I mean, you got to clean your shit out once in a while, but I mean, taking care of them is relatively easy too.
You're fucking loud, aren't you loud? Dude, you gotta be bored as shit in there all by yourself, man. I feel bad.
The bird?
Yeah, I know he's fucking fighting me.
I know, I get it.
I feel bad.
I do sometimes too. Like I said, I will never be a vegan or whatever, but I understand why.
Yeah, me too.
Like, I am empathetic to what, like, I don't talk shit about them like that. Like, I only talk shit to like for fun. But like, if we were to have like a real philosophical question or whatever, I'm like, no, bro, I get why you do it. Like, killing an animal is pretty bad too.
Basically, right. I'm just a selfish piece of shit that doesn't want to fucking.
I'm blaming my ancestry because, of course, we are omnivores, bro. It's like it's in our system. Like, like I didn't make us this way. It's just kind of how we evolved, bro.
Yeah.
Maybe someday we evolve off it. Maybe we will eventually.
You gotta wonder how many animals do vegans actually save?
Probably not much, honestly, but I can look at it see.
Dude, I'm gonna ask my ChatGPT.
Saved by going vegan.
Are saved.
They estimate 95 to 365 animals per year.
Oh, I mean, but then there's like animals that aren't born and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, this is just an estimation, obviously.
But how can we prove that?
Well, these people estimate, so the UK health organization, people say going vegan saves on average 1 animal per day per person. So for every person,
I even believe that though.
Huh? You don't know if you believe it? I don't know.
So I don't know. So like, you don't save them. They would just simply. It's not like they go somewhere. It's not like they're like let loose or anything.
I know what you're saying. So like for me, I have solar panels. Like it tells me like I've planted 300 trees.
That's different. Marine animals would be different because then there'd be less fishing. There's less demand for fish. There's less fishermen out there.
Well, I mean, it'd be like anything, I suppose. If there's less demand for chickens, you'd have less chickens. But the thing is, there's so many people that eat chickens that you not eating 1 chicken a day or whatever is not going to affect the marketplace. And even like, I don't know, how many vegans do you think are out there in the world in general? Like maybe like 1 million total?
Oh, I bet there's probably, I'm going to guess 10 million, but maybe not. But then there's also Indians and shit. Ooh.
About 79 million.
That's a lot.
Okay, way more than I thought. Worldwide. So let's say on average, maybe there's 79 million animals saved a day. Or at least not eaten, I guess, what do you want to call it.
But like they just don't get bred then. I mean, they just don't get like, yeah, exactly. They breed fewer animals. So it's like, I don't know. Like, okay, so I am in favor of improving the conditions of these animals. Like, let them have fun. Give them balls. I don't fucking know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I believe we should probably have some sort of like free range type thing. I don't know. Maybe we should breed chickens ourselves or some shit and just.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you're kind of right, but the only thing is, the reason why we don't have hunger in the world is because we have mass
Like
packaging and
if
like
less
kill.
animals exist, like what's the difference? You know, the fishing industry, yeah, that seems to be quite clear that you know that they are actually able to just live out their lives naturally. But when it comes to like cows and chickens and these farm animals, like you're not really doing anything. It's just less being killed. Like, but there's not like more. They're not being able to be like
Yeah, net positive.
free. Yeah, exactly. It's just the same thing. It's just
Mhm.
the same. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fucking stupid.
It is shitty. Like I said, I get why they do it. That's what I'm saying. I would never argue like on a
Yeah.
moral or philosophical reason why you're wrong, because you're not wrong. It's just I've been evolved to eat meat. It's really tasty, and I'm sorry. Like I
And
get,
it's
I
nutritious.
yeah. I'm saying
It's
like
like
all this stuff. Yeah, I'm saying we've evolved to eat
yeah.
it. So like we've evolved to be able to break it down and make good out of it. So like part of it's not my fault, but part of it is my fault because like
So
on
it might be cheaper. It might be a lot cheaper to go vegan. To be honest, like it might be.
probably.
I think we're because so we have to like feed the animals all this shit. You know, it's
Mm-hmm.
you know with to grow a fuck ton to be able like it's probably more than their
probably.
weight or whatever. You know, so it's I don't know, man. I
don't
don't
know
know
either.
how we like fix that part. But if animals aren't, if literally no extra animals are being given a happy existence, quote unquote, as a result of vegans, I don't see the fucking point.
No, like I said, it might just. Be,
I don't eat fish anyways.
It
I
might
don't
just
eat
be
fucking
neutral.
fish. Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't really have anything
really.
in mind.
No, I mean on my notes are pretty much we went over a little bit of everything a couple times, but yeah.
Perfect. Well, for the final thoughts, I'll give you guys each a chance to have your final thoughts. We've covered a lot of ground tonight, and we want to leave it to you, the audience. Does RFK Jr. represent much needed change in the much needed change in health policy, or is he an example of dangerous populist politics? Drop your thoughts in the comments, tag us on social media, and let us know if this discussion has changed your perspective or not.
Hell yeah.
Sweaty?
Closing statement. I don't really have much. I mean, I thought that was a really good discussion. And I do believe, you know, he's here for the good. He originally had my support in the election. I thought he was a very knowledgeable person, and between the other two, he seemed to be the one who stood in the middle ground the most. Yes, he questioned things differently than everybody else, but it was a question. It wasn't, hey, I believe this, we're gonna do this, this, and this. I want to study this. I'm curious about this. Everybody can learn with me, not, oh, we need to do this and we need to do that. This other person sucks. This other person sucks. You know, too much fighting, too much arguing, and he was the one I chose. And I hope to see that he didn't sell out his values. And he still gets to do what he originally planned to do. I really hope that's the case.
And Danksided.
Yeah, to somewhat echo what you're saying, I really do hope that he does, like I said, honestly push back and stay true to his values. I hope he's not just your average Republican, right? Not Republican, but just the average Trump yes man, and just doing it for money and power. Because, like I said, I lean that way, but like I said, I hope to be proven wrong. You know, that'd be one of the good things about being wrong. But in general, for me, for the last like couple years since like I kind of got out of being like the anti-vax, like I used to kind of think a lot of those ways too. But I've learned to humble myself and just realize that I'm not one of these leading scientists, especially like I said in America and around the world. These people, when you give them a question, they all put their mind subconscious and all this shit to that. They come up with great things, and you know we can do a lot. You know, like we can come out with vaccines a lot faster because we can coordinate with 192 other countries, unlike we could before, and we can share ideas. And I think that we just need to trust. Not like fully, like not like just
blindly.
Knob slob fucking yeah, but I mean like you should obviously research like when they release papers, when the CDC or NIH when they release papers, do your own research. Like don't listen to any fucking pundit person just bullshit and lie to you because like I said, the big thing is both sides are good at doing the half true shit. Like I said, like when I'm on my podcast with people, if we're not talking, we just read papers and read and try to get actual information instead of just being spoon-fed ideas. So like I just try to remind people and tell people in general that it takes a lot of work, but if you want to know the answer, it's really out there. You just have to read a lot, and sometimes it really sucks because especially like science words, I have to like look up five words in one sentence to even know. Like I said, I looked up polysaccharides and I'd like to look up high fructose corn syrup. Like it was really heavy and dense, but I could do it. I'm not the smartest person in the world, but it just takes time and effort. It's out there. You just got to read into it yourself. But
Yeah.
But these, like I said, in general, I feel like the scientists in the world, the doctors in the world, I don't think they're trying to mass kill people or try to like mass hurt people. They're just here. I work at a bar that's next to a hospital, and I get nurses and shit all the time, and I can't imagine any of them just being like, yeah, we're just gonna just randomly start giving people bad disease or bad vaccines or bad medicine and stuff because profit. Like I know it does some obviously, but just most of these people are just your average person.
They're not malicious in intent.
Yeah, well, like I said, the upper people's like maybe the person who runs the hospital, he might be a piece or whatever. They might be a piece of shit, but like your average doctor, your
I agree
average
with that.
nurse, your people, they're just like I said, they're just
like us.
average. Yeah, they're just people that happen to work in the medical field. Like they don't have those malicious things. So, like,
Yeah.
I think people got to think that these people aren't trying to hurt you.
Yeah, they're doing
It
the best.
might-
They're doing the best they can with the information that they have, and they've chosen a career of literally helping people, and also a career where it is like it's a standard practice to try to continue to grow and educate yourself and to expand your knowledge base to like if you build fences for a living, you can only get so good at building fences. You can only talk and learn so much about fencing. As a doctor, you're the best foot doctor. Now you can be the best foot and hand doctor, and there's just a plethora of knowledge to grow. So I agree with that sentiment 100%. Truly, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, but yeah. Besides that, like I said, just put the time in, read real documents, read real papers. You'll learn a lot more from reading actual real people than, like I said, your pundits or whoever's trying to spoon feed you, give you half truths. Just
Right.
take the time, man. Take the time. You'll feel so much better, and also your brain is a muscle. If you use it, it'll last longer. Your chance of getting Alzheimer's, your chances of having all these brain degradation problems. So it's actually healthy. Like we're saying, even on topic, the health thing is good for you. Your brain is the best thing that you can help.
Yeah,
Perfect.
absolutely. I agree 100%.
Well, gang-sided, sweaty orangutan, it's been an absolute pleasure to sit here and have this conversation with you guys. We've got nothing but love and respect for you for this conversation. Hopefully we get to do it again soon in about a week.
Yep, hopefully. I might be gone next Tuesday. I might be going out of town, but I mean, I could technically do it. I would just have to be in a car driving. It'd be one of those.
Okay, we'll touch bases on that, and we'll let everybody else know. I'm going to be on a family vacation for the next 20 days or something like that. So I'm bringing all my podcast gear with me, so I should be able to attend this stuff. We just have to coordinate it and then let all the viewers know. And for everybody else, if you've enjoyed this episode, make sure to subscribe to the Thelooker204, Dank-Sided, and the Sweaty Orangutan. Share, stay tuned for our next discussion. Where we will be tackling a whole new set of hard politics and plain and understanding way to digest it. If this cross-border politics... Sorry. This is cross-border politics where tough questions get real answers. See you next time.
Peace out.
Have a good night, everybody.
Bam, bitches. What'd you
Good
think?
night. That was good. Yeah, those guys weren't assholes.
No, I appreciate it. That's
Yeah.
what I said. That's why I gave them props.
Yeah, they're sort of just dorks. They're not like
Well,
the redneck.
I feel
Fucking
like
types,
they're the
or-
Republicans, and I feel like
don't wanna
I
be
could
a
sway over
dick.
if I bring enough facts and evidence, I could sway like that kind of Republican over.
Like those guys seem more like libertarian-esque.
They are.
Like,
They definitely are more
yeah.
libertarian. But in today's world, honestly, like you were saying earlier, you can't be a libertarian and be a liberal. Or like those two ideas clash. If you're a libertarian, you can only be middle libertarian or right wing
Yeah,
libertarian. You
pretty
can't be.
much.
There's no left wing libertarian. So I get what you're saying, but by definition, they are slightly right wing, just by proxy.
Yeah,
But
Yep.
yeah,
absolutely.
no, yeah,
Yeah.
they're not the fucking. Like I said, when I talked to him before, them leading up to all this shit, we never really had like a yelling match. Like when we talked and shit was always just cordial. That's why I'm like, oh,
I
maybe this will actually be a
don't
good conversation.
See how you can even be a libertarian anymore with like what's coming up with like the threat of well, I think like that one girl was saying, like the loss of labor due to AI is probably overblown. So like that's a little bit different, but like I guess robotics might be different, but it's probably like not there.
Well, it's not
yet,
evident, but it's gonna be. But the
Yeah,
thing with
but do you-
libertarians are all about individual rights. They think that I have the right to do whatever the
Yeah.
fuck. What I'm saying that technically they're right to an extent, but like they're stupid because we live
There's the
again. We live in a
economic aspect, too.
well, not even that, dude. Like I always tell people, if you're libertarian, are you the one building your car, every part of it? Are you the one building your house, every part of it? Are you the one that builds your TV, every single? No, you automatically rely on other people in a society. Therefore, you are not you can never be libertarian full fledged. You are a part of society by proxy or whatever we call it. Just because you have to be. Like I said, you don't. That's why I try to stress, like you can't think that way. That way is over. You can't be, I'm 100% myself. We don't live in the fucking 1600s where you could own a big ass farm and live off yourself. That day is over. you can't. We don't do that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. Yes, sir. Oh, I gotta go to bed, man.
That's all right. Me
I gotta
too. Bro.
fucking.
I gotta work tomorrow.
I
And you got
yeah.
your
I
course
gotta. I
shit.
gotta get up at like 6. Yeah.
I know.
Fuck. What happened with the protest bullshit? Did anything happen?
I saw some people going. I was on this. I joined this conservative fucking Discord channel in case I ever wanted to argue with fucking dummies. But they had a stream going up earlier with people talking or showing all the videos from it. There's still people doing it right now. But yeah. But there's people, but I mean, Minnesota was cold, so probably not much in Minnesota or like maybe some of the cold states, but
Yeah, that actually kind of would have sucked.
like if it had been like 45 degrees today, I bet it would have been bigger, but it's not. Here we go. Yeah, it's probably like 1,000 people. I mean, which is still pretty big, but I guarantee you, like I said, if it was warm, I bet it would have been way more. Do they
All
have
right, yeah. I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta be up at like 6. Fucking
All right, my brother.
shower and shit. All right, brother.
Peace
I will
out.
see you
I will
on
be
the flip
around.
side.
Hey,
All right,
peace
yep.
out.
Later.
All right, peace out, homies. We did it good today. I think we did a good job on that debate. Probably cut off, dude, or not cut him off, but I probably talked more than everyone else. If I were to be objective, but I was a 1-on-2. They were both against me in the sense, so like ideologically, we probably talked almost the same, but we'll do better.